For all of the support it's received throughout its lifespan, the OG of Yu-Gi-Oh! Can't put it all together. Or in this case, it did, but then it went nowhere. So before you guys burn us at the stake, grab your Hogwarts wand, set hexes on us, and tell us to get good with everyone's favorite bad deck, watch this video and see why Dark Magician failed severely in the TCG. To start off, we'll review the cards that came out in 2014 and up, the viable support that was actually used for the Dark Magician. There's no need to look back on anything before then, as nothing before 2014 for Dark Magician was viable. No one was gambling on Time Wizard to make Dark Sage in any top tournament. Skilled Dark Magician and spell counter mechanics was awful back in the days. Dark Eradicator Warlock wasn't worth the structure deck it was built in, and no one was going out of the way to play Dark Magician just to equip magic formula to it. The last thing anyone does in Yu-Gi-Oh! Is read, so why would you force your monster to do it? The only way any Dark Magician saw play was if its name was Dark Magician of Chaos and enabled FTKs. Some cards did see some sort of testing, if any play at all, when the new Dark Magician support came out, like Thousand Knives, Dark Magic Attack, and everyone's top waifu, Dark Magician Girl. These cards would pop up occasionally, as you'll see throughout the video. The quest to make Dark Magician top tier started with Dragons of Legend series. Dark Magician received a new fusion monster called Amulet Dragon, a level 8 dragon that required a Dark Magician and a dragon monster, or just using the card released with it in Dragon of Legends, the Eye of Timaeus, to special summon it. When it's special summoned, you can remove any amount of spells in any graveyards to have it gain 100 attack for each of them. When this monster is destroyed, you can target a spellcaster in your grave and special summon it. The Eye of Timaeus was a normal spell card that targeted one Dark Magician monster you control and lets you fusion summon one fusion monster from your deck that lists the monster on the field as a fusion material, using it as the fusion material. The Eye of Timaeus was actually a beast of a card. With just one Dark Magician, you had access to almost Dark Magician monster-based fusions, which included cards like Dark Paladin and Dark Magician Girl, the Dragon Knight, if you also ran Dark Magician Girl as well. Amulet Dragon, though, had a mid effect. It also didn't help that by around 2014, the meta flowed with more heavy trap format decks like Hat floating around. It's not like Dark Magician players had much to build Dark Magician with anyway. It was just 2 cards and the dumpster fire of old spells and monsters they had before 2014. The heartbreaking part is that Eye of Timaeus didn't see play, and it's mainly for awful specific wording on one card that was given alongside the Dark Magician support in the Dark Illusion in August 2016. But before Dark Illusion, Konami released an XCs that solidified their attempt to make Yugi's top partner viable. Ebon Illusion Magician was a rank 7 spellcaster XCs with 2500 attack and 2100 defense. It required 2 level 7 monsters, but could also be summoned by using a rank 6 spellcaster XCs monsters as material. Once per turn, you can detach an XCs to special summon a normal spellcaster from your hand or deck. And if a normal spellcaster monster declared an attack, you can target one card your opponent controls and banish it. This card was originally released in 2014 as a Shonen Jump promotion card, but was then introduced into the Shining Victory Special Edition boxes. The rank 6 condition was supposed to be supplemented by using Magi Magician Girl as the option, but that card was never released due to the wishes of Kazuki Takahashi not wanting the card to be edited for the TCG release, and neither did we. Nonetheless, we had another option to summon Ebon Illusion Magician thanks to Norito the Moral Leader, being another rank 6 XCs monster available in the TCG, and the effect that was just as good as Magigal, as Norito detached materials to negate the activation of your opponent's spell and trap cards. So the Dark Magician fan club had something to look forward to, having 2 boss monsters look forward to using, 3 if your deck included Dark Paladin. However, as stated before, thanks to some terrible wording, this would come back to bite the deck in the Dark Illusion. The Dark Illusion set gave Dark Magician main deck searchers and extenders that had Dark Magician players thankful for not needing to play Dark Magic Curtain. Magician's Rod was a level 3 spellcaster that on normal summon allowed you to add a spell or trap from your deck to your hand that specifically lists the Dark Magician card in its card text. When this card is in your grave during your opponent's turn, if you activate a spell or trap, you contribute 1 spellcaster monster to the side of the field and add this card back to your hand. Magician Robes lets you special summon a Dark Magician from your deck by discarding a spell or trap on your opponent's turn. Also, during your opponent's turn, if you activate a spell or trap or card effect, you can special summon this card from your grave but banish it when it leaves the field. Rod still sees play today as it searches for any Dark Magician support. Well, almost any. This is where the Eye of Timaeus got the short end of the wand. Rod couldn't search for Eye of Timaeus because Eye of Timaeus listed a Dark Magician monster and not the card called Dark Magician. That one little detail made it difficult to play Eye of Timaeus in the deck, as you'd likely have to draw into the spell since you couldn't search it with Rod. This really hindered making Amulet Dragon or Dark Paladin. To round out the main deck monsters, Magician of Dark Illusion was a level 7 Dark Spellcaster. It was treated as Dark Magician on the field, and once per turn, you could activate each of its effects. During your opponent's turn, if you activate a spell or trap effect, you could special summon this card from your hand. If you activate a spell, trap, or effect, you could target Dark Magician in your grave and special summon it, but you can only use this effect once while it's face up on the field. To make Dark Magician suitable for the Xyz format, Konami made sure Dark Magician could fit in by giving the deck an Xyz monster. Ebon High Magician was a rank 7 spellcaster with 2300 attack and 2500 defense, that required 2 level 7 spellcasters as its materials. While it had materials, you could activate a quick play spell or trap card from your hand by detaching Xyz material from this card during activation. If it's destroyed by battle or sent to the graveyard by opponent's card effect, you could special summon a Dark spellcaster from your deck or hand, then pop one card on the field. Dark Magical Circle was one of the Dark Magician's newest spell cards. That, on activation, lets you look at the top 3 cards of your deck, to select one Dark Magician, or spell a trap that lists the Dark Magician in it to your hand, while the rest go back to the top of your deck in any order. Also, once per turn, when a Dark Magician is special summoned, you can target one card your opponent controls and banish it. Dark Magic Expanded was a quick play spell card that you can apply any number of effects based on how many Dark Magicians or Dark Magician girls are on the field or in the graveyard. If 1, a Dark spellcaster gains 1000 attack until the end of the turn. 2 or more made your opponent unable to respond to your activated spell and trap cards or effects, and card effects can't destroy your spell and trap cards. If 3 or more, all of your Dark spellcaster monsters are unaffected by opponent's card effects until the end of the turn. Illusion Magic was a quick play spell that lets you tribute a spellcaster to add up to 2 Dark Magicians from your deck or graveyard to your hand. And finally, Magician's Navigation wraps up the Dark Illusion support. This trap lets you special summon 1 Dark Magician from your hand, and then 1 level 7 or lower spellcaster monster from your deck. Also, if you control Dark Magician, except on the turn this card is sent to the graveyard, you can banish from your grave to target 1 spell or trap card your opponent controls and negate its effects until the end of the turn. The first wave of Dark Magician support was impressive. Magician's Rod was a solid searcher outside of the blunder made with the Eye of Timaeus. The Dark Magic Circle combined with Magician's Navigation or Magician's Robe was an excellent way to interrupt your opponent's plays by bringing a Dark Magician to the field during your opponent's turn to activate Circle's effect to banish a card on the field. However, it still had a bit of flaws. Circle's Search effect was a complete RNG game, and it only worked if a card with Dark Magician in its text was in the top 3 cards of your deck. It didn't really allow you to dig through your deck, and if you whiffed, you would gain nothing from playing it. It doesn't help that both of Circle's effects were also hard once per turns, so seeing multiple of these cards could become a brick. To make this even more problematic, the deck was too slow to get into their boss monster. Though the deck had a plethora of options to work during your opponent's turn, it was difficult going into your boss monster with the Eye of Timaeus being unsearchable and Magician of Dark Illusion almost being unsummonable on your turn for Xyz plays. Dark Magician was clearly favored as a control deck with a few flaws. Palladium Oracle Mahad and Palladium Oracle Mana debuted in the Dark Side of Dimensions movie pack. Mahad could be special summoned if you drew it. When it battles a dark monster, its attack is doubled during the damage step. If it's destroyed by battle or card effect, you can special summon a Dark Magician from your hand, deck, or graveyard. Mana can be special summoned if your opponent activates a card effect that targets 1 spellcaster you control. It prevents your level 7 or higher spellcaster from being destroyed by card effects, and if it's destroyed by battle or card effects, special summon a Dark Magician Girl from your hand, deck, or graveyard. While both cards help summon Dark Magician and Dark Magician Girl, their summoning conditions were too specific to be consistent. Mahad was a dead card in opening hands and missed timing if drawn through card effects like Allure of Darkness or Sacred Sword of 7 Stars. It had a more likely chance of clogging your hand than actually being helpful. Mana's effects required spellcasters to be targeted and only 1, and it was another case of a card needing your opponent to interact with yours to be playable. It wasn't like it stopped whatever targeted your monster to not resolve either. You'd just be playing a card that could possibly net you a Dark Magician Girl, which the deck didn't revolve around. The weirdest part about the Dark Side Dimension movie pack was that the card that helped Dark Magician the most was Dark Magic Veil, an indirect spell card that lets you pay 1000 life points to special summon a Dark spellcaster from your hand or graveyard. They might as well just put Dark Magician on its name, as this card has mostly seen play in just this archetype. In Legendary decks too, the deck would receive one of its most well-known trap cards. Eternal Soul and Dark Burning Magic Attack donned the title as support to help Dark Magician. Eternal Soul was the main star out of the two. This continuous trap card prevented every Dark Magician in your monster zone from being unaffected by your opponent's card effects. Its effect lets you special summon a Dark Magician from your hand or grave, or add 1000 Knives or Dark Magic Attack from your deck to your hand. If you think this card sounds too good, that's because we've yet to tell you what happens if this card is removed from the field, where all monsters on your side of the field are destroyed as well. One of the best cards printed for the archetype is also its worst enemy. This card is a double-edged sword that absolutely is mandatory to run in the deck even to this day. Dark Burning Magic Attack was a new quick play spell that can destroy all cards your opponent controls if you controlled monsters whose original names are Dark Magician and Dark Magician Girl. While this card was devastating with the ability to completely board wipe your opponent's field, the requirements made it difficult and strict. Outside of Magician's Navigation, it was difficult to get both cards on the field simultaneously and play another Brick and Dark Magician Girl. Also, the requirements made Magician of Dark Illusion even more worthless to play, as the card requires a monster whose original name is Dark Magician. So overall, the archetype gained one of its best and worst cards and a restrictive board wipe that made you play extra cards and activate it. While we could end the video here, as you can see why this game plan failed, since Dark Magician players love pain, we here at TheDuelLogs will happily comply, giving you a good cry as the story of mediocrity continues for Dark Magician in Structure Deck Yu-Gi-Oh! In the Yu-Gi based Structure Deck, Dark Magic Inheritance was the newest card for the deck. When this quick play spell is played, you banish 2 spell cards from your graveyard, then add a spell or trap card that specifically lists Dark Magician or Dark Magician Girl from your deck to your hand. Still no Eye of Timaeus search in sight, but a card that can add a piece of your choice from your deck to your hand was always a welcome addition. Though, the deck didn't warrant running this card because Rod did the same thing without needing a cost to activate. So the deck had a lot of search power for its spells and traps. But what about the Dark Magician itself? There wasn't any way to get a Dark Magician quick enough if you didn't have it. Yes, there was draw power like Allure and Pot of Desires and Circle at the time, but nothing that gets you Dark Magician immediately or consistently to your hand. Isn't it a good time to address this issue? It seems that Konami agreed and addressed it by making a Shonen Jump promotional card in 2017. What better way to get a card for your deck than being forced into a subscription? Apprentice Illusion Magician was a level 6 spellcaster with 2000 attack and 1700 defense. You can discard a card from your hand to special summon her from your hand, and when she's normal or special, you can add a Dark Magician from your deck to your hand. During either player's turn in the damage calculation, if a Dark Spellcaster monster battles an opponent's monster, you can send this card from your hand or field to the graveyard to boost that monster's attack by 2000. To say Apprentice Illusion Magician was a godsend to the archetype at this time was an understatement. The deck finally had a way to get to the star of the show, all while not losing their ability to still play Rod alongside Apprentice Illusion due to Apprentice's special summoning effect. Also, the attack boost effect helped your monsters get over monsters that tower over Dark Magician's attack power, like the Blue Eyes Chaos Max Dragon, which was a tough card for the deck to out since Magic Circle was not effective to max being untargetable, and its attack power standing at a whopping 4000. Now, to address the last elephant in the room, how would you protect your back row with cards from getting blasted into the Shadow Realm? Dark Magician the Dragon Knight answered that question in the Legend Dragon decks. Its materials were Dark Magician and 1 Dragon Monster. It's treated as Dark Magician while face up on the field, and while it's on the field, your opponent can't target your spell or cards with trap effects and can't destroy your spell or trap cards you control. Finally, Dark Magician players could live without fear of the Eternal Soul being destroyed and losing their board. With the card also being treated as Dark Magician on the field or in the graveyard as well, Eternal Soul could grant immunity from card effects and special summon if your opponent happened to have a way to out it. There's just one minor issue that Konami forgot while making this card. How are players supposed to make it? There was no dragon support that supplemented Dark Magicians without having a chance of being another brick, and we still had the ongoing issue of Eye of Timaeus not being searchable. To make this card meant more bricks to play in an already strict and struggling engine. To make things even worse, the rise of hand traps began to sweep through the TCG, with Ash Blossom and Joy Spring being introduced in the TCG of 2017, and Effect Veiler still being prominent in TCG. Dark Magician wasn't a deck made to go through multiple hand traps, let alone one of any choice. With the meta getting faster and decks like Zodiac and Invoke having faster effects and room to run other engines to make the deck more versatile, Dark Magician was utterly left in the dust, making it completely unable to compete with the meta. More importantly, it was still hard to summon Dark Magician on the first turn without cards like Dark Magic Veil at your disposal. However, by the time Dual Power came along in 2019, Dark Magician would have options to work for boss monsters. Dual Power really gave Dark Magicians, well, dual power, as it gave them a Ritual Monster, a new fusion, and 2 new spell cards to help facilitate Dark Magician Girl into your deck. Dark Cavalry was a level 8 fusion monster which required Dark Magician and a Warrior Monster to be made. Cavalry gained 100 attack for each spell and trap card on the field and in the graveyard, inflict piercing damage, and when a card or effect targeted a card on the field, you could discard 1 card from your hand to negate the effect and destroy the card. Magician of Chaos was a level 7 ritual needing Chaos form to be summoned. It's treated as Dark Magician while on the field or in the graveyard, and if a spell or trap card effect is activated, you can pop 1 card in the field once per turn. If it's destroyed, special summon a Blackluster Soldier or Chaos monster from your hand, ignoring its summoning conditions. Bond between Teacher and Student is a spell card that special summons Dark Magician Girl from your hand, deck, or graveyard if you control a Dark Magician. Then you can set either a Dark Magic attack, Dark Burning Magic, Dark Burning attack, or Dark Magic Twin Burst directly from your deck. Speaking of the newest style of Dark Magical attacks, Dark Magical Twin Burst was the newest spell from Dual Power. Target one Dark Magician you control, and then it'll gain attack equal to the number of Dark Magician girls in the field or your graveyard until the end of your turn. So much variety was given to the archetype. What made it better was that even though the archetype couldn't go to Eye of Timaeus, they did get to Polymerization and Fusion Substitute due to Keeper of Dragon Magic. Players also would tech in Magical Ice Fusion to fuse resources from your graveyard to get extra monsters onto the field. Both these cards helped make Amulet Dragon and Dark Magician the Dragon Knight much more accessible, thanks to being a Dragon type. However, that didn't help with Cavalry because Cavalry needed a Warrior type monster as a requirement. The deck already had limited space and couldn't afford to run another brick. That would also be this deck's major issue as more support came along. Specific cards began to clash with the deck and didn't synergize mechanics-wise. If you wanted to run Magician of Chaos, you can't use Dark Burning Magic because it needs a card whose original name is Dark Magician. Need to run Dark Burning Magic, then say goodbye to Magician of Chaos as you'd need to tech in room for Bond and Dark Magician Girl, and less room for ritual powers like Preparation of Rites and Chaos Max. There was just little to no room to run all three forms of the deck, and if you did, there would be almost no way to get all three win mechanics together on the field. That's also not including the fact that by 2019, hand traps were in full effect, completely stopping decks that couldn't play through multiple ones. Dark Magician was, at this point, a first turn or bust deck that couldn't run all the support given without conflicting, and was, at this point, too slow. It really needed something that could help it get to the original Dark Magician or Dark Magician Girl while being able to keep up with the meta that establishes boards in the blink of an eye. That card was created in Legendary Duelist Magical Hero. Magician Souls was a level 1 spellcaster. You could send up to 2 spell or trap cards from your side of the field or hand to the graveyard to draw that many cards. And once per turn, you could send a level 6 or higher spellcaster from your deck to the graveyard to either special summon this card from your hand, or special summon a Dark Magician or Dark Magician Girl from your graveyard. There's a reason why this card is one of the best cards in the game to this date. It's a free body, an extender that helps you get rid of dead spells and trap cards like old magical circles on your field, and could get you a free Dark Magician or Dark Magician Girl based on what your needs are for your plays. This card made Dark Magicians shoot to the mountaintop. Oh, sorry, that was a typo. We meant Spirals and Eldritch. Basically, any deck that can run Magician Souls ran Magician Souls due to its sound effects, being an extender for Link and single plays, and even a graveyard setup for spells and traps that worked better in the grave. In fact, you could say it was one of the sole reasons that Spiral made another meta comeback, as combined with Spiral Master Plan by sending it to the grave to either use Quick Fix to fetch Big Red to bring back Master Plan, or use Magician's Effect to send the spells and traps to the grave to draw 2 cards, and then use their graveyard effects of rescues to bring back Master Plan. No matter how you chose to do it, you could do no wrong. 2 things can be taken away from Souls. 1 is Master Plan did nothing wrong. 2 is that Magician Souls is a phenomenal card. It continues to be one of the most consistent engines in the game. Though it's really good in the archetype it was built for, it was even better in actual competitive Yu-Gi-Oh decks. Dark Magician support still got better from there. The Dark Magicians was a fusion monster requiring a Dark Magician and a Dark Magician Girl, or a Spellcaster monster. Once per turn, if your opponent activates a spell or trap card, you can draw 1 card. And if it's a spell or trap card, you can set it face down your side of the field and activate it that turn. When the Dark Magicians leaves the field, you get to special summon a Dark Magician and Dark Magician Girl from your hand, deck, or graveyard. This was a great fusion for this archetype. No matter what spell or trap card your opponent decides to activate, you get a +1 and possibly a new card to activate if you draw a Quick Play or a trap card. Plus, you get 2 free bodies if this card is destroyed to make up for the materials used for the fusion summon. The monster out of the set boosted the Ultimate Wizard, but the spell and trap card support did wonders for them. Let's start with Soul Servant. This is a quick play spell card that lets you place 1 card from your hand, deck, or graveyard that's Dark Magician, or specifically list Dark Magician on top of your deck, and during your main phase, you can banish this card from your graveyard to draw cards equal to the number of Palladium monsters, Dark Magicians, or Dark Magician Girls with different names on your field or in your graveyard. Secrets of Dark Magic was another quick play that lets you activate 1 of these effects. Either fusion summon 1 fusion monster from extra deck using monsters from your hand and or field, including Dark Magician or Dark Magician Girl as a fusion material, or ritual summon 1 ritual monster by tributing monsters, including Dark Magician or Dark Magician Girl, whose levels equal or exceed the ritual monsters. Finally, to round out the Legendary Hero support, Magician's Combination was their continuous trap card that can negate the activation of an opponent's card or effect by tributing a Dark Magician or Dark Magician Girl, then special summon a Dark Magician or Dark Magician Girl with a different name from the monster tributed from your hand or graveyard. If this card is destroyed or face up on the field, you can pop a card on the field. It's safe to say this is the best support for this archetype to date. In one set, they received one of the best engines in the game, a new fusion monster that lets you net pluses, a chainable spell card that organizes your decks and gives you draw powers that you can use on the same turn that you play it, a ritual and fusion spell all in one, and a negation. subsequently becoming a part of the staples Magician's Triangle play, an endboard consisting of Magician's Circle, Combination, and Eternal Soul, plus one Dark Magician fusion monster, mostly being Dark Magician the Dragon Knight. Eternal Soul protects Dragon Knight, and Dragon Knight protects your back row with a special summoning and banish and a negate. So how do you lose with all this support? How do you fail in a meta as the franchise poster boy with all of this at your disposal? As much as your end board sounded great, it was inconsistent, as just trying to get to the setup cost so many resources. Even then, it was possible that you wouldn't get a full end board due to needing specific pieces. Just because you have a Magician's Souls and Magical Circle, you might still miss a piece due to whiffing on the circle or not having Rod. Maybe you don't have a bond between teacher and student and you don't get your Dark Magician Girl for combination. Or you just brick due to drawing Dark Magician who became a Garnet in his own deck the more support came out. Garnets and hard ones per turn cards had players seething, looking at multiple copies of certain cards like Circle or Eternal Soul. It also made it hard to run non-engine cards as your engine suffered from not seeing your combo pieces. So even though it can run cards like Secret Village of Spellcasters or Skill Drain, you'll clog up your regular end board more than help it. Let's not forget that Eternal Soul was still a massive liability on the field, even with Dragon Knight being in your arsenal, as the dragon options you had were not that searchable. It didn't help that the end board wasn't as threatening as it sounds, as by this point, almost any deck in the format can play through one negation and a card banishment. This would be the only combo this archetype would be known for years. This style would end up being dated and unable to hold up in the format. The deck was bound for Master Duel, casual play, and being amazing in Duel Links. At most, the impact it made on the meta was to give better decks Magician's Soul. However, Dark Magician would manage to impact the metagame again with another card that I'm sure everybody is tired of hearing about. Tin of Memories gave us one of the most powerful cards in the current game, Red Eye's Dark Dragoon. It takes a Dark Magician and a Red Eye's Black Dragon or Dragon Effect monster to make. Comes with 3000 attack, 2500 defense. And if you don't know what this card does by now, let's give you the skinny of it. It can't be targeted or destroyed by card effects. It can negate a card or effect by discarding one card and destroyed it, and giving it a 1000 attack boost permanently. It can pop monsters on the field to inflict burn damage equal to the monster's original attack, and you can use that destruction effect up to the number of times as its fusion materials, which were normal monsters. Strength and Unity was their newest continuous spell card. Whenever you ritual summon or fusion summon using Dark Magician or Blue Eyes White Dragon, you can target one card your opponent controls or in the graveyard and banish it. You can also send this face-up card from your field to the graveyard to target a level 7 or higher normal monster in your grave and add it to your hand or shuffle into your deck. Destined Rivals was their newest trap card that negated the effects of all face-up monsters your opponent's out of the field into the end of the turn if you controlled a Dark Magician or Blue Eyes White Dragon. Imagine having an archetype with Magician's Souls and Dragoon in a deck specifically made for your deck, and your deck is still not a top deck in the TCG. Dragoon was remarkable in its archetype, and, like Souls, was way better in every other archetype that could make it. It was made even more runnable thanks to the degeneracy of Predaplant Verte Anaconda. This link too was easy to make with its requirements just being any to effect monsters, and you can pay 2000 life points to send a poly or a fusion spell from your deck to the grave to have Anaconda become that card's effect. So, after players finish their end board, all they do is link into Anaconda, send a copy of Red Eye's Fusion to the grave, and send their 2 normal monster Garnets from their deck to the graveyard to get Dragoon on the field. Why make a big case out of this when Dark Magician could do it too? Simple. Other decks just made better and more threatening end boards with Dragoon. The deck still had the issues of using so many resources for setup that it was hard to make a complete end board and have Dragoon on it. Second, other decks had more consistency, making Dragoon without bricking, unlike Dark Magician, who had to incorporate room to run the other brick in their engine while battling the flurry of hand traps running rampant in 2020. Lastly, Dragoon is so good that it could be run in a deck solely based on Dragoon. Why go through all the hassle and strict deck building when you can just cut the middleman? Red Eye's Fusion was an easy Dragoon turn 1 insearchable thanks to Red Eye's Insight. If it was Ash, you could simply go the Anaconda route as planned and still get to Dragoon while setting up the back row. Strength and Unity never saw play due to its condition, and Destined Rivals was a simple one-up with a great payoff for its effect requirements, and an excellent target for Soul Servant to pop on top of the deck or grab Magician Circles or the Dark Magician's draw effect. All you have to do is ensure your Dark Magician is on the field. We have their newest support appear in the Tin of Ancients battles to continue with Dark Magician's Reign of Sadness. Magician's Salvation was a field spell that, on activation, lets you set an Eternal Soul directly from your deck. And if you normal summon or special summon a Dark Magician, a Dark Magician Girl, you can then target that monster to special summon a Dark Magician Girl with a different name than that monster targeted from your graveyard. The card gave players another way to go into Eternal Soul, and could get your magical duo if you summoned either of them to the field. Salvation made it easy for you to set up fetching 1/3 of the back row for the Magician's Triangle, and help with the requirements to make the Dark Magicians or set up the Dark Burning Magic. However, with this added to the deck, it becomes another game of getting all the resources again. Another piece meant another resource needed for an already cloggy and restrictive setup that already had a significant amount of hard once per turn spells and traps, and the ongoing issues of fetching all your pieces to get your full end board that was becoming more and more dated with each format. And it seemed that Konami wasn't hell-bent on fixing it. At least they kept giving you shiny cards like ones in the Battle of Chaos. Illusion of Chaos was a level 7 ritual monster that could be ritual summoned with Chaos form. You can reveal this card from your hand to add a Dark Magician or a non-ritual monster that mentions it from your deck to your hand, then return one card from your hand to the top of your deck. Also, when your opponent activates a monster effect, you can return this card to your hand, special summon a Dark Magician from your graveyard, and if you do, negate the activation of that monster. Magikuribo was a level 1 Fiend monster that lets you special summon a Dark Magician or Dark Magician Girl from your deck or graveyard by sending this card from your hand to the graveyard during the main phase or battle phase. If a face-up spellcaster you control is destroyed by battle or an opponent's card effect, you can add this card from your graveyard to your hand. Timaeus, the United Dragon, was a level 8 light dragon monster that lets you send one spellcaster or spell trap card that mentions Dark Magician on the field in your hand to the graveyard to special summon it from your hand. During the main phase, you can fusion summon using monsters from your hand or field as materials, including a spellcaster monster. Finally, Master of Chaos was a level 8 warrior fusion monster needing a Dark Magician or a Chaos or Blackluster Soldier monster. If it's fusion summoned, you can target a light or dark monster in your graveyard and special summon it. You can tribute a light or dark monster on your side of the field to banish all cards your opponent controls. And if this fusion summoned card is destroyed by battle or card effect, you can target a spell in your grave and add it to your hand. Two cards stood out from the bunch that screamed solid support. Timaeus was a viable built-in dragon monster that helped make the archetype's life easier by making fusion monsters with fewer steps. Illusion of Chaos was a monster that could finally add Dark Magician or Dark Magician specific monsters from your deck to your hand without a normal summon, which the deck severely lacked. It was a great way to get the monsters needed for a successful combo, including your new Timaeus card. It was also searchable with Preparation of Rites, giving you an easy access to Illusion of Chaos and thinning your deck in the process. Nothing abusable here, except it was. Illusion of Chaos searching out monsters that include Dark Magician in their attacks meant you could get Magician's Souls, which was still a popular engine outside of Dark Magicians that other decks enjoyed using. All Illusion of Chaos did was make it easier to get Souls and made Souls easier to summon since you can just pull Illusion back on top of your deck after searching for Souls. Then use Souls as an Illusion from the top of your deck to the graveyard to special summon it. Add the aforementioned Preparation and you get a free 7 to 8 card engine that nets you an extra body for plays and a free draw engine. As for Dark Magician, they got more feasible cards, though the cloggy, inconsistent engine that set up incomplete boards lost a draw on Lockbird, which didn't fix its issues. The rest of 2022 didn't really get any good direct support. Chronicle Magician was released from Ghost from the Past Second Haunting, but the card was largely irrelevant, as the deck didn't benefit from giving an attack boost to Dark Magician that wouldn't be on the field before being used for whatever extra deck play. What did give the deck some life was the new Bystial monsters. They were dark and light dragon type monsters, with the level 6 Bystials being able to remove light or dark monsters on either player's graveyard to special summon themselves from the hand. Their special summon effects also became quick effects if your opponent had a monster on their side of the field, making them pseudo hand traps if going second. With these cards, Dark Magicians could have cards that can establish a board presence, become a material for link and fusion plays, and interrupt your opponent's graveyard plays. They're great counters to Tearlaments in 2022, which meant everyone was running Bystials, as Tearlaments were a force in 2022. But that also became an issue to your archetype, as most of your monsters were dark monsters, including the Dark Magician. Placing any critical piece you needed in the graveyard was risky in the Tearlaments format, as Bystial cards would just remove your Dark Magician or Dark Magician Girl to stop your plays. Tearlaments had the Ishizu cards that could mill or return cards from the graveyard to the deck to stop you from having access to your garnets. With this competition, even with Bystials on your side, Dark Magician playstyle just wasn't good, and the investments weren't worth the reward. If Dark Magician saw any play, it was because it and Dragoon were run in branded, as making Dragoon was easy thanks to the effect of Fallen of Albaz. If Dark Magician continued to get support, it needed a card to help them make an entire board, not use so many resources, and help with their outdated and expired playstyle. Hopefully, they'll print that card soon. Here's a card not seen play from Battles of Legend, Monstrous Revenge. Dark Magician, the Knight of Dragon Magic, was a level 8 dragon fusion. It inflicted piercing damage, burned your opponent for damage equal to the attack of the monster destroyed by battle with this card, and when this monster is destroyed, you can special summon both Dark Magician and Gaia the Dragon Champion from your hand deck, extra deck, or graveyard. Exactly what the archetype needed, piercing damage and Gaia the Dragon Champion. This card was slotted into decks at 0 copies. So far, this is the note that Dark Magician sadly sinks on. Now, before you grab your pitchforks, wands, deck boxes, and platinum rarity Dark Magician, we must clarify how this deck is a fail and how it slid into failed cards and mechanics. It's not just about if the cards mesh well together. It's not about the impact each solo card has in the meta like Souls, Dragoon, or Illusion of Chaos. It's not about the rare times it topped a regional or how many times Team Samurai X or Matchy uploads an undefeated deck on their channel, and it's damn well not about if it's fun. We're talking about when it all comes down to the amount of support the deck has been given and the chance of competing with the meta. Did it do great as a deck that should be praised? The answer is no. The investment, time, and definitely money isn't worth putting into a deck that hasn't etched out the results we were expecting it to give. The end board is always one piece away, even with a good hand. Its strong engine does way more work in other meta combo decks, and with all that said and done, even if you get a solid board, Dark Magician boards at the end of it all are easier to play through or breakable depending on the monsters brought out. It also was an abysmal going second deck, having trouble going through multiple negates, and even on its turn had problems going through hand traps, especially Drone Lockbird or Ash Blossom. Finally, the engine was so strict that even Dark Magician decks ran a lower amount of Dark Magician cards to run supplementary engines inside their deck. The Magic Triangle deck takes a back seat if you incorporate other engines like Branded Package because it's more substantial than a basic lineup of Dark Magician cards. The amount of support that has been given repeatedly proves that it's quality over quantity, especially in the game of Yu-Gi-Oh! So, the tough to swallow pill has been handed on a Dark Magician. If you like this deck, then by all means, play it. Dark Magician has been the poster boy for our child in the face of Yu-Gi-Oh! Who wouldn't want it to succeed? It needs a little bit more help to dig out of the Shadow Realm and be the dominant force we've seen on our TV screens for many years. Hopefully, this doesn't upset all of you too much either. It's not like we have more hot takes coming in the future, right? The Blue Eyes White Dragon is absolutely the most well-known Yu-Gi-Oh! Card ever. If you know something about Yu-Gi-Oh!, you know about the Blue Eyes White Dragon. Used by Kaiba in the anime, this normal monster took over the game's image from the second it appeared on our screens. And, well, Konami isn't stupid, and decided to bank on the nostalgia and fan following by releasing a myriad of cards which directly or indirectly supported this powerful engine of destruction. However, quantity does not equal quality, and Blue Eyes is one of the archetypes which better exemplifies this rule. Wave after wave of support, Blue Eyes continued being an underwhelming deck year after year. So why is that? Is the archetype just irredeemably unplayable? And if so, how the hell did it win the World Championship in 2016? Well, join us today as we take a look at why Kaiba's ace is not as strong as some think. Let's start where all the good stories do, at the beginning. Legend of Blue Eyes White Dragon in the game's first set, and surprising to no one, features the first printing of the Blue Eyes White Dragon. At this time, the game was still in a very weird state, with extremely few playable cards and Blue Eyes barely sneaked in there. The format's extremely slow speed meant that just being able to summon a big 3000 attack beater could spell the end of the game, but more times than not was destroyed by the occasional monster removal effects that most playable cards of the format like Fissure facilitated. During this time, we also got the classic combo of Lord of D and the Flute of Summoning Dragon, making Blue Eyes stick a lot easier than before, and making for a pretty neat GOAT format deck. During this time, we also received the ritual monster Paladin of White Dragon, a level 4 ritual which could be summoned with White Dragon Ritual, a very by-the-numbers ritual spell with nothing special to it. Paladin is a surprisingly strong card for its time. As a level 4, it's not hard to get the fodder for its ritual summon, and it has a very couple of good effects during its era. It can destroy face-down monster attacks without getting to flip it face-up, dodging the omnipresent flip effects that plague this era. You can also tribute the Paladin in order to special summon the Blue Eyes White Dragon straight from your hand or deck, but it couldn't attack that turn, truly ahead of its time. But not all was good during this period. As you should all know, the Yu-Gi-Oh! Movie came out around this time, and its tie-in movie pack we received the Blue Eyes Shiny Dragon. This big dragon with the original stats has a fairly strong effect, gaining 300 attack for each dragon in the grave and negating any effects that target it. The issue, however, comes with its summoning method. You cannot bring it out through normal means, and it requires you to tribute the Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon to summon itself from your hand, which by itself is kind of clunky and hard to achieve. But to add insult to injury, Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon wasn't released until 2008, 4 years after Shiny Dragon. I think that kind of exemplifies the entire Blue Eyes situation pretty well. A little bit later in 2005, the deck got a couple of new toys in the form of Kaiba Man and Burst Stream of Destruction, which while helping, did little in the way of giving the deck any relevance. And for a long while, that was all the anime favorite got in the way of support. It wouldn't be until 2008 during the 5Ds era where we got our first actual good Blue Eyes card in the White Stone of Legend. This monster could search the original Blue Eyes White Dragon whenever it was sent to the graveyard, which could be often. It being a level 1 tuner made the card exceedingly valuable, allowing for interesting synchro builds of the deck. Nonetheless, the biggest impact this card had was buffing the Royal Magical Library Exodia decks thanks to the 2010's Cards of Consonance. This spell could discard any Dragon Tuner from your hand to draw 2 cards, and was pretty clearly designed to work with the White Stone of Legend, to the point that it's featured in the card's artwork, allowing you to draw 2 cards and then search for the Blue Eyes White Dragon. This was played in tandem with Trade-In, a spell which could discard Blue Eyes to draw 2 more cards. These spells worked wonders for Royal Magical Library strategies, which required a ton of non-once per turn spells in order to draw your entire deck. This made for a pretty impressive deck, capable of turboing Exodia by drawing through a whole bunch of spell effects. This engine, with Cards of Consonance and Trade-In, also saw a lot of success in Edison Format's Disaster Dragon deck. This deck sought to utilize the ability of the Blue Eyes engine to speed up their deck in order to draw a mass amount of cards with Super Rejuvenation, since you spent most of your turn discarding dragons. Still, while the deck has found a lot of success in the modern Edison format landscape, at the time it was anything but relevant. While 2011 saw the release of Malefic Blue Eyes White Dragon, which is more of a Malefic monster than a Blue Eyes one, it wouldn't be until 2013 when Konami decided to create what is probably their most sold structure deck to date in Saga of the Blue Eyes White Dragon. This deck introduced some extremely powerful cards. We saw the first printing of the highly relevant Dragon Shrine, which found itself in a lot of Dragon decks since then. More importantly to us, we also got Maiden with Eyes of Blue, a level 1 light tuner which was able to summon Blue Eyes from anywhere when it was attacked or targeted by an effect. We also received our first Synchro, one of the deck's main focuses, in Azure Eyes Silver Dragon, which could protect all your dragons and summon back your Blue Eyes on the crackback. But not all of the cards in this deck were hits. We also got one honorary Eyes of Blue monster in Rider of the Stormwinds. This level 1 tuner is essentially a Union monster without the Union subtype. However, it can only be equipped to a normal monster, giving it piercing battle damage, a clunky, restricted battle phase boost. But at least you can equip it from your hand, unlike Union monsters which require themselves to be on the field. But even so, yeah, not exactly what Blue Eyes needed at the time. And to add insult to injury, the deck included a reprint of Monster Reborn when the card was still banned. Still, these cards managed to make Blue Eyes a deck. Mind you, not a good deck, not even a decent deck, but a deck after all. And that pretty much concludes all of the relevant showings of the Blue Eyes White Dragon in 13 years. But as players would soon find out, this lack of relevance was set to change halfway through Arc 5. During the Pendulum era of the game, Konami gave a bunch of support to long-forgotten archetypes, mainly for darks featuring the Arc 5 anime, like Ancient Gears and Gem Knights, but also for some of the player base's favorites. And yeah, as you were all thinking, it was the 2015's Clash of Rebellions where Red Eyes finally became a proper archetype. But well, proper is kind of an overstatement, mainly just giving Red Eyes Black Dragon the ability to be an actual deck instead of just vanilla with no supporting cards. Still, this was way more than what its Blue Eyes counterpart was capable of doing, really solidifying which the superior dragon was at the time. However, this set included a warning of what was to come in the form of Melody of Awakening Dragon, designed to search out the Blue Eyes White Dragon and its support cards. Or at least that was the case for about a year. In 2016, Konami saw fit to allow Kaiba's Ace to truly be able to stand by itself as a deck with its own identity. With the release of 2016's Shining Victories, Blue Eyes White Dragon became a fully fledged archetype, with a solid engine and very powerful boss monster. Firstly, we got the Eyes of Blue engine, a series of level 1 light tuner monsters that aimed to help bring out the original Blue Eyes White Dragon and the new set of big dragons. More importantly among these is Sage with Eyes of Blue, which allowed you to search a level 1 light tuner on normal summon. It also can just be discarded to target and send an effect monster you control in order to summon a Blue Eyes from your deck. Sage is a very important piece in any and all Blue Eyes decks, giving you a powerful searching capability and the choice of bringing out any Blue Eyes straight from your deck with a very small cost. We also got a retrain of the by then very old White Stone of Legend with the White Stone of Ancients. This card is also a level 1 light tuner, but instead of searching Blue Eyes when it's sent to the grave, it can summon it from the deck during the end phase, and also recycle Blue Eyes monsters from your graveyard to your hand. While much more powerful than the original, this card didn't replace Stone of Legend, and the two found their sweet spot in all Blue Eyes brews, each with their upsides and downsides. We also got our first actually good retrain of the original Blue Eyes White Dragon in Dragon Spirit of White. This level 8 light dragon is always treated as a Blue Eyes monster, and as a normal monster while in the hand or grave. Also on summon, it's able to banish a spell or trap, and can also tribute itself as a quick effect to summon the original Blue Eyes from your hand as long as your opponent controls a monster. But it was not only the main deck monsters we got, we also received a new fusion monster much easier to summon than the Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon, and much stronger. Blue Eyes Twin Birch Dragon require 2 of the original Blue Eyes White Dragon to be fusion summoned with, but can also tribute them to summon itself from your action deck without fusing. This gave you a 3000 attack body that could attack 2 monsters each turn, but couldn't be destroyed by battle, and banished any monster that it couldn't destroy by battle. Most importantly amongst this wave of support was a synchro monster specifically designed to obliterate the current metagame. Blue Eye Spirit Dragon is a level 9 light dragon synchro with 2500 attack and 3000 defense, the inverse of the original Blue Eye stats. This card has a bunch of effects, each designed to beat a specific deck of its era. Let's go through them one at a time. Firstly, it has a continuous effect where neither player can special summon 2 or more monsters at the same time. Pretty clearly designed to make this stop the performer pal in Magispector decks and any deck making use of Soul Charge. Secondly, it can negate the activation of a card effect in the grave as a quick effect, which was made to stop the Burning Abyss decks, and capable of halting graveyard effects like those of Panthezium of the Monarchs. Thirdly, it can tribute itself as a quick effect to summon 1 light dragon synchro monster from your extra deck, destroying it during the end phase. This would most commonly be either Black Rose Moonlit Dragon for disruption, Stardust Spark Dragon for generic protection and making it survive the turn, or just Azure Eye Silver Dragon for protection and follow-up. So, how did Blue Eyes do with this crazy wave of new support? Not very good, honestly. While the deck did have a lot of powerful tools at its disposal, it still folded to Monarchs, Cosmo, and all Burning Abyss variants. Especially since most of the cards it received in the set were pure fodder. Cards like Master with Eyes of Blue and Protector with Eyes of Blue were just bad. Let's go through these one by one. Protector is a tuner that summons another level 1 light tuner from your hand. Then it allows you to send an effect monster you control to the grave in order to summon a Blue Eyes monster from your hand. On paper, this doesn't even seem that bad until you realize that for this card to actually be useful, you need to draw it together with another Eyes of Blue and a Blue Eyes monster you actually want to summon. That and the fact that going second, it'll do very little, as it can be interrupted much more easily than the other Eyes of Blue monsters. Next, Master with Eyes of Blues allows you to recover a level 1 light tuner from your graveyard on normal summon. Then, you can shuffle Master from your grave into your deck to send an effect monster you control to the grave in order to revive a Blue Eyes monster. Not exactly what you'd expect from a Master, honestly. Summoning back the easy to summon monster in an archetype full of hard to summon ones just seems contradicting. Worst amongst these, however, is Priestess with Eyes of Blue. It has a variation of Maiden's effect, but instead of summoning Blue Eyes when targeted, it lets you send an effect monster you control to the grave in order to search up to 2 Blue Eyes monsters with different names. Then, while Priestess is in your grave, it allows you to shuffle back a Blue Eyes monster you control to summon herself back. And I don't think anyone would love to spend their normal summon a monster that will only give you any value under very specific conditions. Continuing the Eyes of Blue theme, we also got the long-awaited Blue Eyes field spell in Mausoleum of White, which didn't quite live up to its expectations. It just gives you an additional normal summon of an Eyes of Blue monster, and buffs the attack of one monster by sending a normal monster from anywhere to the graveyard. It also theoretically can search Burst Stream of Destruction, but if you want to search for a worse Raigeki, be my guest. Lastly, the deck also received an equip spell in the form of Beacon of White. It's literally just a much worse symbol of heritage, being able to summon back a Blue Eyes monster, but with way too many restrictions to justify playing this unsearchable spell. And while some more support was on its way, what would follow is still considered one of the weirdest events in the game's history. Most of you will know that 2016 saw the release of the brand new Yu-Gi-Oh movie, The Dark Side of Dimensions. This was obviously a very big event with tons of marketing behind it. Brand new cards based on the original series, which all needed to hit the printers as soon as possible. And why did they need to be printed as soon as possible? Well, Konami really wanted to showcase the newly buffed Blue Eyes deck at that year's World Championship. And if they didn't release the cards for the TCG in time, the deck would be absent at the tournament. So there was a mad dash to print the Dark Side of Dimensions movie pack, featuring a bunch of unplayable anime fan service cards. And also one of the cards that pushed Blue Eyes into meta contention, Blue Eyes Alternative White Dragon, which is a level 8 light dragon monster with 3000 attack and 2500 defense, which cannot be normal summoned or set. It can, however, summon itself out by revealing the original Blue Eyes White Dragon in your hand. Once on the board, it would be treated as the original, an effect that also applied while in the grave. Lastly, it could target and destroy one monster controlled by your opponent at the cost of not being able to attack that turn. This was the biggest boost in power Blue Eyes had ever gotten. An easy to summon body that treats itself as Blue Eyes while also working as removal going second. The deck's clunkiness and issues while putting bodies in the field were quickly remedied with this extremely overtuned monster designed to push the deck over the edge. This meant you could much more easily access Blue Eye Spirit Dragon or rank 8 plays like Divine Dragon Lord Felgran. So that was it. The deck had everything it needed. It was Blue Eyes' time to finally shine. Which meant little because it still couldn't sneak into the meta. Blue Eyes became a rogue deck which could sneak 1 or 2 tops from time to time, but wasn't the dominant force Konami had no doubt intended the deck to be. But this wasn't the end of Konami's scheming. Far from it. The World Championship was approaching and they really wanted a certain deck to win. The 2016 World Championship format was weird. From the TCG side, Cosmo, an extremely dominant deck, was not legal in Japan, and as such would not be playable at all in Worlds. From the OCG side, structured decks at Okaiba had not yet been released in the West, and as such, ABC would not be playable at Worlds. 2 of that year's strongest decks would be absent from the tournament, which restricted players' options. Not only that, but decks like Burning Abyss were heavily crippled in the OCG ban list, meaning you had to play a much weaker version of the archetype, only being able to run 1 Dante, Travel the Burning Abyss, and 1 Graph, Malebranche the Burning Abyss. You get the picture. What this extremely specific environment caused was the exact perfect condition for Blue Eyes to shine, and that it did, being the most represented deck in the tournament, with the finals being a mirror match between 2 Blue Eyes players. And well, the match was a sight to behold. The deck, while strong, was extremely inconsistent and fragile, and resulted in a sluggish finals where both players weren't able to get their decks going and actually bricked on their first turns. In the end, Konami achieved what it set out to do, make Blue Eyes White Dragon win the World Championship. Now, decks that win Worlds usually receive some restrictions on following ban lists, since they are obviously very strong strategies. However, if you look at the winning list, you'll notice that the only cards in it which were eventually hit are generic powerhouses like Maxi and Vanity's Emptiness, and no cards of the actual archetype were put on the list at all. I think that really goes to show just how not strong this deck actually was. While a decent strategy, it had huge issues that made the deck barely perform outside of the hyper-curated Worlds format. And indeed, while immediately after the World season, the deck saw a big rise in popularity, with even a few tops of premier events here and there, but nothing above being a rogue deck. With time, the deck's relevance continued to dwindle away, slowly being relegated to just a pet deck with no capability of winning against any decent strategy. The fact that the other Blue Eyes cards released together with the Blue Eyes Alternative White Dragon were just completely unplayable didn't help. Deep Eyes White Dragon was the worst amongst them. This card would summon itself when a Blue Eyes monster you control was destroyed, then burn your opponent for 600 life points for each dragon with a different name in your grave. It also copied the attack of a dragon in your grave, since it originally has 0 attack and defense. However, if the card is destroyed by a card effect, it destroys all monsters your opponent controls. This does nothing for any Blue Eyes deck, honestly. It provides some mediocre battle phase tricks, which the deck absolutely doesn't need if you're actually doing what the deck wants to do. Blue Eyes Chaos Max Dragon might sound familiar to you, probably because you got paired up against at your locals and got weirded out by the fact it dealt double piercing damage and had a lot of protection. Still, while it was hard to out, it was also hard to summon, requiring Chaos Form and setup to bring it out. Still, it truly exemplifies what Blue Eyes is all about, summoning a big dragon that attacks a lot and ending your opponent. Lastly, the funniest of them all, Neo Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon. This upgraded version of Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon could attack up to 3 times per battle phase and banish itself from the graveyard to protect something from targeting. While underwhelming and redundant, we will always remember this card for being revealed in the underside of a Ferris wheel, a claim that very few cards can make. And after YCS Sydney 2017, the deck was completely forgotten about, overtaken by Infernoids, Zodiacs, and Metal Foes. This lack of presence in the metagame continued forever, and the deck has gotten 0 tops ever since. However, it would certainly be foolish to not support one of the biggest fan favorite archetypes of all time, and as such, we received a few extremely powerful support cards later. Continuing the Legendary Collection series of products, we received a Legendary Collection Kaiba. This set featured a lot of reprints of cards Seto Kaiba used in the anime, like Ring of Destruction, the XYZ monsters, and the Virus cards. What we care about, however, are the new Blue Eyes cards of release in the set, namely the King of D and Dragon Revival Rhapsody. These retrains/reimaginings of the original Lord of D and the Flute of Summoning Dragon were made to help bind together the theme, with Rhapsody being a double monster reborn with downsides, and King of D being able to search Flute, Rhapsody, or even the Melody of Awakened Dragon. This was not good at all. Giving the deck a level 4 Dark Monster that had no synergy with the rest of the support the deck had received made for quite an odd design decision, and it stuck out like a sore thumb. Needless to say, these cards were not played, other than some experimentation on release. A little time later, when Konami decided to restructure the way their Megatins worked, they created Blue Eyes Alternative Ultimate Dragon as a promo card for the 2019 Gold Sarcophagus tin. While it's called Alternative, it's actually the best 3-dragon fusion you can play in a Blue Eyes deck, vastly outperforming the original Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon. It has the same fusion requirement of the 3 original Blue Eyes, but you get a lot better bang for your buck. Firstly, it cannot be targeted or destroyed by your opponent's card effects. Secondly, you can target and destroy a card your opponent controls once per turn. And if you use Blue Eyes Alternative White Dragon as a fusion material, you can target 3 cards instead of just 1. This is the ultimate big bad dragon with a ton of attack, protection, and ability to blow stuff up. Throw in the fact it has artwork drawn by the late Kazuki Takahashi, this is truly the crown jewel of Blue Eyes fusions. And if you're wondering, the reason this card is not in Master Duel is specifically because it has art drawn by the creator, where they don't include any of those cards in the game. Then in the next year's Megatins, we saw the release of the 2 new Dark Magician / Blue Eyes White Dragon support cards, Strength and Unity and Destined Rivals. Strength and Unity is a continuous spell which allows you to, when you ritual or fusion summon using Blue Eyes the Dark Magician, target and banish a card your opponent controls or in their grave. Later, you can send the continuous spell to the grave to add back or shuffle a level 7 or higher normal monster in your graveyard to your hand or deck. While a pretty decent effect, this card is not searchable, and odds are if you're summoning any fusion or ritual, you're already in a pretty good position and don't need this clunky spell to further those plays. Destined Rival is a normal trap card with a devastating effect. If you control either Dark Magician or Blue Eyes White Dragon, it negates the effects of all monsters your opponent controls until the end of the turn. I don't think I need to explain why a Dark Ruler No More you can activate during your opponent's turn is a strong effect. But sadly, this trap card can be very bricky and hard to find, making for a subpar experience, especially since unlike Dark Ruler No More, this card can have its effect negated by monster effects. But that was not all. You see, for a while, Konami was doing duelist packs sets centered around specific anime characters. And with Legendary Duelist White Dragon Abyss, we got a few support pieces, most of which are completely awful, with the exception of Bingo Machine Go. This anime reference card allows you to find both your Blue Eyes monsters and the previously hard to search Blue Eyes spells and traps. And while an extremely expensive card to release, it failed to make the deck any better than before its release. As a promo card in the pack, we received a very powerful consistency tool in Blue Eyes Abyss Dragon. On special summon, it allows you to search for any ritual spell, normally chaos form, or polymerization. Then during your end phase, it searches for a level 8 or higher dragon. Lastly, you can banish it from your grave to make all of your level 8 or higher dragons gain 1000 attack. This card does a lot all in one dragon. It can search enablers for Chaos Max and fusion builds of the deck, search up follow-up, and even facilitate an OTK. Truly a strong retrain that sadly doesn't see much play nowadays. In the same set, we also got the extremely underwhelming, the Ultimate Creature of Destruction. With a name like that, you'd expect something else than an effect that makes one of your Blue Eyes immune to pretty much anything for a turn. Yeah, it's cool, but if it wasn't for its ability to come back from the graveyard, it would have never seen play in Blue Eyes decks. And that theme persists with Rage with Eyes of Blue, which at the low cost of banishing face down literally every card from your hand, field, and graveyard, allows you to summon the 3 original Blue Eyes White Dragons from your deck, and only your deck, so you better not have any of them in your hand or graveyard, while also locking you out of summoning before and after activating the card. I mean, it could theoretically be used when going second as a 1-card OTK, but you could also just play your deck instead of relying on the literal definition of a glass cannon. But it wasn't all spells. We also received Blue Eyes Solid Dragon, able to summon the original Blue Eyes when your opponent activates a card, and also negates a face-up monster on its summon. Not really what the deck needed, and honestly a pretty bland card, not even really feeling like an actual Blue Eyes card with its boring art and effect. There's also Blue Eyes Chaos Dragon, which had the same protection as Blue Eyes Chaos Max Dragon, and could switch all monsters your opponent controls to defense position while also changing their defenses to 0 and dealing piercing damage when it attacked. Actually a pretty cool enabler for the Blue Eyes Chaos Max Dragon OTK, now being able to be a dedicated deck coupled with the incantation monsters in cool plays with Shin Spy and Creature Swap. A couple of years after that, we got Battle of Chaos, a core booster set with a bunch of support for Dark Magician and Blue Eyes. We received Blue Eyes Tyrant Dragon, a really easy to summon fusion monster that could dish out an OTK much more easily than past monsters. To facilitate bringing out this powerful card, we got Ultimate Fusion, a quick play spell that could bring it out while also recycling your resources and destroying your opponent's cards in the process. Most importantly, however, they released a pair of very strong monsters, Dictator of D and Blue Eyes Jet Dragon. The former could summon itself by sending the original Blue Eyes White Dragon from your deck or hand to the graveyard, then gives the ability to revive any Blue Eyes monster by discarding a card that mentions the original. This makes for a much better retrain of Lord of D than the King of D, seen play in pretty much all Blue Eyes brews now, as it's the Blue Eyes Circular. The other card is a reference to Kaiba's jet in the original Yu-Gi-Oh movie, and grants your other cards protection against destruction. It can also easily summon itself from your hand or grave at any time a card on either field is destroyed, making for incredible recursion as long as you have the original Blue Eyes on field or in the grave. Lastly, if it battles, it has the ability to target and return a card your opponent controls to the hand. This really changed the way the deck was built, making for a much more interesting control build, making use of Jet Dragon and in tandem with Skill Drain as a way to always have the best monster on the field. In this same set, we received Vision with Eyes of Blue. This continuous spell can summon any monster from your hand if you reveal a Blue Eyes White Dragon when you activate it. It can then return a monster you control to the hand and summon any monster from your hand if the returned monster was the original Blue Eyes, or a Blue Eyes monster if it wasn't. This sounds a lot better than it actually is. Sure, you can summon a Blue Eyes from your hand, but do you know what else can do that? Blue Eyes Alternative White Dragon, and it can do it by itself. The last card we got is True Light, This trap card acts as the counterpart to Dark Magician's Eternal Soul. It grants protection to the original Blue Eyes White Dragon and a way of searching for spells and traps, while also reviving your Blue Eyes. And yes, it also blows up your whole board if your opponent destroys it. While most of these support cards are very, very good, the deck is fundamentally flawed to the point where these cards existing doesn't really change the deck's position. It still relies on a normal monster for all of its plays, and plays a lot of high-level monsters that can't do anything in your hand by themselves. So you're prone to bricking. And a lot of their best cards have weird restrictions for no reasons, where they wouldn't even be good enough to see play if they didn't have these restrictions and in fact had beneficial effects for getting destroyed. Now, we've made pretty clear that Blue Eyes was never actually a good deck, but that's not entirely true. Yes, that statement applies to the TCG, but not to Duel Links. Since the mobile game has a very large focus on the anime, it's only natural that Konami would dedicate a lot of effort towards making the most popular anime archetype playable, and so they did, with Blue Eyes being one of the best decks in the game's history. Originally, the deck was a decent-ish rogue strategy, making some funky plays using their very limited tools, including Cosmo Brain, which allowed the deck to not brick as much as it previously did. This coupled with the alternative evolution skill, which could transform a Blue Eyes White Dragon on the field into the Blue Eyes Alternative Dragon, giving you access to Blue Eyes' best card, but in an odd way. However, it seems that history repeated itself. As you might remember, Blue Eyes only became a relevant deck in the TCG when the Blue Eyes Alternative White Dragon was released, and the exact same thing happened in Duel Links. While players only had access to one of them, they also received the skill Ultimate Dragons, which could, by revealing 2 Blue Eyes White Dragons in your hand, add 1 Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon, Neo Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon, and Blue Eyes Twin Burst Dragon to your extra deck, as well as polymerization to your hand. This allowed you to end the game very quickly by facilitating the summon of one of Blue Eyes' most powerful fusions. Coupled with the aforementioned alternative, this made Blue Eyes pretty much the best deck in Duel Links for a good while, sometimes even considered tier 0. This deck even got a lot of new toys with the release of Sage with Eyes of Blue, Blue Eyes Abyss Dragon, and the skill Blue Eyes Dimension, which allowed you to normal summon Blue Eyes without tributing, and facilitates bringing Blue Eyes Chaos Max Dragon out. However, time seems to be Kaiba's worst enemy, as new card releases and small ban list changes push Blue Eyes out of the metagame and into the pit of dross that is low-ranked Duel Links. So, what's next for the deck? Can it have a future? Well, there's a lot to unpack here. Firstly, most anime decks get a steady flow of support cards, so you never know when Blue Eyes is going to win the next World Championship off the back of a new busted support card in a fixed format. Still, the deck has a series of fundamental flaws which really tilt the scale against the deck's viability. For starters, it's a deck centered around a normal monster. This is very, very bad. Most decks centered around a specific monster make use of their powerful effects, like with Sky Striker Ace Ray and Eldritch the Golden Lord. Meanwhile, Blue Eyes White Dragon is essentially a 3k token. This means that the deck's main objective is to summon a monster that does little to advance the game state, other than be a big body with no effect. This issue carries on to the deck's consistency, since you need to see Blue Eyes White Dragon to play the deck, but the card itself does little to help you win, and even less in your hand. This has caused the deck to gain a well-deserved fame of being supremely inconsistent, and experiencing brick after brick. The deck also lacks cohesion. It's trying to do a bunch of very different things at once. First, cards that care about or are straight up called Blue Eyes White Dragon. Second, Blue Eyes cards. Third, cards that mention Blue Eyes White Dragon. Fourth, level 1 light tuners. Fifth, synchro summoning level 9 monsters. Sixth, fusion summoning. Seventh, ritual summoning Blue Eyes Chaos Max Dragon specifically. Well, you get the idea. For a deck with such a strong visual identity, it completely lacks a gameplay focus. While this can be a good thing, giving the deck a large variety of interesting directions to build towards, in this case it makes it feel loose and inconsistent with its objectives. On top of all of that, while it has strong cards, the deck lacks any sort of follow-up outside of Blue Eyes Jet Dragon, which, while very powerful, cannot carry the entire deck on its back, meaning that if your opponent beats your already fragile board, odds are you're out of the game then and there. And it's true, playing Blue Eyes is an exercise in patience and pure devotion. You most likely already know the deck isn't very good. You know it has a million different builds and all of them are mediocre, and you don't care, and that's fine. Blue Eyes White Dragon doesn't need to be a meta deck. It doesn't need to be in all the top tables event after event. All it needs to do is summon cool dragons and screw the rules. So while yes, it utterly fails as a playable deck, which theoretically should be able to win, it succeeds as what it really should be, a love letter to fans devoted to one of anime's most iconic characters. If any archetype has gone through constant pain of having potential but not quite being good, then Red Eyes has taken first place. Being a fan favorite since its debut in the Yu-Gi-Oh! TCG set Legend of Blue Eyes White Dragon, and being the ace monster of Joey Wheeler in the Yu-Gi-Oh! Animated series, Red Eyes Black Dragon was rewarded with its own archetype. Even though certain cards involved Red Eyes Black Dragon before the set's release, like Red Eyes Black Chick, Inferno Fire Blast, Red Eyes Wyvern, and Red Eyes Darkness Metal Dragon, none of these cards were helpful to the 2400 attack Dark Dragon. The only cards that consistently saw play were Red Eyes Darkness Metal Dragon and Red Eyes Wyvern due to Red Eyes Darkness Metal Dragon's ability to special summon any dragon from the hand or graveyard, and Red Eye Wyvern's ability to banish itself to special summon Red Eyes Darkness Metal Dragon if it was in the graveyard. However, the first wave of support received was supposed to rectify Red Eyes' problems, and didn't quite do that. So today, we'll take a look at the Red Eyes archetype and why it failed in the Yu-Gi-Oh! TCG. The first group of Red Eyes support was shown in the Yu-Gi-Oh! TCG set Dragon of Legends 2 with 7 new cards. The first was Red Eyes Black Dragon Sword, a level 7 fusion monster. Even though it's stated to be a Red Eyes monster, this card was more of a novelty as it required Claw of Hermos to special summon it. It was irrelevant to the archetype outside of being seen in the anime series. Unlike Black Dragon Sword, the other cards did see some testing, if not played. 4 of these cards were ritual cards. Lord of Red was a level 8 Dark Dragon ritual monster. It could be ritual summoned through Red Eyes Transmigration, had 2000 attack, and once per turn allowed you to target and pop a monster in the field if a monster effect was activated except for itself, and pop or spell a trap once per turn if a spell or trap card was activated. Its ritual spell, Red Eyes Transmigration, requires you to tribute monsters who combines levels equals 8 or higher to summon it out. The next ritual monster was Paladin the Dark Dragon, a level 4 Dark Dragon ritual monster with all the same effects as Paladin of White Dragon. It could destroy a defense position monster during the damage step. However, unlike Paladin of White Dragon, this card allowed you to tribute to summon any Red Eyes monster from your hand or deck, not just Red Eyes Black Dragon. Such cards like Red Eyes Darkness Metal Dragon or Red Eyes Wyvern could also be summoned off this card's effect, leading to a wider variety of plays. Dark Dragon Ritual was also similar to Paladin of White Dragon's ritual spell, White Dragon Ritual, except you ritual summon Paladin of Dark Dragon, and get the bonus of being able to banish it from the graveyard to get a Red Eye spell or trap card from your deck, except during the turn it was sent to the graveyard. This first wave of monster support was very unique. The ritual monsters all had decent and powerful effects. Unfortunately, the deck lacked ways to search for Lord of Red, as cards like Preparation of Rites were the best way to get to level 7 or lower ritual monsters, but couldn't get Lord of Red, who was level 8. Advanced Ritual Art was an option to play since Red Eyes Black Dragon was a normal monster, but you'd have to play a level 1 monster, which made the deck more inconsistent and bricky. To further make it more awkward to play Lord of Red, none of them had Red Eyes in their name, which made them see less play with more Red Eye support needing cards with Red Eyes specifically in their name. Paladin of Dark Dragon also went through the same issues as it didn't have Red Eyes in its name. It also didn't have many cards to search for, since the only cards in Red Eyes that saw play was the original Red Eyes Black Dragon, Red Eyes Wyvern, and Red Eyes Darkness Metal Dragon. The next set phased out these cards, and they became binder food for the rest of their Yu-Gi-Oh! Careers. Dragon of Legends 2 also gave 2 new traps for the archetype. Red Eyes Spirit was a normal trap that could special summon a Red Eyes monster from your graveyard. Red Eyes Burn allows you to target one Red Eyes monster destroyed by battle or card effects and inflict damage to both you and your opponent's life points equal to the monster's original attack. Both cards were underwhelming as support, as Red Eyes Burn required your monster to be destroyed as a condition to activate it. It was even more off-putting to run as it damaged your life points, making it risky if your life points were lower than your opponent's. Red Eyes Spirit saw some play as a one-off at the time because it was a free revival for your monsters with no restrictions. However, it being a trap card and having to wait a turn to revive a monster made many consider the card too slow. But funny enough, the card was released early on in Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links and was actually hit on their ban list, specifically because there just wasn't easy ways to cheat out monsters with over 2000 attack yet. In the TCG, better options would be available to Red Eyes that would trump playing the card later along the line. To say the first line of support didn't do well was an understatement. The monster's support was hindered by being ritual-based, not having Red Eyes in their name, and having no new Red Eyes monsters outside of Red Eyes Black Dragon Sword. Even with new support on its way, the support from Dragon of Legends 2 didn't have any impact on the archetype, and was seen more as casual support for people who just like to play it for fun. It wouldn't be until the next set, Clash of Rebellions, that Red Eyes would get new support in 6 new monsters, 2 new spells, and 1 new trap card, with 2 of them being Gemini monsters. Red Eyes Black Flare Dragon is a level 7 Dark Dragon Gemini, who on normal summon gains the effect that if damage calculation performed with this card, at the end of the battle phase, you can inflict damage to your opponent equal to this card's original attack. Red Eyes Archfiend of Lightning was a level 6 Dark Fiend Gemini. That Gemini effect lets you destroy all monsters whose defense is less than this card's attack. The deck also gained a great starter in Blackstone of Legend, a level 1 Dark Dragon monster that you contribute to special summon a level 7 or lower Red Eyes monster from your deck. If it's in your graveyard, you can return a level 7 or lower Red Eyes monster from your graveyard to your deck to add this card back to your hand. Finally, to round out the main deck, Black Metal Dragon was a level 1 Dark Dragon that allows you to equip it to a Red Eyes monster to give it 500 attack. And when it's sent to the graveyard, you get to add any Red Eyes card from your deck to your hand. 2 new extra deck monsters rounded off the monster lineup. Red Eye's Flare Metal Dragon was a rank 7 Dark Xyz monster. Card effects can't destroy it while it had Xyz material, and as long as it had materials, it burned your opponent for 500 damage every time your opponent activated a card or effect. It also had a quick effect that allowed you to special summon a Red Eye's normal monster from your graveyard. This card was the strongest from the Red Eye's archetype, as it continued to see play outside of the archetype due to its generic level 7 requirement. Red Eye's Flare Metal Dragon couldn't be easily removed from the field and punish your opponent for playing the game. It was a staple for any deck that can make rank 7 Xyz monsters. This card remained the dominant and go-to boss monster for the deck. The second boss monster introduced in Clash of Rebellions was Arcfiend Black Skull Dragon, a retrain of the original Black Skull Dragon. Its fusion requirements were a level 6 normal Arcfiend monster, plus a Red Eye's normal monster. It came out at a whopping 3200 attack. Your opponent couldn't activate 80 cards and effects until the end of the damage step when it battled, and when damage calculation was performed with it, during the end of the battle phase, you could target one Red Eye's normal monster in your graveyard, inflict damage to your opponent equal to the target monster's original attack, then shovel that monster back into your deck. The primary way you would bring out this card was with a very well-known card called Red Eye's Fusion, a spell card that allows you to fusion summon with materials from your hand, field, or deck. The monster fusion summoned by this card is treated as a Red Eye's Black Dragon. However, when using Red Eye's Fusion, you couldn't normal summon or special summon the turn you activated this card, making it hard to establish any other monsters outside of Arcfiend Black Skull Dragon. Black Skull Dragon also came with its own issues, as its fusion requirements weren't as easy as shown. Though Red Eye's Arcfiend of Lightning fit the bill being a level 6 Arcfiend monster, it was a Gemini monster. Though it can be treated as a normal monster, it can only be treated as one on the field or in the graveyard, making it a problem to play Red Eye's Fusion since it couldn't be dropped from the deck as a normal monster. So your turn would be spent getting Red Eye's Arcfiend of Lightning to the field and not being able to use Red Eye's Fusion due to the restriction of Red Eye's Fusion. In some cases, Arcfiend of Lightning would be dropped entirely for just the original Summon Skull, as it was a normal level 6 Arcfiend monster. But even that was a brick, as it didn't have any relation to the archetype and wasn't a Red Eye's monster. Needless to say, the fusion aspect of Red Eye's was dropped from the more reasonable Xyz build at the time, as Red Eye's Flare Metal Dragon was the better of the two. The main deck monsters also had slight problems. Blackstone of Legends effects were solid, but it had the clause of you only being able to use its effect once per turn, and only once. So either you can recover it from the graveyard, or use it to special summon a Red Eye's monster from your deck. People would try to make up for this flaw by using cards that bring out level 1 monsters for free and prevent them from sporadically using Blackstone of Legends effect, such as the effects of Yugioh or 1-for-1. The archetype did get some draw support to help filter. Cards of Red Stone allowed you to send a Red Eye's monster to the graveyard to draw 2 cards, then send a level 7 Red Eyes to the graveyard. However, the card was a hard once per turn. It was decent to draw support, as you wanted to get Red Eye's cards to the graveyard to bring them out later via Red Eye's Flare Metal Dragon. They even got their own version of Call the Haunted in Return of the Red Eyes, a continuous trap card that lets you special summon one normal monster from your graveyard if you control a Red Eye's monster per turn. If this card is destroyed in your possession by your opponent and sent to the graveyard, you can then special summon a Red Eye's monster from your graveyard. Combined with Flare Metal Dragon, this card could give you 2 Red Eye's monsters to work with for your next turn, whether for Xyz or fusion plays. This series of support for Red Eyes had potential. Its Xyz monster was a legit threat in the meta, and most of the support was dark, so cards like Allure Darkness and Dark Arm Dragon were viable options to splash in the deck. Also, Dragon Ravine and Silver's Cry played a part in the deck, as Dragon Ravine helps set up your graveyard, and Silver's Cry can get your Red Eye's Black Dragon or Red Eye's Flare Dragon quicker than cards like Red Eye's Spirit or Return of the Red Eyes. Even most of the monsters being level 7 helped the deck, as the game had powerful rank 7 Xyz you could play, like Mega Phantom Beast Dracosack and number 11 Big Eye. However, as stated before, the fusion aspect of the deck was just too slow. Red Eye's Fusion's restriction gave you no advantage outside of making a monster with high attack, and the fusion was barely makeable due to how Red Eye's archetype was built. The deck mostly saw casual play, but didn't impact the meta like its counterpart, the Blue Eyes, did. There would be no new support for Red Eyes until the release of the TCG set, Breakers of Shadow, and there, Red Eyes got a new support card in Red Eyes Retro Dragon. If a level 7 or lower Red Eyes monster is destroyed by your opponent via battle or card effect, you could special summon this card and special summon as many of those destroyed Red Eyes monsters as possible. It could also be tributed to give you another normal summon for Red Eyes monster in addition to your normal summoner set. As great as this card's upside was, it was restricted to only bringing back level 7 or lower Red Eyes monsters. You couldn't apply to use with cards like Red Eye's Darkness Metal Dragon or most of the Red Eye's Fusion monsters. Other methods would also easily work around it, as cards like banish or bounce cards to the hand would not trigger Red Eye's Retro Dragon. The card gave mixed results and would see on and off play. The next arrival support came in Invasion of Vengeance. Meteor Black Comet Dragon was a level 8 Dark Dragon fusion, needing level 7 Dragon Monster and a level 6 Dragon Monster. It has 3500 attack and has the effect that on being fusion summoned, you get to send a Red Eyes monster from your hand or deck to the graveyard, and then burn your opponent for half that monster's attack. It also lets you special summon a normal monster from your graveyard when it's sent to the monster zone to the graveyard. If you're wondering where to get that level 6 dragon from, look no further as Konami had that in mind and printed Meteor Dragon Red Eyes Impact, a level 6 dragon Gemini that a normal summon prevents all of your other Red Eyes monsters from being destroyed by battle or card effects. Both these cards were pleasant additions at the time, as Meteor Black Comet Dragon had an easier summoning condition than Arcfiend Black Skull Dragon. It did immediate burn damage and floated into a normal monster when it left the field. The release of this card made it easier for people to play Red Eyes Fusion, as now they had fusions that would benefit them if they went first and had no other plays. This card helped the deck until the new Master Rule 4 completely made it impossible to play this card in the Monster Zone due to the introduction of links, and reduced the impact of the card's burn effect. One more card in this set attempted to improve that. Red Eyes Insight is a normal spell that lets you send a Red Eyes monster from your hand or deck to the graveyard to grab a Red Eyes spell or trap from your deck to your hand. Having a card that can get Red Eyes spell and trap cards to your hand and dumping Red Eyes to the graveyard was a great addition to the deck. The issue was that the options of spells and traps available outside of Red Eyes Fusion were lackluster. Red Eyes Insight didn't have great targets to pick, as only Red Eyes Fusion saw consistent play outside of the bulk of spell and trap cards. The support for the archetype was not done, as more was brought out during the release of the TCG pack, Legendary Duelists. 3 new monsters and 1 new trap were introduced. Red Eyes Baby Dragon was a level 3 Dark Dragon that, when it's destroyed by battle, you can special summon a level 7 or lower Red Eyes monster and equip with this card. When it's sent to the graveyard while equipped, you can add a level 1 Dragon monster from your deck to your hand. The card had many good features and had so much search power, but the underlying issue was that it needed to be destroyed by battle. And in 2017, there were so many other ways to destroy monsters besides battling. So either you'd have to ram this card into one of your opponent's monsters to get its effect off, or watch it be removed by a spell, trap, or monster effect and get nothing in return. Gearfried the Red Eyes Iron Knight was a level 4 Dark Warrior monster that, once per turn, when any player would place an equip card to this monster, you can destroy the equip card to destroy 1 spell, trap card your opponent controls. You can also send an equip card to the graveyard to target and special summon a level 7 or lower Red Eyes monster from your graveyard. As impressive as this effect was, the card wasn't utilized for its effect, but more so for the archetype's newest boss monster. Red Eyes Slash Dragon was a level 7 Dark Dragon Fusion monster. It had 200 attack, and whenever a Red Eyes monster declares an attack, you can target a warrior type monster in your graveyard and equip it to this card as an equipped spell card that gives it 200 attack. If your opponent activates a card or effect that targets a card you control, you can send an equipped card to the graveyard to negate the effect and destroy it. If this card was destroyed, you get to special summon as many monsters as possible from your graveyard that we equip to this card. This card gave Red Eyes a negation and a card that established board control. Another card would help this new board control version of Red Eyes, as Red Eyes with Chain was also introduced in Legendary Duelists. It was a trap card you could equip to your Red Eyes monster. It allowed you to make up to 2 attacks on monsters, and you could send this card to the graveyard, target 1 effect monster, and equip that monster to this monster that the card was equipped to. The monster that had the card equipped by this effect had its attack and defense equal to the monsters equipped. These cards were superb support for the deck. Red Eyes Slash Dragon made it slightly less horrible running fusions in the deck. Red Eyes with Chain gave Red Eyes Insight another card to search out outside of Red Eyes Fusion, and helped both give Red Eyes the menacing board control it needed. Red Eyes gained another card in 2019, and Red Eyes Alternative Black Dragon. This card could be special summoned by tributing a Red Eyes monster on the field or hand, and also let you bring back a level 7 or lower Red Eyes monster from your graveyard when destroyed by battle or opponent's card effect. This card was supposed to be what Blue Eyes Alternative Dragon is to Blue Eyes, yet the card's upside was abysmal compared to, well, alternative. Blue Eyes Alternative could be treated as Blue Eyes White Dragon on the field or in the graveyard, while Red Eyes Alternative Dragon wasn't treated as a Red Eyes Black Dragon. Also, Blue Eyes Alternative would destroy a monster opponent controls on their field, while Red Eyes Alternative had to be destroyed to get the upside. The only benefit of Red Eyes Alternative was being an extender for your rank 7 plays or link gimmicks. Regardless, Red Eyes had plenty of steam at this time. Dragon support was plentiful with Return of the Dragon Lords and Dragon Ravine at their disposal, and was versatile as it could either be an FTK deck with Meteor Black Comet Dragon combined with Infernal Fire Blast, or become a link deck due to the access of number 42 Galaxy Tomahawk, which could produce tokens for you to be able to make link monsters. However, both still had inconsistencies. The FTK variant was too gimmicky, and you would need to see Infernal Fire Blast having no way to search it, while the Link variant still couldn't establish its board quickly like other decks and was still plagued by the haunting undertone of your board just ending on a fusion between Meteor Black Comet Dragon or Red Eyes Slash Dragon. The deck would then need to be phased out due to number 42 seeing the ban list, ultimately ending the Red Eyes Link variant, and the deck struggled throughout the Master Rule 4 era. When Master Rule 5 came out, the deck was in the same place. It did become a splashable engine in most Dragon Link decks with the release of the archetypes like Guard Dragon and Rockets. Dragon Link, however, utilized just Red Eyes Darkness Metal Dragon and Black Metal Dragon, as Darkness Metal was one of the best extenders in the game. Black Metal could be easily linked off for a Link 1 monster and search for Darkness Metal Dragon. However, in July of 2020, Red Eyes Darkness Metal Dragon would get an errata, making it a hard once per turn instead of a soft once per turn due to how good the card had been since its creation and the countless loops Dragon-based decks could abuse with it. At this point, the archetype was bound to be written off as nostalgia bait until a particular release from 2020's Tin of Lost Memories gave Red Eyes the most powerful card in its archetype, and one of the most powerful cards in the game. That card would be Red Eyes Dark Dragoon, a level 8 Dark Spellcaster fusion that needed 1 Dark Magician and 1 Red Eyes Black Dragon or Dragon Effect monsters as materials. The card was dominant. Card effects couldn't destroy it, it popped monsters in the field and burned your opponent, you could also use the effect multiple times based on how many normal monsters you use for its fusion summon, and it could negate your opponent's cards or effects once per turn by discarding a card. Then it would gain 1000 attack permanently. This card was everything Red Eyes needed to be a contender. It had all the aspects of what Red Eyes decks needed in one card. Red Eyes Dragoon was all it took to make Red Eyes relevant, except it didn't. You see, Red Eyes Dark Dragoon was such a great card with easy requirements that any deck that could splash it as an engine could make it. There were even cases of this card having a deck specifically built just for making this card. Decks would splash in Red Eyes Fusion to play the card and would use it by using Predaplant Verte Anaconda. This Link monster could send any fusion spell card or polymerization normal or quick play spell card from your deck to the graveyard to make its effect become the sent spell card. This card allowed you to bypass Red Eyes Fusion restrictions of being unable to normal or special summon for the rest of the turn. Players could establish a board, then go into Verte Anaconda to play Red Eyes Dark Dragoon. There was no need to play a Red Eyes deck when you could just play this card alone. Red Eyes was once again relegated back to being redundant. So ends the story of Red Eyes Black Dragon. Then 2023 happened, and we randomly got more Red Eyes support in Maze of Memories. Red Eyes Soul was a level 7 Dark Dragon. Unlike Red Eyes Alternative Dragon, it could be treated as Red Eyes Black Dragon on the field or in the graveyard. Whenever your opponent special summons a monster, you can send this card from your field or hand to the graveyard to special summon a Red Eyes monster from your hand or deck. It also lets you target Red Eyes Black Dragon and inflict burn damage equal to Red Eyes Black Dragon's original attack once per duel. Though its new Red Eyes support, it wasn't good support as the card special summons monsters on your opponent's turn, which gives no value to main deck Red Eyes monsters due to them not having any effects that happen during your opponent's turn. The burn damage occurred once per duel isn't game changing either. This card barely warrants any copies being run in the deck. So far, the final support piece was Red Eyes Black Meteor Dragon, which was revealed in Duelist Nexus. This level 6 Dark Dragon monster lets you drop a Red Eyes monster from your hand or graveyard to special summon it, and if you do, you increase its level by 1. During your turn, except the turn this card was sent to the graveyard, you can banish it to add a Red Eyes fusion from your deck to your hand. Another solid extender and Surge of Red Eyes that hasn't been said about the rest. These two cards finally round out the Red Eyes archetype on what has become the story of Red Eyes Black Dragon via lore and in real life. This deck is stuck on potentially being good. The Red Eyes cards are often clunky, and the execution of their combos leads to pitiful boards, or if anything, just a fusion monster. The best cards are Red Eyes Dragoon, Red Eyes Insight, Red Eyes Darkness Metal Dragon, and Red Eyes Fusion all see better play outside of their respective decks, being splashable engines and extenders. This fan-favorite archetype has seen better days. It may be fun for people who love nostalgia, but one thing is certain. This deck was made around a card whose lore was based on its potential. It lived by its sword and died by it, and joins many other archetypes of what could have been a successful deck. What we talk about when we talk about the Winged Dragon of Ra is usually its Sphere mode, because that's the Ra card that's actually good. And it's great. Even with a huge wave of modern Ra cards from 2020's legendary duelist Rage of Ra, and the general support for the Divine that has come with the structure deck Slifer the Sky Dragon, and structure deck Obelisk the Tormentor, Ra remained a competitive nullity. But in Duel Links, the Golden God of Ancient Egypt was, and is, powerful enough to claim this list's number 5 spot. Now, while the gods possessed, well, godly abilities in the anime, the TCG translation of their effects left some to be desired. Literally, not everything was imported, including their resistance to spell, trap, and monster effects. More specifically, in the case of Ra, which was first made available as a Shonen Jump magazine promo in December 2009, its ability to gain the sum of its tributes didn't make it to the card text. Instead, the only way to give your Ra some oomph was by draining your own life points down to 100 and transferring that total to Ra's attack and defense. This synergized not at all with Ra's activated effect to pay 1000 life points to destroy a monster on the field. Ra would get a little better with the Winged Dragon of Ra Sphere mode, which could tribute itself to summon Ra from your deck with 4000 attack and defense. And then in another attempt to correctively bring Ra's power level up to an echo of its anime strength, we got the Winged Dragon of Ra Phoenix mode, a totally effect immune level 10 Divine Beast with 4000 attack and defense, and the ability to pay 1000 life points to send another card to the grave without targeting it. It was pretty strong, but could only be summoned from the graveyard after the Winged Dragon of Ra gets sent there from the field. During the end phase, the Phoenix would disappear itself back to the grave, floating into a copy of Spear mode from the deck. A major function of the modern Ra support from Rage of Ra was making Phoenix mode somewhat playable. Stuck with the tremendous downside that it can only be summoned from the hand by its own triple tribute effect, the Winged Dragon of Ra was hard to use. However, Sphere Mode could bring it out by ignoring its summoning conditions, and that's something the new Ra cards could keep doing. For the purposes of this list, we're just going to stick with the Ra support that made it to Duel Links, because even with Guardian Slime, Blaze Cannon, and Lucky Chant, Ra couldn't make an impact on the TCG. The Winged Dragon of Ra had long been available at 2 copies in Duel Links by the time New Year's Eve of 2023 rolled around, bringing with it Phoenix Blaze main box and a whole bunch of Ra cards, including the True Sun God, Millennium Revelation, Darkspell Regeneration, Sun God Unification, as well as both Sphere Mode and Phoenix Mode. These cards were cool, but the real game changer for Ra was Yami Merrick's new skill, Immortal Sun God. This skill locked you into only being able to special summon monsters that were or contained the Winged Dragon of Ra in their attacks. But for that hefty price tag, you could discard a Ra to search a Ra card or Monster Reborn from your deck. Finally, at no additional cost, once you had a Divine Beast monster on the field, you could fetch Monster Reborn from graveyard back to hand. This gave Ra decks a tremendous amount of consistency, effectively making every card that wasn't a defensive tech a starter. If you didn't have a specific Ra card in your hand, you could search it with the True Sun God and then use that or something else as discard fodder to power up your next Ra search. You also got another discard as cost for Millennium Revelation to search Monster Reborn. The flexibility of the skill and multiple searches and discards made it really hard for this deck to break. But basically what you needed was a Phoenix Mode in deck or grave, the original Ra in grave, and Millennium Revelation on the field with Monster Reborn in hand. Then you could combine Revelation's effects with Monster Reborn to revive Ra and send it to the grave with the True Sun God, which has the option to dump Phoenix Mode from deck before sending Ra and triggering its upgraded form's graveyard effect. Once Phoenix has risen, you probably got 3 or so unblockable blasts to smite your opponent's defenses. The Phoenix doesn't have to worry about many potential defenses like Flora Shield, White Princess, and Enemy Controller, since it's unaffected by all card effects. So if your opponent doesn't have a Kiteroid or Rainbow Life, they're probably in trouble. And the game will probably be over soon, since one attack from Phoenix Mode is usually enough to OTK. Duel Links' lower starting life value of 4,000 really reduces the threshold on a lot of OTK decks that can't quite muster the 8,000 or so required to score wins in the TCG, and that's why the Winged Dragon of Ra is good here. So watch out next time you see Yami Merrick, because the Shadow Realm is hungry. But before one is condemned to the Shadow Realm, one must lose a Shadow game, which is also the name of the Yami Merrick skill responsible for the number 4 deck on this list, Shadow Game Burn. Since this deck relies on a Duel Links skill, it's a Duel Links original without a proper counterpart in the TCG, but we can talk a little bit about Burn. In the TCG, Burn is relatively weak, often reserved for beating the clock in long game 3s outside of gimmicky FTKs. Burn is less reliable than building a board that can attack immediately for game. It's just a little slower, which is a poor fit for Yu-Gi-Oh's breakneck meta speed. And in fairness, if Burn were faster, it'd be broken, so it's kind of a delicate balance. But in Duel Links, Burn went like crazy. We already talked about Taya Burn in Plat 1, but there was another broken Burn skill that had to be super nerfed. See, again, with the lower starting life points, it's a lot easier to win through Burn when you have 4,000 less life points to burn through. Burn strategies would catch a blanket nerf when most individual instances of Burn were halved in September of 2019, and this was a big knock to Shadow Game Burn, as we'll shortly cover, but not actually enough to banish the deck completely. But before we get into more ways that this janky strategy had to be adjusted to outjank the game, let's look into what Shadow Game as a skill actually did in its original iteration. It was a very simple and powerful skill. During the end phase, the turn player would take damage equal to the number of cards in their graveyard times 100. This might seem small, but over long games with lots of stall, that number would rise, especially if your opponent was running mill cards like Warm Worm, Assault on GHQ. With Assault on GHQ, able to destroy one of your monsters to mill 2 from your opponent's deck, and Warm Worm being able to mill 3 on destruction, you could dump 5 of your opponent's cards to the grave in one activation. Now, the extra 500 damage at the end of the turn might not sound like a lot, but Shadow Game Burners would often run multiple copies of Skull Invitation to capitalize on the DPS of their mill strategy. This continuous trap would deal 300 damage to the owner of each card sent to the graveyard. This means that with one copy of Skull Invitation live, the Assault on GHQ/Warm Worm combo would mill 5, burn for 1500, and then burn again for 500 plus whatever else was in your opponent's graveyard during the end phase. Things are starting to stack. You did have to be careful because Shadow Game and Skill Invitation would burn you too, but unlike your opponent, you could prepare for the chip damage coming your way. Cards like Kite Roid, Draining Shield, and Rainbow Light helped you tread water while your adversaries sank into the dark depths of the Shadow Realm. The final piece of this strategy was Lava Golem, a level 8 fiend that could be special summoned to your opponent's side of the field by attributing 2 of their monsters. On its own, this is a great way to clear opposing monsters with nasty habits of sticking around, but in conjunction with Skull Invitation and Shadow Game, one summon of Lava Golem would clear 2 threats, deal 600 burn damage to Skull Invitation, deal 1000 through Lava Golem, and then burn for an extra 200 during your opponent's next end phase. And then, if you have 2 Skull Invitations live, things got nasty, and the hungry shadows gorged themselves on the souls of the vanquished. The great halving of Duel Links' burn damage would make Lava Golem much less of a threat, since it could now only deal 500 burn damage during your opponent's standby phases instead of 1000. But Shadow Game Burn would remain rogue viable until October 21 of 2020, when the skill was picked apart into a shadow of its former self. The new Shadow Game capped the damage inflicted to players during each end phase at 400, and also prevented the burn from activating at all if a player had 1000 or less life points. And that was curtains for Yami Merrick's devious Shadow Game. For a long time, this skill brutally captured Merrick's predilection for sadistically playing with his food before finally cutting into it with a killing blow from the Winged Dragon of Ra. And those who suffered the deck's death of 1000 cuts will remember this skill and despair. While the Fortune Lady archetype never had a good fortune of being particularly good in the TCG, their ominous fortune telling would be the beginning of the end for your opponents in Duel Links, and that's why they're fated to catch number 3 on this list. The Fortune Ladies debuted in 2009 with a starting lineup of monsters with the shared archetypal effect to gain attack points based on their levels, with their levels increasing during each standby phase. In addition to their incremental attack gains, Fortune Ladies Fire, Wind, and Water had on summon effects that could be activated by the summoning effects of Fortune Ladies Light and Dark. Fortune Lady Earth was the largest, biggest attacker, and support like Fortune's Future, Time Passage, Inherited Fortune, and Bending Destiny made these attribute variable spellcasters a little more flexible. Unfortunately, not flexible enough. Fortune Lady likes effect to summon another Fortune Lady from deck when it's removed from the field by card effect misses timing all the time. And although it does synergize with the Future Vision's field spell, it's the only Fortune Lady that doesn't mind being banished that way. Fortune Ladies got a little better with their 2019 support, with cards like Versatile Tuner, Fortune Lady Pass, Search and Extenders like Fortune Vision and Fortune Lady Calling, and a new boss in the form of Fortune Lady Every. The Fortune Lady Rewind Trap gave you a little bounce back, but wasn't relevant enough to spend more time on. Anyway, these new Fortune cards gave Fortune Ladies something to work towards, and between Fortune Lady Water and Fortune's Future, now somewhat usable with the new support, this strategy was able to realize a significant amount of draw power. It even see experimentation with Exodia strategies, combining Stardust Charge Warrior and TG Hyper Librarian with Desynchro, and generic draw cards like Allure of Darkness, Gold Moon Coin, and Spellbook of Knowledge. Sadly, this and other Fortune Lady variants were unable to see a significant amount of competitive play, even while being capable of pulling a surprise Exodia on you. Not so in Duel Links. In Duel Links, the Fortune Ladies prospered, with Fortune Lady Every, Fortune Lady Calling, and Fortune Lady Past all released in August of 2019 with the Valhalla Calling main box, and the Destiny Decided Dark Signer Carly Carmine event running at the same time. Fortune Ladies had everything they needed to be good in Duel Links. By grinding Dark Signer Carly Carmine to level 35, Fortune Vision could be used at 1 copy, and later too after the Fighties level cap was increased to 40 in June of 2020. This gave the Fortune Lady deck a hot start, since Fortune Lady Light and Fortune Lady Pass plus Fortune Lady Calling and Fortune Vision could result in a Fortune Lady Water summoned from the deck, activating her +2 draw effect. If any of those cards happen to be Fortune's Future, then you could return to the grave the Fortune Lady banished by Fortune Lady Light to draw another 2. Combined with Wonder Wand, Stardust Charge Warrior, Desynchro, and level adjusted skills, it was possible to enact a Fortune Lady Exodia FTK in Duel Links too. But the real relevance of Fortune Ladies at the time of their Duel Links spotlight was Fortune Lady Every, a level 7 dark spellcaster that had stats equal to 400 times her level. This meant she hit the field with a decently high 2800 attack and defense. During your standby phase, she'd gain another level and another 400 points. But more importantly, she got to non-target banish one of your opponent's monsters. At the start of the Duel Links meta, this was a premium degree of removal. And Fortune Lady Every was herself hard to remove, because if she was in the graveyard, you could banish another spellcaster from grave during your opponent's end phase to bring her back. For a while, summoning Fortune Lady Every in defense position and passing was a respectable opening hand that promised an exacting follow-up on the next turn. The Fortune Ladies also synergized with Fortune Lady Every's Graveyard Banish. If you had extra copies of Fortune's Future, you could easily recoup less spellcasters, or move a banished Fortune Lady Every back to the grave to let her revive again. She was a mean boss, and spellcaster decks that could tune to level 7 are still running her today. And you can find her occasionally splashed into Perform Mage, Shadow, and Witchcrafter decks, amongst others. And while we're on the subject, the number 2 spot goes to a bustling little guild of spell technicians on the outskirts of Endymion's magical citadel, and that's right, it's the Witchcrafters. A relatively recent archetype, the Witchcrafters made their TCG debut in 2019, with a few waves of new support in the years following. The big idea of the Witchcrafters is that they work together to pull off a victory. Main deck low levels like Witchcrafter Shemeti and Witchcrafter Jenny help cycle through your high level Witchcrafters like Witchcrafter Madame Veri and Witchcrafter Golem Aruru. They have a lot of spells that let you recur and protect your Witchcrafter monsters, like Witchcrafter Holiday, Witchcrafter Creation, Witchcrafter Draping, and others, with every Witchcrafter spell sharing the archetypal effect to add itself from the graveyard to hand during the end phase of a turn in which you control a Witchcrafter monster and you haven't used its other effect. Witchcrafter Golem Aruru and Witchcrafter Hain have removal effects, but Witchcrafter Madame Veri leads her union and is able to buff her and her guildmates in battle, scaling off a number of spells with different names in your hand. As a quick effect, when your spellcasters engage in battle, Veri can boost your monster's stats by 1000 times the number of unique spell cards you reveal. This ability can be used while attacking or defending, and it's not the only quick effect that Veri can levy. She can also discard one spell to negate the effects of every face-up monster currently controlled by your opponent for the rest of the turn, which is pretty good. And in Duel Links, very good. But the Witchcrafter's main trouble in the TCG is speed. The fast pace of modern games doesn't tend to favor decks that take too long to set up, or enact their control strategies reactively rather than as a stun. But on the condensed field of Duel Links, the strategic inventions of the Witchcrafters ironically got the space they needed to breathe. In a format where Invoked Cocytus got super banned for being a 2900 defense wall with protection, Witchcrafter Madame Veri could rally her spells and constituents to carve a meta niche for the crafty Witch Guild. Smaller deck sizing meant it was easier for Witchcrafter spells to occupy a larger portion of your overall cards without having to dilute your pool with spells you don't feel like running, or too many duplicates depending on your witchcrafting style. With Madame Veri, Shemeta, and Pittori, plus the best spells available from Dune 2020 main box, which is Sorcery, you could reliably get all the cards you need from one place, and collect other pieces from Taya Gardner in the Darkside Dimensions world. This deck was relatively cheap since you'd only need one copy of Witchcrafter Madame Veri, meaning you could reset Witch's Sorcery as soon as you pulled the other UR, Shemeta. But above its approachable cost, Witchcrafters just had a lot of interaction, and could negate multiple monsters at once without targeting, something that was difficult to overcome in Duel Links at the time. Witchcrafter Hain, Pittori, and Creation would release in December of 2023 with the mini-box Explosion of Meteor. And this new support, plus the new Spellcaster Exchange skill, ensured that while it might not hold tiered status, it remains a respectable deck able to consistently nab King of Games placements. This list's number 1 pick is all about potential, but sadly, the typical conversation about Red Eyes Black Dragon and its eclectic mix of spin-off cards is usually about how Joey Wheeler's Dragon of Choice fails to live up to its potential. That's why we're proud to award Red Eyes Black Dragon the top spot on this list of decks that were only good in Duel Links. Before diving into the Red Eyes deck history, let's talk a little bit more about the thematic significance of Red Eyes Black Dragon and its companion cards. In the original Duel Monsters anime, the ferocious Blue Eyes White Dragon symbolized raw power, and was fittingly used by Seto Kaiba, a cutthroat duelist and executive who was accustomed to getting his way and having way more money than anybody else. Red Eyes Black Dragon was used by Joey Wheeler, a scrappy kid with more heart than resources and experience, but the will to get up every time the world knocked him down. And that's why Red Eyes represents potential. Red Eyes Black Dragon is a promise that Joey will realize the greatness in his heart if he just keeps on trucking. Yu-Gi-Oh! Creator and mangaka Kazuki Takahashi has gone on record that, by his estimation, Joey Wheeler is stronger than both the Pharaoh and Seto Kaiba, who are rigid in their reliance on pre-existing power, be that money or ancient magic. In his own translated words, compared to Joey, I consider Dark Yugi and Seto weak characters. But despite Kazuki Takahashi's blessing, Joey's cards didn't perform so hot in the TCG. While Dark Magician and Blue Eyes White Dragon would go on to develop semi-coherent archetypes and identities, Red Eyes Black Dragon decks would dabble in a little of this and a little of that, without really hitting their stride. They've got Gemini monsters like Red Eye's Black Flare Dragon and Red Eye's Archfiend of Lightning, burn cards like Red Eye's Soul, Red Eye's Burn, and Infernal Fireblast, an Xyz monster, and miscellaneous equip-related cards like Black Metal Dragon, Red Eye's Fang with Chain, and Gearfried the Red Eye's Iron Knight. It has Red Eye's Fusion and a host of fusion monsters to support its attempt at burning, and equip spell warrior support. Despite possessing many fledgling strategies, the two Red Eyes cards to see large amounts of play were Red Eye's Darkness Metal Dragon, a generic dragon extender, and Red Eye's Dark Dragoon, a powerful Dark Magician fusion. Dedicated Red Eyes decks continue to have potential without ever coming into their own, and that's where the story would end, at least until Konami prints further confused Red Eye support. If it weren't for Duel Links, where Red Eye's Black Dragon wasn't just good, but bannably strong. While Red Eye's Black Dragon has been easily obtainable since the first days of Duel Links, the deck would reach its highest point of meta power with the Super Joey Roaming Duelist event. This event ran in May and July of 2017 and introduced Red Eye's Spirit and Red Eye's Insight, two powerful pieces of Red Eye's support that let you dump Red Eye's Black Dragon into the grave while searching its revival trap. With cards of the Red Stone added alongside Red Eye's Wyvern in June of the same year with the Crimson Kingdom main box, early Red Eye's decks could consistently draw into and recycle their boss dragon. Where this became wild was when paired with the counter trap Champion's Vigilance, an omni-negate with the activation condition that you must control a level 7 or higher normal monster. With Red Eyes so easy to search and field, Champion's Vigilance was both an easy include and itself easily obtainable by dueling Seta Kaiba at the gate. The first Duel Links ban list dropped in August of 2017 to stifle Taya burn strategies by limiting Restructor Revolution to 1. But the second ban list was all about Red Eyes, bringing Red Eye's Spirit down to 2 copies and locking Champion's Vigilance at 1. And this wouldn't be the last time that Red Eyes rocked the meta. Eventually, Red Eye's Spirit would come unbanned, but further Red Eye strategies would incubate with the release of Red Eye Slash Dragon, cover card for the January 2018 mini-box Residence of Contrast. While the fusion of Red Eye's Black Dragon and any warrior monster would arrive too late to leave an impact on the TCG, it was a force in Duel Links. Its considerable stat line and ability to negate target effects plus a floating effect in destruction raised the standard of what a boss monster could be in the Duel Links meta. In May of 2019, Structure Deck Return of the Red Eyes came to Duel Links, expanding access to Red Eye Slash Dragon and Red Eye's Wyvern, while introducing other cards like Red Eye's Retro Dragon, Red Eye's Archfiend of Lightning, Return of the Red Eyes, and most importantly, Red Eye's Fusion. Although Black Metal Dragon would also release that May with the Blazing Rose main box, Red Eyes' new power would fade over time, getting crept out of meta as new and revamped decks like Harpies, Infernities, and Blue Eyes rose to prominence. November 2021 brought Chaotic Soldier's main box, and with it Archfiend Black Skull Dragon, Dark Armed the Dragon of Annihilation, and the new skill Red Eyes Roulette. Once per duel, you could choose a monster from a list of Red Eyes related cards to add to your deck, and then randomly add a Red Eyes card from deck before shuffling a Red Eyes card back from hand. The monsters you could choose from were Summon Skull, Red Eyes Archfiend of Lightning, Gearfried the Iron Knight, Gearfried the Red Eyes Iron Knight, Meteor Dragon Red Eyes Impact, and Meteor Dragon, with the most common choice being Summon Skull. Since Archfiend Black Skull Dragon was a fusion between Red Eye's normal monster and a level 6 or higher Archfiend normal monster, using Red Eye's Roulette to bury Skull was a great way to make sure you never drew into it, and could send it from deck with Red Eye's Fusion to create your scary Burn Dragon. This also freed players from having to choose between running Beast of Tolwar and milling the archaic Wonders of the Sky mini box for copies of Summon Skull. Red Eye's Insight, being able to search Red Eye's Fusion, boosted the consistency of Roulette's normally random card search, and after a January 2022 skill tinkering, the skill was made available from turn 1 rather than on or after turn 4. After a stint in Selection Box Mini Volume 3, Red Eye's Flare Metal Dragon would get a main box release with Maximum Gustav in February 2022. But their next major Red Eyes development would be getting Red Eye's Black Meteor Dragon in December 2023 mini box Explosion of Meteor, and a little later receiving the Red Eyes Reverse skill in June of 2024. This skill lets you summon Red Eye's Black Dragon without attributing, and also gave you a once per duel effect to set a Red Eye Spell Trap card from your deck. If you didn't control the normal monster at activation, you'd have to shuffle a card from your hand as a penalty, but that hardly offset the benefit offered by this new skill. And that brings us to the time of the script writing, where Red Eye's decks continue to be rogue viable, offering a path to King of Games for those duelists brave enough to realize their full potential. Despite having no effects, normal monsters in Yu-Gi-Oh! Make some pretty wild claims that can make these vanilla beat sticks seem like legendary creatures, whose power holds no bounds. This kind of flavor text is always fun and inspires a lot of intrigue for the game's various lores and stories behind the cards. However, a lot of the times, it'll end up stretching the truth just a little bit to make them appear more interesting or powerful than they actually are. Which is why today we're going to be going over normal monsters whose text isn't as truthful as you'd hope, the way they lie to you, and how the context of their claims might have changed based on both the game's mechanics and new releases. And bursting into the number 10 is the Blue Eyes White Dragon, Seto Kaiba's main boss monster and the poster child of normal monsters whose bark is often worse than their bite. In the case of Blue Eyes, it describes itself as a virtually invincible legendary dragon that can act as an engine of destruction, so powerful that only an extreme few have ever faced it and managed to survive. Whenever you get a chance to wield a Blue Eyes White Dragon, this flavored text feels genuinely true. It stands at a hulking 3,000 attack points, a stat that almost no other normal monster has ever managed to match, but the only exception being the normal monster version of Blackluster Soldier. This towering attack stat has made Blue Eyes the prototypical icon for beat sticks, and has set the standard for high attack monsters even to the modern day. Because while there are definitely quite a few cards that can surpass Blue Eyes' 3,000 attack, you can still commit this engine of destruction to the field and expect to be able to trade with or even beat over some of the best boss monsters of the current era. In fact, if you look throughout the history of the Blue Eyes White Dragon in Yu-Gi-Oh!, it seems even more powerful than its flavor text promises, as it constantly appears as a staple of different deck lists in a myriad of eras, from being a core part of early Dragon Link piles to being the beating heart of its own world's winning strategy in 2016. Even going so far back as the card's first released, a Blue Eyes on the field was a genuinely oppressive threat, as in a game where removal was sparse and the bigger monster usually won, Blue Eyes White Dragon was the biggest. And it made you feel as though you were Seto Kaiba himself, commanding an unstoppable force to crush anyone or anything that stood in your way. However, while Blue Eyes can definitely feel like an invincible monster in the right circumstances, it's far from unstoppable. In fact, an on-field Blue Eyes is vulnerable to all kinds of different removal, whether it's a compulsory evacuation device, throwing them into the sky, being taken down by a Nightmare Cerberus, or even placed under arrest by an SP Little Knight. The reason why is pretty obvious. Blue Eyes White Dragon is a normal monster, and despite its grand claims, it can't back them up with any kind of innate protection or power like effect monsters can. Which is why in the modern era, Blue Eyes' best uses are never based around keeping it on field as some kind of imposing threat. Instead, it's usually used as more of a stepping stone to help you summon out Blue Eyes monsters with actual effects or protection, or as fodder for the likes of trade-in. Ironically enough, making it so defeatable that even the person playing Blue Eyes usually wants to get it into their graveyard in some way. Now, a lot of older normal monsters in Yu-Gi-Oh! Have similar kinds of flavor text that describe them as indestructible, too fast to hit, or impossible to defeat, all while being clearly defeatable and even quite weak in the actual game, with Blue Eyes specifically carrying the reputation that it's always going to be an immense struggle to deal with thanks to the anime, which put it on a pedestal and made it a legendary creature in the same league as Exodia and the Egyptian gods. But even the anime, where the rules occasionally bent and Blue Eyes seemed like the end-all be-all of all monsters, we got to see both it and Seto Kaiba defeated on multiple different occasions, with Blue Eyes being destroyed, stolen, or even decayed by an opponent. However, Blue Eyes being subject to removal is actually one of the coolest parts about the card. You see, like we talked about earlier, when Blue Eyes came out and was unequivocally the strongest monster in the game with other beatsticks, falling just short of matching it or needing some pretty specific conditions in order to be brought out to the field. This meant that Blue Eyes' 3,000 attack could be a genuinely oppressive and sometimes feel like an unstoppable force in the game's early days, as no monster could reasonably contest it on its own. But while stats are an important part of the game, they're never the be-all end-all for what determines a duel. Explosive spells, powerful trap cards, and wild monster effects are all able to turn a game on its head, no matter the board state, and Blue Eyes is a really cute reminder of that. It challenges you to be smart about how you deal with it by slating itself as indestructible, informing whoever opposes it that if you're trying to beat it with power alone, you're going to struggle due to its monstrous stats. especially back in the early days of the game. But even Blue Eyes' own flavor text admits that it's only virtually invincible. So if you're willing to strategize and apply some outside-the-box thinking, you can fell even the best monster in the game. And that's a really cute lesson that can be brought all the way to the modern era, where seeing your opponent flood a field with busted boss monsters can make you feel as if there's no point in even trying to push through an opponent's board. But just like how you might have needed to use two-pronged attack, or expended a mirror force to deal with an opponent's Blue Eyes back in the day, there's always an out waiting for a creative duelist willing to engage with the game's never-ending sea of mechanics, strategies, and individual cards. No matter the board state you can think of, there's always an answer, and you just have to go out of your way to find it. Blue Eyes' flavor text is definitely stretching the truth, but it's not something to be mocked, because while this little white lie promotes creativity and fast on your feet thinking, that's allowed the game to be far more interesting than just throwing down two strong monsters at each other to see who wins, and showcases that even the best cards in the game have a way to be dealt with. Eyeing up the number 9 spot on this list is Illusionist Faceless Mage, a monster whose flavor text has actually been truthful up until somewhat recently. Based on its text, Illusionist Faceless Mage is able to manipulate opponents and their attacks specifically by using the power of illusions. We got to see the strength behind Illusionist Faceless Mage's illusions back during the early days of the anime and the Duelist manga, where Maximilian Pegasus, the creator of Duel Monsters, wielded it against Yugimoto in their very first face-off, where Faceless Mage's manipulations was put against Yugi's ace monster, Dark Magician. Now, given the stat disparity between the two monsters, in the actual game, there's rarely ever going to be a situation where the right play is to try your luck with a 1200 attack Faceless Mage into your opponent's 2500 attack Ultimate Wizard. But in the early days of the manga, the game's mechanics still weren't fully fleshed out, and so there's a few really interesting quirks that never got the chance to make it to the actual game. And one of these was a Pokemon-like type chart for the types of magic certain monsters use. Dark magic beats white magic beats demon and devil magic, and that beats illusion, while illusion is specifically strong against dark magic. This made Pegasus's play quite smart, as it meant that Illusionist Faceless Mage was capable of surviving dark magic's attack, so he could apply the magic of Eye of Illusion and turn Yugi's own ace monster against him. But eagle-eyed viewers might have noticed something strange about Illusionist's Faceless Mage. It's not an illusion at all, it's just a regular spellcaster with virtually no synergy with the most illusion-based strategies, due to its poor typing and lack of a beneficial effect. And that leaves us with an important question. Why is a monster that was one of the first examples of illusions we saw that specifically uses the powers of illusions not an illusion monster? Well, the explanation is actually simple. You see, like we talked about earlier, there were a ton of concepts in the manga that, while really fun, never came to fruition in the actual game. And when the magic alignment quadrilateral was left behind, so too were the unique types contained within it. So monsters that once held demon and fiend, light dark, or illusion magic suddenly became different types, and found themselves being scattered amongst fiend, zombie, and spellcaster monsters. So for a long while, Illusionist Faceless Mage being a spellcaster just seemed normal and wasn't really a lie at all, because given the types the real-world card game had to work with, being a spellcaster was without a doubt the most thematic option available for it, and Pegasus's other illusion monsters. However, in 2023, the game received its first ever illusion monsters, a brand new types whose main gimmick of not being able to destroy by battle and not being able to destroy another monster in battle, and alongside them came retrains of some older monsters that represented using the power of illusions to defeat their enemies in some way, with the likes of Maiden of the Moonlight and Tao the Chanter now having the type they were always meant to be. So you would think this would be the perfect opportunity for a new version of Illusionist Faceless Mage to shine to represent the game's earlier illusions in the modern era, just like how it had first introduced illusions in the manga. But we never received callbacks to any of Pegasus's illusions. The closest we have to what Faceless Mage should be is the more modern retrain in Illusionist Faceless Magician, a card designed to support relinquished decks that notably features the Eye of Wadjat in its artwork like all other illusions. But unfortunately for Faceless Magician, it released well before the illusion typing was introduced, keeping Faceless Mage and its retrain stuck as a spellcaster with no elusive power. However, with all of that being said, while Illusionist Faceless Mage isn't natively the type it should be, there is still one way for it to be able to use the power of illusion. Eye of Illusion is a quick play spell made as a callback to Yugi and Pegasus' first duel that works with either an illusion monster or a spellcaster monster, allowing Illusionist Faceless Mage to genuinely wield illusionary powers, even if only for a moment. But for as cool as this is, Illusionist Faceless Mage needing a specific card for its flavor to be true hardly counts as wielding the power of illusions for its attacks, and we can only hope that someday it gets more modern retrains to truly hold the elusive power it deserves. And at number 8, we have Petite Moth, an insect monster whose text almost seems to be trying to ensure its own survival. Because supposedly, Petite Moth is a dangerous creature that needs to be avoided. When you think about it, this makes a lot of sense at first, because despite its pitiful stats, it has the unique ability to metamorphosize into several different forms if the right conditions are met, ranging from relatively weak larva moth to the almost unstoppable perfectly ultimate great moth. A monster whose attack is so great that not only would it be capable of crushing any would-be bug smashers, but it could even take on Blue Eyes White Dragon in a head-to-head battle and emerge the clear victor. So if Petite Moth is ever allowed to get to that point, it's a monster that you're going to want to dodge in whatever way you can to keep your life points, or even just your actual life safe. But only if it ever actually gets there. You see, in order to access these transformations, you have to equip Petite Moth with Cocoon of Evolution for several turns before it can evolve into something new. And the longer you're willing to wait, the stronger its transformation will be, with Larva Moth requiring only 2 of your turns to summon, Great Moth needing 4, and Perfectly Ultimate Great Moth needing 6 whole turns in order to bring out. So if you're up against an opponent trying to get to their perfect insect, leaving Petite Moth alone and trying to avoid it is actually the worst thing you can do, as if you don't end up squashing this bug quickly, you can accidentally end up giving your opponent enough time to bring out a beat stick that even modern day boss monsters would struggle to beat over. Now, you might be thinking that maybe there's some kind of disincentive or punishment to trying to get rid of Petite Moth, which is what its flavor text actually refers to. After all, in the anime, when Yugi attempted to destroy Weevil's cocoon, it ended up unleashing Great Moth to the field, which, if it worked like in the actual game, would end up validating Petite Moth's flavor text a little bit more. But in the actual TCG, that's not how the card works at all, as instead of hoping your opponent destroys your cocoon by battle at the most opportune moment, you instead have to manually tribute your cocoon after a certain amount of turns. So even if you've put a ton of investment and time into trying to summon out a strong moth, all of that can go down the drain the moment your opponent attempts to beat over your bug or remove it from the field. Especially since, other than giving your Petite Moth 2000 defense, Cocoon of Evolution actually gives 0 protection to your soon-to-be boss monster. As a whole though, Petite Moth's flavor text is so incorrect that it's almost as if it's trying to deceive whoever it's up against. Its attack is so minuscule that it's on par with the Skull Servant and outclassed by Pot the Trick, 2 monsters who are self-described by their own flavor text as weak and not so powerful. But even if you somehow see Petite Moth as a titan of attack power, avoiding it and allowing it to reach its ultimate form is going to leave you in a much worse position. And snapping into number 7 is Toon Alligator, one of the strangest toon monsters in the game. And it might be hard to see why at first. Toon Alligator is just a regular normal monster with some pretty mediocre stats, and aesthetically speaking, it's a great match for other toon cards, which makes sense given its flavor text. So you would think that Toon Alligator would be a fine enough addition to a toon-focused strategy. We even get to see Maximilian Pegasus utilize it alongside a bunch of other wacky and zany normal monsters as part of his toon deck, where they played no small part in helping him achieve his victory over the CEO of Kaiba Corp. Now, unlike the other normal monsters Pegasus use, there's no doubt that Toon Alligator is a part of the toon archetype, because while Dark Rabbit and Parrot Dragon are made out to be extremely cartoonish and silly looking like other toons, they lack any of the kind of cohesion with the deck and don't have toon in their name, while Toon Alligator backs up its goofy appearance with its name, which gives it a real archetypal allegiance and can even work as a search target for Toon Table of Contents. But despite this, Toon Alligator doesn't work with almost every other card in the strategy. Toon Kingdom is incapable of protecting it. You can't summon it with Toon Dark Magician, Red Eyes, or Page Flip, nor does it allow you to meet the conditions for a Comic Hand or Toon Briefcase. This seems really peculiar at first, because all of these cards specifically mention working with toon monsters, but this text actually isn't referring to monsters that are part of the toon archetype. It's talking about monsters that have the toon subtype. This can be pretty confusing when trying to read the cards, but the gist of it is that when these effects are interacting with other cards in the archetype, they'll ensure that the word toon is surrounded by quotation marks. But if they mention interacting with toon monsters without quotation marks, it's referring to monsters that share the subtype. You can actually see both instances being used on Toon Dark Magician, which could discard Toon Alligator to activate its effect, but couldn't summon it from the deck due to its lacking the toon subtype. And unfortunately for Toon Alligator, it just so happens that most toon cards usually refer to monsters of the toon subtype, and not of the Toon archetype, making it a really awkward inclusion no matter how you slice it. And it's honestly a shame that Toon Alligator actively struggles to work with the strategy that it was clearly meant for. It definitely wouldn't revolutionize the deck if it just so happened to have the subtype. It would just be a cute option, but one that would allow this alligator to be a genuine part of the show. And cutting to number 6 is Zur, Knight of the Dark World, a monster whose on-screen personality is a lot different to what his flavor text would have you believe. According to Zur's text, he's a noble knight known across the land for his kindness with a real connection to the people of his world. So much so that his description proudly states that he never oppresses commoners. This paints an honorable image of Zur, and one that's almost shocking considering his demonic appearance. But not only does he defy expectations, he's not alone in making the Dark World seem like a really nice place to live. Renge, for example, is greatly supported by his peers who love him so much that he's earned the title of Iron Wall Renge, while Kozaki, another Dark World resident, is seen as a hard-working linguist who helped rebuild Woodbork-Pachi after the wicked spirit who inhabited him was burned out. Even the food in the Dark World is supposedly a great delicacy that you'd be lucky to try. And Zur's flavor text is just another small piece of wonderful world building that makes it seem like these supposedly scary creatures are living in peace and harmony. But unfortunately, this might actually just be propaganda. We don't get to see Zur in too many artworks, so we can't really disprove this text by looking at the cards alone. However, we actually got to see him and his personality on full display in the Yu-Gi-Oh! GX anime, where Jaden and his friends venture into the Dark World in order to save Jesse Anderson from the clutches of Yubel. In one of their very earliest encounters, Jaden and the gang are chasing down a young boy in a ransacked and dilapidated town, only for that boy to eventually be found by Scar, Scout of the Dark World, a member of Zur's Dark World forces who was immediately willing to kill the child until Jaden stepped in and risked his life in a duel, ultimately defeating Scar and sending him to the stars. It's here we first learn about the cruelty of Zur's forces, who forced the poor denizens of the town into hiding after a ruthless attack. But more than his army, we get to see just how cruel Zur himself is, when he not only lured Jaden into a trap to force him to duel, but the bait for the trap happened to be Jesse, or rather, someone that looked exactly like Jesse. And just as Jaden was trying to bring his blue-haired friend to safety, Zur sent him to the stars, inflicting a newfound anger within Jaden for his brutal cruelty. And this isn't even the worst thing Zur has done. Even in death, he managed to find a way to spite Jaden and spread more evil. Quite literally, as he transformed into a number of different pearls representing different negative emotions, which were then absorbed into every one of Jaden's friends so that they could eventually be used as sacrifices in order for Braun, the Mad King of Dark World, to create super polymerization. An act so dastardly and so vile that it led to Jaden's eventual breakdown and put him onto the path of becoming the Supreme King after his duel against Braun. Now, it could very well be that Zur usually isn't like this, that he was being influenced by the powers of Yubel or Braun and made to do evil acts that he would never have done otherwise. But no matter how you slice it, Zur's main goal in the anime was to be an evil and cruel leader, one whose name would never be spoken with joy, only spite and lament. And swimming into number 5 is the 7-colored fish, one of the game's earliest and most iconic easy-to-summon beat sticks. According to its flavor text, 7-colored fish is a rare creature, and one that's managed to escape ever being caught by mortal men, giving the card an almost legendary aura about it. And back in the day on the playground, 7-colored fish genuinely felt like it lived up to this status. At an impressive 1800 attack, very few easily summonable monsters back in 2002 could even compare to it, let alone beat over it. And a lot of the cards that could keep up with this carp can definitely be considered something beyond mortal. But despite its mythical status, 7-colored fish is far less rare than you'd think. In the real world, its apparent anomalous and sacred nature is betrayed by the card's actual rarity, where instead of being hard to pull secret rare or even just a regular rare, as its flavor text implies, every printing of 7-colored fish since its release in Metal Raiders has been a common. It's never received any kind of special foiling, chase version, or even as silver text to justify its mythical status. And because it's had numerous reprints over the years, finding a 7-colored fish is as common occurrence than it is some kind of rare or important event. But even beyond the real world, this rainbow fish's text is clearly a bit of an exaggeration. In terms of how often the card appears in card art, we've seen 7-colored fish appeared in 6 different cards over the course of the years, which, while not as frequent as the likes of, say, Marauding Captain or Warrior Digrepher, makes it much more common than most of the game's other ocean-based monsters, ironically making the likes of Yugioh and Slime Toad far more of a fabled sight. But things get even stranger for this rainbow fish when you realize that its flavor text doesn't contain just one lie, it has two, because as well as its rarity, Seven colored fish also tells us that it apparently has never been caught by mortal hands. And if we look at the card arts we saw earlier, we actually see 2 instances where it's been caught and in the process being sold on some kind of market in both fish and swaps, as well as in the background of single purchase. Now, there are 2 main ways that we can try and define the word mortal in Seven Colored Fish's flavor text. The first is that a mortal is any kind of creature that's subject to dying. But if we run with this definition, then Seven Colored Fish is still lying, as we know that the goblins featured in single purchase are capable of becoming zombies, a creature returned to from death. So, for Seven Colored Fish to have any semblance of truth to it, it would need to work with the other definition of mortal, which is specifically a human being. But unfortunately for this multicolored fish's legend, the hands in fish and swaps are strikingly and clearly those of mortal men. Mortal men, at least, who seem to value Seven Colored Fish quite a bit, given that they're willing to pay 2 gold coins for it, the same price as the statue of Felgrand in trade-in. But given the knife on the table, it's likely that they're not paying for its collector value. There may have once been a time where Seven Colored Fish, despite its common rarity, was actually as mythical as its flavor text would have you believe. If you were on the playground beating over your opponent's Celtic Guardian and Skull Red Bird, it probably felt like a truly legendary creature. But it seems like monsters of the modern era have gotten a lot more crafty with their fishing techniques, as now this once legendary fish is now seen as sushi. And checking things out at number 4 is Mech Knight Avram, a retrain of Arum after inheriting the powers of Mech Knight Blue Sky to take on the now corrupt Ibli. But you might not know that if you're only aware of Avram's flavor text in the TCG, which simply has him declaring his newfound strength with a strong and boisterous "check this out." Being able to stand so proudly in this particular moment showcases Avram's steeled resolve. It's a triumph cry that, despite everything that's happened and all of the harsh tragedies he's had to endure, he's still standing as a hero that's willing to fight to save the world and stave off Lee's corruption and thirst for power by keeping Blue Sky's gem and the Power of the World Legacy key out of her grip. But for as heroic as this moment appears, it actually never happened. Or rather, the events leading up to Avram's declaration definitely happened, and there's no denying his stance holds gravity. But as far as we know, Aram never actually said, "check this out." At least not in the original telling of the World Legacy storyline. Because in the OCG, Avram's text is actually a poignant poem that recaps the events that took place to create Aram in his current form, and describes Blue Sky's noble sacrifice and choice in entrusting the fate of the world and his will to Avram, leaving the hero to stand solemnly with the world key that has now transformed into a pair of blades to take on Ibli. Here's the full poem for reference. "The hero who defends the light of the stars must destroy the darkness of the illusory world, and entrust his power to the Chosen One. The will inherited by the Chalice of the Stars will become a new key, and become the sword that cuts down darkness." As you can see, there's no boastful victory being proclaimed in this poem, because this succession isn't one of happy-go-lucky heroism or a fun power-up. It's a genuinely harrowing moment for our heroes. Aram has just seen Blue Sky die in front of him, and moments prior he was forced to acknowledge Lee's betrayal of his party as well as the potential loss of Ib, after Lee had assimilated her body for her own nefarious purposes. So Avram stands, holding on to the weight of every tragedy he's experienced, and knowing all too well that Ib's mind is lost. The only way to save the world would be by battling his former friend, and potentially even taking her life. But all of the tension and intrigue behind the scene isn't really present in the TCG version of the card at all, because for some unknown reason, they forewent the poem entirely to have Aram seem excited and happy that he managed to gain a new form, disrespecting the scene he's in with a blasé attitude, seemingly unbothered by the world around him just because he looks cool. Now, we don't really know why this poem was skipped out on. The best that we can really assume is that they thought it was just too difficult to meaningfully translate over into English. But even still, we could have definitely gotten something a little closer to the OCG's powerful poem, rather than the TCG's unfitting localization, which betrayed the point of Avram's moment so much that you would have thought 4Kids had worked on the translation instead of Konami. And haunting the number 3 spot is Wretched Ghost of the Attic, a monster whose flavor text is an interesting inverse of the usual proclamations other normal monsters make. Because according to Wretched Ghost's text, it's an entirely harmless entity that can be found in anyone's attic. The reason why this particular flavor text is so intriguing is because not a lot of normal monsters go out of their way to declare themselves as weak or useless cards, which is pretty sensical given that one of the core tenets of Yu-Gi-Oh! Is that no card of the game is truly useless. You just might have to be creative enough to make it work, which is a fact that Wretched Ghost's brother, Karibo, managed to teach us all in the Duel Monsters anime, where it and Yugi were often mocked for its abysmal stat line, even by Maximilian Pegasus, the game's very creator deeming Karibo as the weakest monster in the game. But while Karibo held a lot of potential value, it's hard to see where Wretched Ghost could have any similar strengths. Even with its awful stats, Karibo at the very least has an effect that can save your bacon in dire circumstances, and even has a lot of interesting support cards surrounding it that can lead to it being an absurd card, especially with Yugi at the helm finding genius ways of taking advantage of everyone's favorite furball. However, Wretched Ghost doesn't have either of these things. There's no equivalent to Karibo's Multiply or Kari Babylon, and its lack of effect means that Wretched Ghost's utility can only be found within its stats, which, while better than Karibo, are still absolutely abysmal. So with all of that being acknowledged, it seems like there's a lot of credence to the claim that Wretched Ghost is incapable of harming anyone, and almost makes you wonder if Yugi's philosophy regarding there being no weak cards might have been wrong. However, there are actually a ton of different ways in which Wretched Ghost of the Attic can prove itself a legitimate option that can do some real damage to an opponent, one way or another. Let's start off with its stats. There's no doubt that Wretched Ghost's attack and defense are really bad. It even has the lowest stats of any level 2 Fiend normal monster currently available in the TCG. Although, even with that being the case, Wretched Ghost's attack is still a lot better than some other normal monsters that like to consider themselves extremely dangerous. Now, being completely thorough, Yu-Gi-Oh! Power scaling can be wildly inconsistent at times. So, what about in terms of the actual game, where being limited to having such mediocre stats is almost purely a detriment? Doubly so if it's on a normal monster with no effect to make using it worthwhile. But the really cool thing about normal monsters in Yu-Gi-Oh! Is that the cards surrounding them can end up making them downright busted even with their horrible stats. Plant Leak is actually a great example of this, because Sunseed Genus Loci has a stat line of 0-0, the worst you can get. But due to the surrounding Sunvine cards being absolutely stellar, you can generate a whole bunch of free materials from just a single Loci. And you're not just limited to Loci either, as there's a lot of generic normal monster support that you can use to take advantage of your favorite yellow cards. From something as simple as Unexpected Die getting you a free body, to an expansive Primite Engine to get you that same body while also letting you benefit from a whole host of cute bonus effects, with the likes of Primate Howl actually getting stronger the lower your monster's attack. The Primate Engine alongside your normal monster of choice can help out a ton of different strategies. But if you wanted to make specifically Wretched Ghost a genuine threat to disprove its flavor text, then throwing it and Primate into a deck like Sprite is a real option due to its beneficial level, letting you bring out your sprites from hand for free. Its attribute, which can let you more easily make an early Jin Buster, and even its typing can open up some fun link options, all of which can turn Wretched Ghost into a monster to be feared. But even if you think there are always going to be better choices than Wretched Ghost in every circumstance, there's still one other way that it's proved itself as a far from harmless and deadly threat. Because Memento Tlan Gatic, Wretched Ghost's Memento-based retrain, is actually an absurd boon for the strategy, and can end up haunting your opponent's nightmares. You see, Memento strategies have a lot of moving parts that you need to keep track of to get access to across the course of your combo, and Gatic is one of the deck's primary ways of finding its best pieces. Because if you send with the effect of Creation King or Tatsu no Toshigo, you can then trigger Gatic's graveyard effect to revive it, and then use its on-field effect to add back any Memento card in your graveyard, including but not limited to any other card you've sent from Creation King or your Silly Horse, which can end up netting you almost any card in the deck that you could ever want under the likes of Droll and Lockbird. The usual choice to grab with Gatic is Memento Tlan Sleepy, which can special summon itself from your hand, supposing a monster has been destroyed by a card effect this turn, and then fusion into Twin Dragon by using itself in the body of that Gatic, and with Twin Dragon, you gain access to whatever else you could need, making this new version of the Wretched Ghost beneficial for you and dangerous for your opponent. As a whole though, Wretched Ghost might not be Karibo in name, but it carries its spirit by proving once more that Yu-Gi-Oh! Has no worthless cards. The original might not be optimal to play in the modern era, but choosing to open up a wide array of interesting options and its eventual retrain ended up being the glue that holds Memento together. And rocking into number 2 is Sengenjin, the keeper of some of the most sacred items in all of Yu-Gi-Oh! There are quite a lot of important objects scattered throughout both the game's anime and various lores, but none are as iconic as the Millennium items. Mystical artifacts from ancient Egypt that hold dark powers, and when brought together, they could result in the end of existence itself. which makes it quite surprising to see that Sengen Jin has been thrust into quite the important role as a monster that apparently holds at least some of these powerful curios. This puts Sengen Jin on a high pedestal. Holding multiple Millennium items grants you a wide array of busted abilities. The Millennium Necklace provides you with Future Sight, the Millennium Eye can allow you to see into the minds of others, while the Rod can even let you control them. But even scarier than the power they provide is the ability to corrupt, with some of the Millennium items being more than capable of influencing or even enveloping a weaker soul almost entirely. Now, we don't know which Millennium items Sengen Jin carries with him, and can only really assume based on his artwork and some context clues. For example, there are gold-tinted weapons decorating his back, which we could presume to be Millennium Mace, Millennium Axe, and Millennium Spear. And in Sengen Jin's recent retrain, we've seen his collection expand even further after incorporating the Millennium Shield. Likewise, this same retrain can also potentially hit towards the Millennium Ankh being in Sengen Jin's possession, as the retrain is a very important combo piece for Millennium Exodia strategies by letting you grab Shield of the Millennium Dynasty or Heart of the Blue Eyes to get you to Millennium Ankh, an artifact so powerful that it's capable of summoning out an incarnation of the unstoppable Exodia. But there is one small issue regarding Sengen Jin's flavor text. None of the Millennium items that we could assume that he's holding actually exist. Or rather, they aren't Millennium items in the way that we'd presume. You see, the Millennium items aren't just referring to a collection of ancient objects that happen to contain mystical powers. Instead, there's a specific set of 7 items that were made with the use of the Millennium Spellbook by Akhenaten, the brother of Atem's father, who was willing to massacre the entirety of the Kul Elna village in order to obtain the 99 human souls necessary to facilitate their creation. This horrific act set off a chain of dominoes that, even beyond their unique magic, made the Millennium items pivotal in Yu-Gi-Oh's history, as this violence not only birthed Bakura's hatred towards Atem's father for decreeing that his village be massacred, but the creation of the items was also the thing to awaken Zorg, a being of pure evil that wished to plunge the world into darkness, who in the original timeline was only stopped after Pharaoh Atem sacrificed himself and placed a part of his soul alongside a part of Zork within the Millennium Puzzle, while Zork placed another piece of his own soul in the Millennium Ring, with the promise that if the Millennium items were ever brought together once again, Zork would be free to lay chaos upon the world. But in no part of the story did we ever see Sengen Jin play any kind of role, nor was he even mentioned to be a holder of any Millennium items. Now, theoretically, between the fall of Egypt and the modern day, there might have been a small time period where Sengen Jin could have found his way to some of the Millennium items. But that doesn't seem to be the case either based on their known history. Both the Millennium Rod and Necklace were left in the care of the Tomb Keepers until they were eventually taken by Merrick and Ishizu respectively. The Millennium Key and Scales remained in the care of Shadi, who oversaw Egypt's tombs. Likewise, the Millennium Eye was also in his care until he gave it to Maximilian Pegasus, and the Millennium Puzzle remained in pieces in Atem's tomb until it was unearthed by Solomon Moto and eventually solved by Yugi. The only Millennium item that we don't have a solid history for is the Millennium Ring, but even then, there's nothing to even imply that Sengen Jin has held it in any way. So, what about the weapons on his back tinted in Egyptian gold? Even if they're not the Millennium items, they could be a separate set created by the same ritual which birthed the original 7. But it's likely that the weapon on Sengen Jin's backs are simply just regular weapons. Other than the gold, none of them hold any Eye of Wadjat like most of the other true Millennium items. And if the ritual were followed a second time to create a whole new set of items, then it's pretty likely that they could have had some importance in the anime, especially in a world willing to tell us the secrets of Atlantis or have Alexander the Great cross paths with the Millennium Ring. So that just leaves us with 2 more potential items, the Millennium Shield and the Millennium Ankh. Both of these items are adorned with gold, have an Eye of Wadjat, and even have Millennium in their name. The Millennium Shield even purports to have belonged to an ancient dynasty, suggesting that it likely belonged to Atem, and the Millennium Ankh is capable of summoning out incarnations of Exodia, just like the similarly shaped Millennium Key when it was wielded by Shimon Maran, who released Exodia from its bindings in an attempt to take down the newly released Zork. So, at a glance, it seems like it's almost undeniable that these were Millennium items that were maybe lost to time or belonged to a whole new set. But that probably isn't the case either. The Millennium Ankh and Millennium Key might seem conceptually similar, since they both allow their wielder to bring forth Exodia, but they do so in notably different ways. Specifically, the Millennium Key unlocks the shackles that contain the Forbidden One to his prison, and brings forth the genuine article in all of his prowess, while the Millennium Ankh is comparatively much weaker, as the monster it summons isn't technically Exodia, it's a phantom of the Forbidden One that's a considerably weaker force compared to the original, which just wins you a duel outright. So while the Ankh has some kind of connection to Exodia, it's likely due to its shape rather than being a Millennium item. But the real key behind this whole mystery actually lies with the Millennium Shield, another dual monster that we can clearly see Sengenjin's retrain carrying. You see, the original text of Millennium Shield actually recognizes it as one of the Millennium items, and if that was the case in the modern day, there'd be no question as to Sengenjin's text. But interestingly, it seems like this particular text was actually a mistake, and since its first release, it's actually been errata to specifically remove the description that highlights it as a Millennium item, instead stating that it was owned by some kind of ancient pharaoh, implying a definite link to ancient Egypt and even Atem, but essentially confirming that Millennium Shield is not meant to be an actual Millennium item, making Sengenjin's text, even in the modern era, a definite lie. There's no doubt that the items that Sengenjin holds are likely to be powerful in ancient artifacts from a time long gone, which is likely why its flavor text calls them Millennium items. But given how Millennium items in Yu-Gi-Oh! Are very specific things that Sengenjin never had, its text is absolutely a deception. But honestly, it's probably a good thing that Yugi found the Millennium Puzzle instead of this crazy looking caveman. And appearing behind the curtain at number 1 is Dark Magician, the most powerful spellcaster in the game. And that's a fact that we can confirm with Dark Magician's flavor text, which lists it as the ultimate wizard in terms of attack and defense. Much like how the Blue Eyes' flavor text made the monster seem invincible, Dark Magician's makes him seem like an unmatched spellcaster. And if you're a fan of the anime, it seems only natural that Dark Magician should have this status, as we've seen him do everything from defying the odds and surviving devastating attacks with the likes of Magical Hats, Mystic Box, and Magic Cylinder, and he even managed to go toe-to-toe with the Egyptian god cards. In fact, Dark Magician is so great as a boss monster in the anime that one of Yugi's most interesting duels happens against Arcana, another duelist whose main boss monster happens to be the Dark Magician, which forced Yugi and his ever-faithful companion to face off against the powerful magics and spells that they were used to using, with Arcana having a clear advantage due to running multiple copies of his untouchable spellcaster. But something very interesting happens in this duel. Despite being the ultimate wizard in terms of attack and defense, we got to see Arcana's Dark Magician cleanly and decisively defeated by another spellcaster, Dark Magician Girl, because Dark Magician Girl gains 300 attack for each Dark Magicians in both Yugi's and Arcana's graveyard, which gave her enough strength to surpass her master in terms of attack and leave Arcana completely and utterly defenseless before launching in a direct attack on his life points. Now, this victory is actually pretty sweet and is a nice bit of foreshadowing that references the strength that Mana had to muster to continue her training after Mahad had sacrificed himself to become Dark Magician in the first place back in ancient Egypt. But as well as this moment also helps to highlight that Yugi isn't just winning duels because Dark Magician happens to be the strongest spellcaster. It's always because of his clever strategy and planning, which allowed for even the seemingly untouchable Dark Magician to be beaten. Because if Yugi were to ever grow too overconfident, there are plenty of ways that other spellcasters can overcome his undefeatable stats. But even if you don't want to count effects like Dark Magician Girl or well-placed Wonder Wand, Dark Magician being the strongest spellcaster is just blatantly untrue as a fact. Technically speaking, the ultimate wizard in terms of attack and defense in Yu-Gi-Oh! Is Quintet Magician, a fusion that has a whopping 4,500 attack and defense, almost double Dark Magician's attack and more than double his defense. Although Quintet Magician technically isn't just one spellcaster, he's comprised of 5 different ones. But even then, we've seen plenty of spellcasters beat 2,500 attack and 2,100 defense, from the likes of the ever-imposing Har to even the cutesy Blizzard Princess. But maybe those don't count because they're not normal monsters like Dark Magician. Even Blue Eyes' attack has been surpassed many times with effect monsters, but it still reigns supreme as the stronger normal monster in the game. Although even then, Dark Magician is still utterly outclassed in its own bracket. In terms of attack, Dark Magician is 100 points short from Trance the Magic Swordsman, and for one less tribute to boot, while in terms of defense, Yugi's ever-loyal companion pales in comparison to Neo Aquamador, who has a respectable 3,000 defense. However, there is one more line of logic that could allow for Dark Magician to keep its status. Its text specifically states that it's the ultimate wizard in terms of attack and defense, which means it holds the strongest proficiency in both skills compared to any other normal spellcaster in the game, which could put it firmly in the number 1 spot, if it wasn't for another dark magic wielding spellcaster monster, Cosmo Queen, standing at an absurd 2,900 attack and 2,450 defense, well above both of Dark Magician's original stats. So even if we keep moving the goalposts and try to find new technicalities, Dark Magician is just never going to be the ultimate wizard that the anime and its flavor text made it seem to be. But that's honestly fine. Dark Magician is a monster that's meant to be transcended. Just like how Mana grew stronger from Mahad's death, and how Yugi managed to defeat a Tem to prove that he could face the struggles of the world alone. Likewise, Dark Magician can rest knowing that even though he's never going to be an unstoppable monster, the next generation of Yu-Gi-Oh! Is in safe hands. The Toon cards are both an archetype and a series of cards meant to parody some of Yu-Gi-Oh's earliest and most iconic monsters, while also referencing classic animations like Looney Tunes, and often portraying their monsters in exaggerated portrayals of their original counterparts. So in this video, we're going to focus on the best Toon cards in the game, why they're so strong in Toon decks, and even why they're so powerful in decks that aren't focused on Toons themselves. And at number 10, we have Toon Cannon Soldier, a level 4 Dark Machine monster that has the exact same stats as his original counterpart, Cannon Soldier. In fact, they both share the same effect that you can tribute any monster you control, including Toon Cannon Soldier itself, to inflict 500 damage to your opponent. Although Toon Cannon Soldier comes with the same downside as a lot of the original Toon monsters. It has summoning sickness, so it cannot attack the turn it's summoned. And if Toon World is destroyed while you control Toon Cannon Soldier, you must destroy it. However, while Toon Cannon Soldier gains the negatives of Toon monsters, it also gains the benefit shared amongst the archetype, in that while you control Toon World and your opponent controls no Toon monsters, Toon Cannon Soldier can attack directly. Now, technically speaking, Toon Cannon Soldier is just a worse version of the original Cannon Soldier. As while this card does have the same benefits of being able to attack directly, you need to wait a full turn for the Toon Summoning Sickness to wear off, and you need to control Toon World in order to get any real benefit out of the effect. While the original Cannon Soldier can just attack on the turn it's summoned, either for a decent chunk of damage or to destroy one of your opponent's monsters by battle. But while the original Cannon Soldier might technically be the better card, both are just as capable of FTKing your opponent. This is because neither card has a hard once per turn on its effect to inflict burn damage. So, provided you can keep supplying Toon Cannon Soldier with monsters, you can keep tributing them off in order to constantly keep burning your opponent for 500 damage, eventually reducing your opponent's life points to 0 without even needing a battle phase. At first glance, this task may appear somewhat Herculean, as in order to fully reduce your opponent's life points to 0, you need to tribute 20 monsters in one turn. However, several strategies were capable of providing more than enough fodder for each of the Cannon Soldiers. Danger Dark World FTK was one such strategy, and used its impressive ability to summon out numerous bodies to the field in order to summon out Pre-Errata Firewall Dragon, Grapha, and Toon Cannon Soldier. With this setup, you can tribute the Grapha that the Firewall points to with Cannon Soldier and trigger Firewall Dragon's effect to summon out another monster from your hand. And if you summon a Dark World monster, you can return it to your hand in order to summon out Grapha again to the zone where Firewall Dragon points to, and because then Firewall's effect had no once per turn, you could tribute the Grapha again with Cannon Soldier to burn for another 500 damage, trigger Firewall's effect once again, resulting in an infinite loop capable of dealing an infinite amount of damage. Although this particular FTK is no longer legal due to the errata, there are a number of other strategies capable of performing similar loops in order to FTK your opponent. And in some cases, other decks actually preferred Toon Cannon Soldier in order to use Toon support to their advantage. Some Magical Explosion FTK decks use Toon Cannon Soldier in order to have a target for Toon Table of Contents to set up their graveyard with spell cards, while also inflicting an extra bit of burn damage in order to bring your opponent closer to being FTK'd. In fact, these FTK strategies actually managed to prove so strong that in 2018, every single Cannon Soldier was banned in the OCG. Although in actual Toon strategies, Toon Cannon Soldier sees virtually no play, which is why it only makes the number 10 spot on this list. The card is great in being an FTK enabler for many strategies, but it does almost nothing to actually help out Toons as a strategy. Whereas the next card on this list is actually a boon for Toon decks. And at number 9, we have Red Eye's Toon Dragon, a card clearly inspired by Red Eye's Black Dragon. But unlike its original counterpart, Red Eye's Toon Dragon actually has an effect. It has the same effects as most other Toon monsters, being unable to attack the turn it's summoned, and being able to attack your opponent directly while you control Toon World. But it also comes with its own original effect that you can special summon out any Toon monster from your hand by ignoring its summoning conditions, except Red Eye's Toon Dragon. Being able to special summon out any Toon monster from your hand is actually excellent for the deck, as most level 5 or higher Toon monsters are actually somewhat difficult to bring out on their own. Toon Barrel Dragon, for example, has no innate summoning condition to allow it to be brought out, and would otherwise require 2 tributes to normal summon to the field, making it a pretty huge investment. And the fact that it ignores summoning conditions is also excellent for Toon strategies, as a lot of the older Toon cards, such as Blue Eyes Toon Dragon, not only needed Toon World on the field, but also required you to tribute monsters or to special summon another card for its summoning condition, essentially requiring 3 cards of investment. But with Blue Eyes Toon Dragon, you can special summon almost any Toon monster for free. But Red Eyes Toon Dragon doesn't come with its own innate summoning conditions, so it begs the question, how do Toon decks actually bring Red Eyes Toon Dragon to the field? An interesting quirk about Toon cards is that some of them don't just belong to the regular Toon archetype, they also belong to the same archetype as their regular version, allowing them to use cards that support that archetype to aid their 2 counterparts. And in the case of Red Eyes, Toon decks often use the Blackstone of Legend as their main normal summon. You see, by normal summoning out the Blackstone of Legend, you can use this effect to attribute itself to special summon Red Eyes Toon Dragon directly from your deck, giving Toon decks an easy way to bring out Toon Red Eyes with ease. And because Toon Red Eyes special summons a monster from your hand, a single Blackstone of Legend essentially represents two Toon monsters on your side of the field, even without controlling Toon World. In essence, Red Eyes Toon Dragon is an essential part of current Toon strategies to swarm the field and saves you a ton of resources that you would have otherwise spent on bringing out other Toon monsters, and it's capable of using both half of its names to its advantage. The reason why it's only number 9 spot is because it's not very good in other strategies that aren't Toon, including Red Eyes decks. And there are other Toon cards which are capable of swarming better than Red Eyes Toon Dragon, and even other Toons which gain a ton of benefits because of the secondary archetype it's from, like the next card in this list. And at number 8, we have Toon Cyber Dragon, a modern Toon support card that actually managed to see a large amount of competitive play. It has the drawback and benefit as most of the Toon monsters, in that it can't attack the turn it's summoned, but can attack directly when you control Toon World. And it also comes with the same summoning condition as the original Cyber Dragon, in that when your opponent controls a monster and you control no monsters, you can special summon Toon Cyber Dragon from your hand. On its own, Toon Cyber Dragon just represents an easy way to special summon out a Toon monster in order to swarm your field, which is pretty good. But the real power of Toon Cyber Dragon, like Red Eyes Toon Dragon, is in the secondary archetype it's part of, Cyber Dragon. And in Cyber Dragon decks, Toon Cyber Dragon essentially acts as extra copies of Cyber Dragon that can be used alongside cards like Cyber Dragon Naster and Cyber Emergency, due to its name and particular stat line, and actually saw play in a few topping Cyber Dragon lists for its actual archetypal synergy. But the main reason why it saw competitive play was actually due to both of the archetypes in its name, making it a premier going second tool, even in decks that weren't Toon or Cyber Dragon. You see, from 2017 to 2019, Yu-Gi-Oh! Had entered a new Master Rule known as Master Rule 4. And during this specific time period, if you wanted to summon out extra deck monsters to your side of the field, you either had to do it in the extra monster zone, or to a zone where a link monster was pointing to. This meant that during this time period, most decks that access the extra deck either use link monsters to access their other extra deck boss monsters, or play link strategies like Goki that were capable of extra linking your opponent, taking up both extra monster zones, locking your opponent out of the extra deck entirely. This was an issue for any strategy that wanted to use their extra deck. But thankfully, Cyber Dragons had their own in-archetype counter in Chimera Tech Mega Fleet Dragon, which was capable of clearing away both extra monster zones by contact fusing them with any Cyber Dragon monster while also giving you a high attack monster to beat over your opponent's board, all without activating a single monster effect. This strategy was so effective at countering link strategies and extra links that other decks would incorporate it into their decks. And for Sky Striker strategies, Toon Cyber Dragon was the Cyber Dragon of choice above even the original. While the original Cyber Dragon could attack on the turn you summoned it, Toon Cyber Dragon was searchable through Toon Table of Contents. You see, Sky Striker decks really like putting spell cards into the graveyard in order to gain access to the bonus effects of their archetypal spells. And with Toon Table of Contents, you could search for another Toon Table to search for the third Toon Table to finally search for the Toon Cyber Dragon, putting all 3 spells into the graveyard that were necessary for the bonus effects of Sky Striker spells while giving you an excellent tool to wipe your opponent's board. And this particular strategy was actually so powerful in Striker specifically that it helped form the basis of Sky Striker Trains, a deck focused on utilizing the Sky Striker spells in order to break your opponent's board and gain advantage, and the rank 10 train cards to OTK your opponent. And it just so happens that Chimera Tech Mega Fleet Dragon is a level 10 monster, making it perfect material to be used in overlay into Gustav Max. Overall, Toon Cyber Dragon is a deceptively powerful card that's a strong tool in breaking boards. Although it doesn't see too much competitive play in the modern era, since fewer decks really rely on link monsters in order to set up their plays due to the introduction of Master Rule 4 revisions, which allowed any monster in the extra deck other than links and pendulums to be summoned out to any zone, but is still technically usable in modern Toon strategies too. But the next card on this list is even better for Toon decks. Making their appearance at number 7 is Toon Dark Magician, another Toon monster based on the classic vanilla monster. Like most other Toon monsters, it cannot attack the turn it's summoned, but can attack directly while you control Toon World. But just like with Toon Red Eyes, despite being based on a normal monster, Toon Dark Magician also comes with its own unique bonus effects. On a soft once per turn, by discarding any Toon card, you can either choose to special summon any Toon monster from your deck, ignoring its summoning conditions, or you can instead choose to add any Toon spell or trap card from your deck to your hand. Just like with Red Eyes Toon Dragon, Toon Dark Magician has a lot going for it and is an integral part in helping you swarm the field with Toon monsters, allowing you to special summon out almost any Toon monster from your deck, even while ignoring summoning conditions, all at the cost of a single discard. So, like with Toon Red Eyes, you could summon out an otherwise difficult to use Toon monster, that required a lot of setup like Toon Summon Skull. But these two cards also happen to combo together quite well, as while they aren't capable of summoning out other copies of themselves, they can summon out each other. So with Toon Dark Magician, you can summon out Toon Red Eyes from your deck, and that Toon Red Eyes could summon another Toon monster from your hand, even another Toon Dark Magician, which is particularly useful given that its effect is only a soft once per turn. That's not where the synergies of these cards ends, because just like their non-Toon counterparts, they're both level 7. You see, usually Toon decks don't really rely too much on their extra deck in order to win games. There are, of course, exceptions to this rule. Toon Cyber Dragon lets you go into Chimera Tech Mega Fleet Dragon, and Toon Harpy Lady lets you go into Cyber/Harpy Lady, but more often than not, Toons are reliant on their main deck monsters and back row in order to win games. But because both Toon Dark Magician and Toon Red Eyes are level 7 and combo well with each other, it gives Toon decks easy access to the rank 7 pool. This is particularly important for Toon lists as it gives them access to cards like number 11 Big Eye, Red Eyes Flare Metal Dragon, and even Volafringe, the Darkest Dragon Doom Rider, whose effective pop will also be quick effect because Red Eyes Toon Dragon just so happens to be a dragon. And that's not all, because instead of special summoning any Toon monster from your deck, you could instead add any Toon spell or trap from your deck to your hand. For example, you can add the original Toon World if you want to allow your Toon monsters to be able to attack directly, or something like Toon Briefcase or Toon Terror as a form of interruption during your opponent's turn. While not the best possible way you can search Toon cards since you need a Toon discard, Toon Dark Magician has impressive versatility due to the modularity of its effect, and due to the strength of being able to summon out any Toon from your deck, and even makes summoning the next card on this list a lot easier. And at number 6, we have Toon Blackluster Soldier, a level 8 Toon monster that, unlike the first Blackluster Soldier, isn't a ritual monster at all. But its summoning condition is made to mirror their ritual summon, as in order to bring out Toon BLS, you must tribute Toon monsters from your hand or field whose total levels equals 8 or more. And that's not the only interesting quirk about Toon Blackluster Soldier, because you see, Toon Blackluster Soldier has the ability to attack directly while you control a Toon world, like most other Toon monsters, but unlike other Toon monsters, Toon Blackluster Soldier doesn't come with the same downside of being unable to attack on the turn it's summoned. This attack prevention is instead tied to Toon BLS's second effect, where you can target and banish any card in the field. But Toon BLS can't attack if you use it, actually mirroring the first effect of Blackluster Soldier and Envoy of the Beginning almost exactly. In fact, Toon Blackluster Soldier's banishing effect is actually better than Envoy of the Beginning, as it's capable of banishing any card in the field, not just a monster. So not only can you use Toon BLS to deal with your opponent's boss monsters, you can also use it to clear away your opponent's powerful back row, including floodgates that would otherwise put a stop to Toon strategies like Rivalry of the Warlords. Its summoning condition, however, is a little bit harder to fulfill, as it requires you to tribute either one really high level or multiple lower level Toon monsters in order to special summon it. Now, this is slightly better than summoning condition of a card like Blue Eyes Toon Dragon, but it's still a large commitment nonetheless. This is where Toon Dark Magician and Red Eyes Toon Dragon can also prove their might, as because both of these cards ignore summoning conditions, you instead get to summon out Toon Blackluster Soldier for free, swarming the field while also giving you the option to remove any card from the field. But if you choose not to use the effect, Toon Blackluster Soldier also has another merit in its favor: it can attack during the turn it's summoned. This can be a boon to clear away your opponent's board using the battle phase, but if you control Toon World, Toon BLS can attack directly during the very first turn it's brought out. This has formed the basis of many going second Toon strategies. As previously, Toon decks had no monsters they could use in order to attack over your opponent's monster, clear the board, or OTK with on turn 2, since every Toon prevented itself from attacking during the turn it was summoned. Overall, Toon BLS has proven itself to be an integral part of modern Toon strategies, and has provided the deck with a boss monster to strive for that circumvents the usual downsides of Toons while also giving its main benefit, and is arguably the best Toon monster currently in the game. But this list is for Toon cards, and even with how powerful Toon Blackluster Soldier is, there are plenty of Toon cards which trump its strengths, like the next card in this list. And at number 5, we have Toon Page Flip Up, the first Toon spell card on this list. This is a quick play spell card that can only be activated while you control Toon World, and you can only activate one of it per turn. But if you do activate it, you get to reveal 3 Toon monsters from your deck with different names, and then your opponent picks one of them at random to special summon to your field while ignoring its summoning conditions. At first glance, Toon Page Flip Up's effect doesn't seem so impressive. Being able to act as an e-tally for Toons is of course a powerful effect, but the fact that it's random means that you're not always guaranteed to get the card you want. For example, you may be in a situation where you really need Toon Cyber Dragon to clear your opponent's Appaloosa Bow of the Goddess, but you might instead be forced to summon your Toon Dark Magician Girl or Toon Gemini Elf instead. And the fact that you need to control Toon World or even to activate in the first place makes it seem a lot worse than Toon Dark Magician at first. But while Toon Page Flip Up is somewhat random, you do get to choose the cards that could potentially be summoned out to the field. So you could just pick the best Toons you have in your deck. In most cases, Toon decks will opt to summon Toon Dark Magician, Red Eyes Toon Dragon, and Toon Blackluster Soldier. This particular trio allows Toon Page Flip Up to be an amazing starter for Toon decks no matter what monster is randomly summoned by the opponent. In the case of Toon Red Eyes, you get to swarm the field by summoning another Toon from your hand. In the case of Toon Dark Magician, you get to summon out another Toon from your deck. And while summoning out Toon Blackluster Soldier doesn't provide you with any form of extension, Toon Page Flip Up allows you to summon out Toon BLS for free without requiring any sort of tribute. In contrast, while Toon Dark Magician is certainly powerful, and it has a more consistent effect when compared to Toon Page Flip, it's also harder to commit to the field and usually requires you already have the ability to combo off already with something like Blackstone of Legend for Toon Red Eyes in order to bring it out. Meanwhile, Toon Page Flip only requires that you have a face-up Toon World on your side of the field to activate, a card that Toon decks have easy access to given how searchable it is, making it a lot easier to use when compared to Toon Dark Magician, even if they both require some level of setup. Opening up to number 4 is Toon Bookmark, a normal spell with 2 pretty strong effects. You can only activate one of its card name per turn, and when you do, you get to add a Toon World or a card that mentions Toon World in its effect text from your deck to your hand, except a Toon Bookmark itself, giving it a wide array of Toon cards it can search. And that's not all. It also comes with the bonus effect that while it's in the graveyard, if Toon World would be destroyed by a card effect, you can banish Toon Bookmark from your graveyard instead. Toon Bookmark is an incredible cubable search spell, and one that other archetypes would be grateful to have, as it's not only capable of searching Toon World, the card the Toon decks are centered around in order to play, it can search any card which mentions it. This includes every single Toon monster other than Toon Alligator, important play starters like Toon Page Flip, and even extremely powerful interruptions tools like Toon Terror. More often than not, you'll be using Toon Bookmark to search either Toon World or Toon Kingdom in order to set up your field to use cards which require Toon World to be face up. But having the option of being able to search other powerful cards in your deck allows the card to be absurdly flexible. And that's not all, because as well as searching almost your entire deck, Toon Bookmark is also capable of protecting your face-up Toon World. You see, Toon decks heavily rely on having a face-up Toon World in order to make their plays, activate most of their powerful card effects, and attack directly with Toon monsters. So, if your opponent sees you're on a Toon strategy, they will be inclined to remove Toon World from the field as soon as possible with something like Twin Twisters or Conquistador Golden Land, in order to stop you from using your best cards and shutting down half your deck. But Toon Bookmark allows you to protect your face-up Toon World by banishing itself from the graveyard, keeping your Toon World up, and giving you an opportunity to make your plays. Overall, Toon Bookmark is an excellent search spell that not only is capable of searching out most of your cards in your deck, including the most important card in Toons, but it's also capable of protecting that Toon World from your opponent's card effects, which is why it makes it to number 4 spot in this list. There are, of course, some limits to Toon Bookmark's strength. While it can search most cards in your arsenal, some Toon cards like Toon Briefcase and Toon Rollback don't mention Toon World in their text at all, making them impossible to search when you're using Toon Bookmark. But even then, the card is still an astonishing searcher that can search some of the best cards in your deck, like the next card on this list. Reaching in at number 3 is Comic Hand, an equip spell that has an effect that mirrors one of the strongest spell cards in the game, Snatch Steal. You can only activate when you control a face-up Toon World, but if you do, you can equip Comic Hand to an opponent's monster and take control of it. And not only do you get to take control of that monster, it also becomes a Toon monster and can attack your opponent directly while you control it. But if Toon World is not face up on the field, Comic Hand destroys itself. Stealing any monster your opponent controls is an effect shared by many cards that have featured on the Forbidden and Limit list due to how amazing stealing a monster is. Change of Heart was only recently brought back to 1, Brain Control had to be eroded to curb its power level, and Snatch Steal is currently still banned to this day. And Comic Hand's effect, while less generic, is arguably stronger than a card like Snatch Steal, because not only do you get to steal your opponent's best monster and use their effects, those monsters also become Toon monsters, letting whatever you steal synergize with your entire deck. So if you steal something like your opponent's access code talker, that access code becomes a Toon, allowing you to use cards like Toon Terror and Mimic Cat without needing to commit any of your own monsters. And because there's no attack restriction on the monster Comic Hand is attached to, it can even be used as a way to easily OTK your opponent alongside something like Toon Blackluster Soldier by attacking your opponent's life points directly, even on a full board. And the fact that Comic Hand has no once per turn makes it an excellent tool for Toon decks that happen to be going second. Now, Comic Hand does come with a few bad downsides. Like a lot of Toon cards, it does require you needing to control a Toon World, and if your Toon World is removed from the field, Comic Hand blows itself up, which gives control of the monster back to your opponent, potentially allowing them to make a comeback. And furthermore, it's not a Toon card, meaning it can't be searched out with something like Toon Table of Contents or discarded by Toon Dark Magician. Although it is still searchable by Toon Bookmark because it mentions Toon World in its text. Still, Comic Hand is an amazing addition to the Toon arsenal, and no doubt its strongest archetypal going second tool, and could potentially lock your opponent under their own monsters. Rising into number 2 is Toon Kingdom, a Toon field spell which has become the main card modern Toon decks are built around, When you activate it, you have to banish 3 cards from the top of your deck face down, and while it's face up on the field, its name becomes Toon World, and it gives your Toon monsters a variety of strong protections. Toon Kingdom prevents your Toon monsters from being targeted by card effects, and if a Toon monster would be destroyed by a battle or card effect, you can banish cards on top of your deck equal to the number of Toon monsters that would be destroyed instead. Prior to the release of Toon Kingdom, Toon decks had a lot of key issues which really held them back in terms of viability. Their summoning sickness, their lack of protection, and perhaps most devastating, the entire deck was built around using Toon World. And Toon World is a continuous spell card that does nothing, and requires 1000 life points in order to even activate. So in order to set up their plays, older Toon decks were required to play Toon World, a card that does literally nothing in order to actually gain the benefits from their Toon monsters. And in the cases where you don't draw Toon World, you'd have to use your valuable search card like Toon Table of Contents in order to find it, instead of searching for an actually useful card. This all changed with the release of Toon Kingdom. This field spell revolutionized Toon strategies by giving them a Toon World that's actively beneficial for the deck, and has even allowed for Toon decks to cut Toon World completely from their lists, as the card is no longer necessary in order to attack directly with Toons and use their powerful spell and trap cards like Comet can. And the effect that Toon Kingdom provides is actually pretty good, and solves yet another issue for Toon decks, their lack of protection. In the past, Toon monsters were superbly vulnerable to any form of removal. They were essentially glass cannons, capable of dealing huge amounts of damage to OTK your opponent by bypassing their own field of monsters, but also losing to an opponent's card effect like Book of Moon, or even being over by a monster with just a higher attack. However, while Toon Kingdom is face up on the field, your Toon monsters are protected from all forms of destruction and targeting by your opponent, essentially making every single Toon monster a pseudo-towers on par with Red Eye's Dark Dragoon. In fact, the protection these Toons have is technically better than Red Eye's Dark Dragoon, as they're also protected from battle as well. All you need to do is banish a single card from the top of your deck for every Toon that would be destroyed. And while it's possible that you could banish an important card like Comet can, it's more than worth it to protect your Toons. The protection is so strong that your Toon monsters are virtually guaranteed to see the next turn when their summoning sickness wears off, where they can then proceed to attack your opponent directly, actually giving Toons a viable route to OTK your opponent. And even if your opponent tries to deal with Toon Kingdom, you can just use your graveyard effective Toon Bookmark to protect it while it's on the field, since it is treated as Toon World while on the field. All in all, Toon Kingdom's downsides are minor in comparison to everything else it does for Toon decks, giving the strategy a viable Toon World that gives them protection and provides the deck with a viable route to OTKing, even with their summoning sickness, solving virtually every one of the deck's former issues, making it the second best Toon card in the game. Yet, even with how good Toon Kingdom is, there is one more Toon card, which does even more for Toon strategies, and even strategies that aren't Toon. And last but not least, the best Toon card in the game is Toon Table of Contents. This normal spell has a simple but deceptively strong effect that has allowed you to see a large amount of competitive play. And it has the effect where you can add any Toon card from your deck to your hand. Like with Toon Bookmark, part of the power of Toon Table of Contents is its inherent power being able to search out basically your entire deck. There are some limits to Toon Table of Contents, like you can't add the card Comet Can or Mimicat since they technically don't have Toon in their name. But you can use Toon Table of Contents to search out Toon Bookmark, to then search out those cards since they mention Toon World, making Toon Table of Contents the key to accessing every single part of your deck in some way when you're playing Toons, including other copies of itself, since a Toon Table of Contents is also a Toon card, and Toon Table of Contents also has no once per turn on it. So you can use Toon Table of Contents to search out another Toon Table of Contents to search out yet another Toon Table of Contents. Now, in theory, this always results in a net neutral in terms of card advantage, as you're just trading one copy of Toon Table of Contents for another until you eventually run out. And for Toon decks, this is true, but this way of using this card has allowed it to see competitive play as a Toon engine in certain strategies that want to set up their graveyard with spell cards. Magical Explosion FTK decks would often pair Toon Table of Contents alongside Toon Cannon Soldier, in order to set up their graveyard with a lot of spells to burn your opponent for large amounts of damage. And spellbook decks in the past would often pair Toon Table of Contents alongside Toon spellcasters like Toon Gemini Elf, as a single Toon Table of Contents represents 3 spell cards that are being sent to the graveyard, which allows Spellbook of Judgment to search out a ton of cards in your end phase and provides every spell necessary for the summon of Jiaojin the Spiritualist to lock your opponent out of special summoning. Even in the modern era, Toon Table of Contents was used alongside Magical Musketeer strategies in order to have an easily activatable spell card to trigger musket effects, and was even meta relevant in Sky Striker strategies as a single Toon Table of Contents puts 3 spells in the graveyard, allowing Sky Strikers to gain access to the bonus effects of their spell cards. With Toon Cyber Dragon, Toon Table is even a generic going second option in order to deal with your opponent's Link monsters with the use of Chimera Tag Megafleet Dragon. For Toons, Toon Table of Contents is an amazing search spell that allows you to access your entire deck and can search out any card you need. Toon Kingdom or Toon Page Flip Up to start your plays, Toon Bookmark to gain access to cards like Comic Hand, or even powerful Toon monsters like Toon Blackluster Soldier. But in other decks, Toon Table of Contents is more than just a searcher, it's a powerful tool that enables a lot of interesting strategies that rely on spell cards, and has even been able to see meta relevance for its ability to search out and use other copies of itself, which is why it's the best Toon card in the game. In this video, we'll be going over some of the best Dark Magician cards to complement the worst Dark Magician card video I made years ago. And at number 10, we have the Magician of Black Chaos Max. This is a ritual monster who's the direct retrain over the Magician of Black Chaos, which is a subset of Dark Magician cards, which simply has the effect that when it's special summoned, you contribute one monster in order to make it so your opponent can't activate monster effects this turn. And also, if it destroys that monster by battle, you get to add a spell card in your graveyard to your hand. Very reminiscent of the Dark Magician of Chaos card, which allows you to add a spell card to your hand during the end phase of the turn it's summoned. Now, what's important about this card is that first effect, which is basically the same as Outer Entity Azathoth, a card currently on the Forbidden list for being able to lock your opponent out of monster effects in the turn it's summoned. And the reason Magician of Black Chaos is not banned for basically having the same effect is because they knew it had a strong effect when they released it. That's why they gave it the tribute cost. Ritual monsters are inherently just harder to summon than extra deck monsters anyway, so that should have been good enough to balance out the lockdown effect on its own. But adding a tribute cost requirement on top of it was really going the extra mile that allowed it to not be completely broken, but still a good effect. If you're able to bring this card out during your opponent's turn, you can just end their turn, which is possible thanks to the Dark Magician quick play spell card, Secrets of Dark Magic, or using Megalith Ankh, which allows you to ritual summon during your opponent's turn while also using itself as one of the materials. And that's where Magician of Black Chaos Max enjoyed its competitive success. It had a deck that would use Megalith Ankh in order to bring it out during their opponent's turn to simulate how Outer Entity Azathoth was used. It is a somewhat competitively viable way to lock your opponent out of monster effects for a turn, which can kind of win you the game on its own sometimes. But Megalith decks don't really see very much competitive success, so it's not a huge problem, nor does it see huge representation either, which is why it's only at the bottom of this list. And I don't think it sees any play at all in normal Dark Magician decks. And at number 9, we have Ebon Illusion Magician. This is a rank 7 Xyz monster, which requires any 2 level 7 monsters as materials, so completely generic, and also has an alternative summoning condition where you can rank it up on top of a rank 6 spellcaster Xyz monster. I assume the intended way to bring this card out with its alternative method would be on top of Magi Magician Gal, which is a pretty decent rank 6 monster, but it's never been released to the TCG for censorship reasons. I think the story goes that the creator refused any censorship on that card, and they refused to release in the TCG without censorship, so it was just never put out. But I don't know if that's 100% true, and I don't really care, as it's mostly brought out with 2 level 7 monsters anyway, and not ranking it up on top of a rank 6 Xyz spellcaster. Now, the card has 2 effects. One of them allows it to detach a material to special summon any spellcaster type normal monster from your hand or deck. And its other effect is if a spellcaster normal monster declares an attack, you can banish 1 card your opponent controls. Generally, extra deck monsters that can special summon monsters from the deck have been historically very strong, although limitations on this one of being a normal monster heavily helped in this card not being overpowered, but still appropriately powered, as that monster that could be brought out could be used to banish a card if it attacked. So it fit in perfectly with Dark Magician decks, who get into level 7 monsters pretty easily, i.e. Dark Magician itself, can bring out Dark Magicians from the deck, and then banish cards whenever they attack anything. It did also see play in Pendulum Magician decks, as they can bring out level 7 monsters pretty easily, and also have normal spellcaster Pendulum monsters that get special summon from the deck in order to activate its effects. And at number 8, we have the Dark Magicians. This is a fusion monster which only requires 2 materials for its summon, and one of those materials being a Dark Magician or Dark Magician Girl, and the other material being any spellcaster type monster. And its effect on the field is that if a spell or trap card is activated, you get to draw 1 card. And then if it's a spell or trap card, you can set on the field and then activate it this turn if it was a trap or quick play spell card. And the Dark Magician archetype has a lot of trap cards that they would love to be able to activate in their first turn, like Eternal Soul, which allows them to go +1 by searching a support card or special summon a Dark Magician from their hand or graveyard. Or maybe Destined Rivals, which allows you to negate all of your opponent's card effects for that turn. Magician's Combination, which is a 1-turn Omni-Negate, or even Magician's Navigation to just special summon 1 more Dark Magician from your deck. And Dark Magician decks actually have a way to top deck these cards pretty easily, with cards like Soul Servant, that essentially allows you to place any Dark Magician support card on top of your deck from your deck, graveyard, or hand. Or even more minorly with Dark Magical Circle, which can allow you to rearrange up to the top 3 cards of your deck. There's also the case where it just lets you draw a card after a spell or trap card is activated. So if you bring out the Dark Magicians and then just activate a spell or trap card, you get to draw a card immediately, even if you're not trying to stack a good trap card on top of your deck in order to activate its effect during your first turn. It also works during your opponent's turn too, and works on cards you already have on the field. So if you use Eternal Soul during your opponent's turn, you'll be able to draw a card. And if it's destroyed, it allows you to float into 2 cards, Dark Magician and Dark Magician Girl from your hand, deck, or graveyard. So even if the card is an inherent -2 in card advantage with the fusion materials and fusion spell card required to bring it out, or less advantage if you use something like Magicalized Fusion to use materials from your graveyard, or just using the Eye of Timaeus in order to only use a single monster in the field for its full fusion summon. Whatever the case, it'll eventually gain the advantage back through its wonderful effects of just drawing a card every turn, and its floating effect, which allows you to immediately make up for the advantage required to bring this card out. So it's one of the few traditional fusion monsters that doesn't really have an alternative way to bring itself out easier, like Thunder Dragon Colossus or ABC Dragon Buster, but its effects generate advantage to the point where that's not a big deal. And being able to set up a trap card on your first turn is a big plus, especially since it works with any trap or quick play spell card. It doesn't have to be a Dark Magician specific one. They're just easier ways to set up Dark Magician trap cards on top of your deck. And at number 7, we have Dark Magical Circle. This is a continuous spell card, which when activated allows you to excavate the top 3 cards of your deck. Then if one of those cards is a Dark Magician or a spell or trap card that lists Dark Magician in its text, then you can add one of those cards to your hand and then place the rest of them on top of your deck in any order. Then if a Dark Magician is normal or special summoned to your side of the field, you get to target and banish 1 card your opponent controls. Both of these effects are hard once per turn, but its second effect to banish a card is a repeatable effect that can be used during each player's turn. Which means Dark Magical Circle basically turns any summon of a Dark Magician into a Caius the Shadow Monarch, which is one of the best monarchs from the Monarch archetype. And all that card does is allow you to banish 1 card when it's tribute summoned. And you can get out a Dark Magician way easier than having to perform a tribute summon, thanks to the plethora of support that brings out Dark Magician pretty easily, like Magician Souls or Eternal Soul. With Eternal Soul allowing you to special summon a Dark Magician during your opponent's turn, which can turn Dark Magic Circle into Disruption. This card turns what would usually be a pretty minor effect of being able to special summon a low attack, high level vanilla monster into an actual beneficial effect that you'd want to pull off on every player's turn, and was a big reason why Dark Magician decks became a top tier strategy in Duel Links when they released Dark Magical Circle to that game. And at number 6, we have Magician's Rod. This card is basically the standard searcher for the archetype. When it's normal summoned, you can add any spell or trap card from your deck to your hand that just lists Dark Magician in its text. Although, funny thing about all these cards that allow you to search out Dark Magician support cards, they don't actually work on the Eye of Timaeus, which does list Dark Magician in its text, but doesn't count for Dark Magician support cards that list Dark Magician in their text, because the exact wording on the Eye of Timaeus is that it targets a Dark Magician monster, and not specifically the Dark Magician. Even though the Dark Magician in the Eye of Timaeus is spelled exactly the same as all of its support cards, with the correct quotation marks around its name, signifying a named card, but it technically isn't referring to the exact Dark Magician, so it doesn't count. Now, funny distinction aside, being able to search out all other Dark Magician support cards from the archetype is very useful, considering a lot of the best cards in the Dark Magician archetypes are spell or trap cards. And the card allows you to add itself back to your hand under a very specific condition, where, if it's your opponent's turn, this card exists in the graveyard, and you activate an effect of a spell or trap card during your opponent's turn, you can then tribute a spellcaster in order to add this card back to your hand. Although the main use of this card is just to use it to search out whatever combo piece you need the most, and is included in just about every single Dark Magician deck. And at number 5, we have Eternal Soul. Now, I've already talked about this card a couple of times in this list because of how prevalent it is with Dark Magician decks. And basically what it does is give all of your Dark Magicians an Ultimate Falcon blanket effect, where they're just straight up immune to your opponent's card effects. And also, once per turn, you can choose to activate 2 of its other effects, where you can either special summon a Dark Magician from your hand or graveyard, or add 1 of 2 Dark Magician support cards from your deck to your hand, with the better of the 2 being Dark Magic Attack, which allows you to blow up all of your opponent's spell or trap cards. And since you can use this effect during either player's turn, basically this allows you to search out a card during your opponent's turn if you don't have a Dark Magician to summon, in order to always gain advantage from it. It's an immediate +1 in card advantage if you use its effect a single time, which allows you to keep using its effect to search out cards from your deck. Or, of course, just bring out Dark Magicians from your graveyard in order to activate the effect of Dark Magical Circle during your opponent's turn to banish a card in order to disrupt plays. And because this card is so good, it obviously has a little downside to it, where if this card leaves the field, it destroys all monsters you control. Not just Dark Magician specific ones. So it creates a big target for your opponent to destroy it in order to blow up your field. A single MST on an Eternal Soul turns into a Raigeki. This is why Dark Magician decks will sometimes play Dark Magician, the Dragon Knight, in order to protect Eternal Soul. Although I'm not sure how common that combo is, it's just a combo that happens to exist, especially since it can be brought out with just a single Dark Magician and the Eye of Timaeus. The Eye of Timaeus does allow you to go into a lot of good Dark Magician cards, which is a shame that it can't actually be searched out with Dark Magician support. And at number 4, we have Apprentice Illusion Magician. This is a level 6 spellcaster type monster, which is an obvious retrain of Dark Magician Girl, and it's just chock full of really good effects that help support Dark Magician decks. It has an effect like the Tricky, where you can special summon this card from your hand by just discarding any other card, and then has an effect where if this card is summoned, you can add a Dark Magician from your deck to your hand. So if you special summon this card with its own effect, it basically allows you to go hand neutral, which is really good for a high level, decent attack monster that can special summon itself from the hand. It also has a hand effect similar to Colute the Moon Shadow, where if a spellcaster type monster is battling an opponent's monster, you can send this card from your hand or field to the graveyard in order to give that monster 2000 attack and defense during damage calculation, which is coincidentally the attack of this monster. And none of its effects are a once per turn, which means you can special summon multiple copies of them from your hand or stack multiple of its hand effects on top of each other. Oh, and also its attack boosting effect can be used while it's on the field too. So you don't have to choose to keep this card in your hand or bring it out if you want that attack boost. And it can be used after it's declared an attack in order to boost the attack of another monster you control. So Apprentice Illusion Magician is just all kinds of excellent. It does a great job of supporting Dark Magician archetype while also having effects that are good enough for it to occasionally see play outside of Dark Magician decks. Although the reason that happens is because of another card on this list, which we'll go over later. And at number 3, we have Soul Servant. This is a quick play spell card, which allows you to stack any Dark Magician card on top of your deck, and it allows you to choose that card from your hand, deck, or graveyard, which is kind of unique for a card that allows you to stack the top of your deck. Generally, those cards are very specific about choosing a card from the deck, or graveyard, or hand, but I think this is the only card in the game that allows you to choose one of 3 places. And the deck is obviously the best thing to choose most of the time, but can allow you to reset garnets from your hand or graveyard if you want to do that instead. And with its ability to stack the top card of your deck from basically anywhere, this can allow you to combo really well with the Dark Magicians in order to immediately activate the effect of a trap card during your first turn, or to immediately special summon Palladium Oracle Mahad, which is a Dark Magician card that can special summon itself from your hand under the conditions that you drew the card from your deck, which can be helped along by Soul Servant's second effect, where if Soul Servant is in your graveyard and it's your main phase, you can banish this card from your graveyard in order to draw a number of cards equal to the amount of Dark Magician cards you control, or in your graveyard, equal to the number of Palladium monsters and Dark Magician or Dark Magician Girl cards with different names, which can allow you to draw up to around 4 cards, I think. But even the most standard Dark Magician deck should allow you to draw at least 1 card with the effect, which basically turns Soul Servant into an incredibly elaborate search card that allows you to stack the top of your deck from whatever you want from the archetype, and then immediately draw that card if you want with its graveyard effect, or have the card drawn by something else like the Dark Magicians, and then draw a card afterwards. Which also just has the potential to be a +3 in card advantage, which I probably don't need to tell you is super good. Although that's only a potential. I wouldn't expect to get a +3 in card advantage every time you used it, but even as just a search card that only draws 1, it's a super good Dark Magician support card bordering on almost broken, which is a surprise that there's 2 other better cards that beat it on this list. And at number 2, we have Magician's Souls. This is a Dark Magician card, which is so good that it made it on my list of the top 10 best level 1 monsters in the game. And the reason for that is because it's useful outside of Dark Magician decks, but also very useful inside of them as well. The effects of Magician's Souls are twofold. While it's on the field, you can send up to 2 spell or trap cards from your hand or field to the graveyard in order to draw that many cards. And there are a lot of decks that like to cycle spell or traps in the grave, in order to gain advantage from them later or just to reset them with recursion effects, like Eldritch for example. It also has the effect where if it's in your hand, you can send a level 6 or higher spellcaster type monster from your deck to the graveyard in order to either special summon this card from the hand, or to send this card to the graveyard in order to special summon a Dark Magician or Dark Magician Girl from your graveyard. So if you just send Dark Magician from your deck to the graveyard with its cost, you'll be able to special summon it with its effect, which is kind of a roundabout way of saying that this card allows you to special summon the Dark Magician directly from your deck. Although even if you don't want to special summon one of the Dark Magicians from your deck, you can just special summon this card instead, and then use its excellent effect to convert 2 spell or trap cards into 2 draws from your deck. And because both of those effects are so good, Apprentice Illusion Magician is almost always played alongside Magician's Souls, as the garnet of the deck that you want to send to the graveyard in order to fuel its summoning condition. And the reason Apprentice Illusion Magician is chosen is because it's useful even if you do unfortunately draw the card, as the ability to special summon monsters from your hand is kind of valuable in a lot of decks. Apprentice Illusion Magician has the distinction of being one of the best garnets in the game. It's excellent in its archetype, and it's also useful if you happen to draw into it if you're running the Magician's Souls engine. And because Magician's Souls is super useful in all kinds of meta decks, it easily earns a high spot on this list. It would have probably taken the number 1 spot if it wasn't for the actual number 1 just being kind of bonkers. And at number 1, we have Red Eye's Dark Dragoon. This is a boss monster which can be fusion summoned with Dark Magician and Red Eye's Black Dragon, or a dragon effect monster as its materials. And while it's on the field, it can't be destroyed or targeted by card effects. Up to 2 times per turn, you can destroy an opponent's card and inflict damage to your opponent equal to that monster's attack. Once during either player's turn, you can discard a card in order to activate its Omni Negate, and if you use its Omni Negate, it permanently gains 1000 extra attack. This is an example of a card that was kind of made overpowered on purpose to really play homage to old school cards like Dark Magician and Red Eye's Black Dragon, considering how popular those archetypes are, and to give people reasons to actually play those cards outside of their specific decks, just as the fusion materials to bring out this monster. Especially since this card is ridiculously easy to bring out with Predaplant Verte Anaconda and Red Eye's Fusion, which basically turns any 2 effect monsters you can get on the field into a Red Eye's Dark Dragoon, assuming you have the required garnets in your deck. Red Eye's Dark Dragoon is already banned over in the OCG for being too strong of a boss monster, and no one would be surprised if this card was eventually banned in the TCG as well. They just kinda gave this card every good effect you can give a boss monster, and then it made it easy to bring out to boot. And since it's technically a Dark Magician card, it easily makes the top spot on this list of the best Dark Magician cards. Evolution is a term that's very similar to retrain and is used to describe an upgraded form of a card that's similar to the original, either due to its stats, appearance, or name. And because of Yu-Gi-Oh's storied history, there have been a number of powerful evolutions that have all managed to see competitive play for their own reasons. So in today's video, we're looking at some of the best fusion evolutions of cards, what makes them so powerful, how they differ from their original counterparts, and how they've managed to keep the themes of the card they're based on alive. And starting us up at number 10, we have Millennium Eyes Restrict, a fusion monster that's actually an evolution of an evolution since it's based on Thousand Eyes Restrict, the fusion evolution of Relinquished. And while their effects are slightly different, they all have one thing in common. They all can equip an opponent's monster to them. But Millennium Eyes Restrict actually works differently from both of its original counterparts. Instead of being an ignition effect, it's actually a quick effect that you can only use in response to an opponent's monster's effect, which allows you to equip any monster in your opponent's field or in the graveyard to it. And while it's equipped, not only does Millennium Eyes Restrict gain the stats of the equipped monster, just like Relinquished and Thousand Eyes, but it also negates the effects of all cards with the same name as the equipped monster and prevents them from attacking. This means that if your opponent tries to Ash Blossom your starter play, you can chain Millennium Eyes Restrict to equip the Ash Blossom that's not in the graveyard and negate its effects, making Millennium Eyes similar to a Call by the Grave and stopping hand traps. As a result, for a long while, Millennium Eyes saw a ton of competitive play in extra decks for its ability to stop hand traps. However, most decks weren't ever hard summoning out Millennium Eyes. They were instead cheating out of the extra deck with instant fusion. That way, they didn't have to play the associated Relinquished Garnet and could just summon Millennium Eyes out for basically nothing. And funnily enough, this is exactly why Thousand Eyes Restrict also saw a ton of play, since it was a great going second tool that you could use to steal your opponent's best monsters. A play that has been relevant since GOAT format, since you could cheat out Thousand Eyes Restrict with either instant fusion or using Metamorphosis on a Scapegoat token, and it was so strong that Thousand Eyes Restrict remained on the ban list until 2016. Where thereafter it began to see play once more, as it also made Instant Fusion a strong going second tool. In fact, both Millennium Eyes and Thousand Eyes contributed Instant Fusion's eventual limitation in 2020, since they both happened to be really strong tools going second, and because Millennium Eyes could stop a ton of interactions when going first. Millennium Eyes keeps the original Spirit of Relinquish and Thousand Eyes Restrict alive with its effect to equip an opponent's monster, but has managed to reinterpret and update its effect for the more modern age, and will likely continue to see some amount of play so long as Instant Fusion is legal. And summoned in at number 9 is Invoked Caliga. who, alongside Alistair the Invoker of Madness, Crowley the First Prophesier, and invoked Ogoides, represents Alistair the Invoker's descent into madness. Caliga can be summoned by fusing together a dark monster with Alistair the Invoker, and shares all of Alistair's stats except for his typing, because instead of being a spellcaster, Caliga is a beast. And instead of searching invocation, Caliga instead has an absurdly strong floodgate, which makes it so that both players can only attack with one monster per turn, and can only attempt to activate a single monster effect per turn. As a floodgate, this effect is absurdly strong, since you can just summon Caliga at the end of the turn after you've comboed off, so that you can lock your opponent only into using a single monster effect for their entire turn. However, in invoked decks, Caliga was never really used as the main game plan. It was a great option for decks like Eldritch Invoked, which rarely needed to use multiple monster effects in a single turn, but for something like Dogmatica Invoked, you'd rather summon out Invoked Mechaba so that you can be protected from common hand traps while you perform your Dogmatica plays, and so that you could use your monster-based interactions during your opponent's turn. But the reason why Caliga is on this list isn't because of its common play and invoked strategies, it's actually because of how Caliga was able to transcend Alistair entirely and see play in Virtual World. You see, Virtual World is a deck that's very capable of summoning out Synchro and Xyz monsters that have a level or rank that's a multiples of 3, with their levels 3s and 6 tuners and non-tuners. This gave the deck easy access to Ultimate Tzolk'in, which allowed you to cheat out Crystal Wing Synchro Dragon from your extra deck for free if you set a card. A monster negate which gave the deck a very easy way to beat Nibiru. But because the deck couldn't make link monsters due to its lock, Tzolk'in was usually stuck on the field as a useless body after Crystal Wing was summoned. However, if you summon out level 6 Muddy Muddragon, you can use its effect to fusion summon with Tzolk'in, and because Muddragon can be used as a replacement for any specifically named material, you can use Muddragon and Tzolk'in to bring out invoked Caliga. This meant that Virtual World is capable of ending on Caliga to floodgate your opponent into only using one monster effect, and with Crystal Wing, you could just negate the single monster that they have. Caliga's floodgate is strong, so strong in fact that even decks that aren't playing Alistair at all will choose to run it just so they can have access to it. And even in invoked strategies, Caliga is a great way to stop your opponent from being able to play the game entirely. And slashing at number 8, we have Buster Blader, the Dragon Destroyer Swordsman, the fusion evolution of Buster Blader that, like his original counterpart, is designed to counter dragon-type monsters. And it does it well, because while you control the Dragon Destroyer, your opponent's dragon monsters are chained to defense position, and no dragon monster in your opponent's possession can activate their effects, which means that even dragon monsters in hand become useless. This effect pairs really well with its other effects, as while Dragon Destroyer can't attack directly, it gains 1000 attack and defense for every dragon monster on your opponent's field or graveyard, adding to its already beefy 2800 attack stat. And if it attacks a defense position monster, it inflicts piercing battle damage. This is quite the upgrade from the original Buster Blader, which just gains 500 attack for every dragon monster your opponent controls or in their graveyard. Dragon Destroyer keeps the spirit of the original Buster Blader alive by being an insane counter to dragon strategies, because while you control it, every dragon monster becomes pretty much useless. And as a result, whenever there's a particularly strong dragon-based strategy dominant in the meta, Buster Blader as an engine becomes relatively popular because of how Dragon Destroyer can just auto-win against some strategies. But the thing that drives Dragon Destroyer over the top is that it's even good against non-dragon strategies. You see, the way many people bring out Dragon Destroyer is with the graveyard effect of Dragon Sword Memories. This effect lets you fuse into Dragon Destroyer using a Buster Blader and a dragon monster in your graveyard. And the main way people put memories in the graveyard alongside Buster Blader is with the effect of Prologue of the Destruction Sword. This effect also lets you summon out a Buster Dragon from your extra deck for free, as long as you destroy it during the next end phase. And Buster Dragon makes it so that every monster your opponent controls becomes a dragon monster. So once you bring out Destruction Sword with the memories you send off with Prologue, you turn all of your opponent's monsters into dragons and lock them out of on-field effects entirely, making it an even better skill drain that can turn skip your opponent's turn and allow you to OTK on the following turn. Dragon Destroyer keeps the spirit of the original Buster Blader alive by countering dragons, but the cards around it elevate that theme and make it so that it's always beating your opponent's cards by making them dragons, which is a really neat way of upgrading the gimmick. And at number 7, we have Naturia Exterio, an advanced form of Naturia Beast that's wearing Naturia Barkion as armor. And like the two cards that make up its whole, Exterio has a non-once per turn negate that's capable of locking your opponent out of using their spell or trap cards. But while Naturia Beast can only lock your opponent out of spell cards, and Naturia Barkion can only lock them out of trap cards, Exterio can negate the activation of both card types by banishing a card from your graveyard and milling the top card of your deck. This effect is amazing and has a ton of coverage, because it's capable of shutting down strong playstarters, going second tools, and can even lock trap decks out of the game entirely. But like Millenniumize Restrict, Exterio is pretty difficult to summon out normally, since it requires you to fuse two different synchro monsters together, which means that you have to invest a ton of resources in order to make it. However, just like Millenniumize, there are a number of ways that you can cheat out Exterio from your extra deck. One of the most common ways is with Cyberstein. This is a pretty hefty cost since you have to pay 5,000 life points in order to bring out Exterio, which makes you susceptible to being OTK'd. But with how strong Exterio's effect is, it's more than worth it. Which is precisely why Tearlaments and Sprite often experimented with playing Exterio in their extra deck, as Sprite Elf made it so that as soon as Stein hit the graveyard, you had access to one of the most busted fusion monsters in the game. However, with the latest ban list and the loss of Elf, Stein has become a lot less accessible. But that doesn't mean Stein has stopped seeing play entirely. Because with the release of gigantic Champion Sargass, any deck that's capable of making Spriggan's Merrymaker is now capable of searching out Cyberstein to summon out Exterio, and currently is being played in Spriggan's for that reason. But in less combo-based strategies, Exterio was actually used as a punish for when your opponent would try to clear away your back row. Because if your set Waking the Dragon is destroyed, you get to summon out any monster from your deck or extra deck, and because Exterio doesn't have any restrictions on its special summon, just its fusion summon, it meant that you could just summon out Exterio and potentially win the game on the spot. Exterio is an absolutely stellar fusion upgrade of its original counterparts, although it would likely never see play if there was no way to cheat it out since it's extremely difficult to summon otherwise. Still, it keeps the same theme of Beast, Barkion, and the Echirias as a whole and elevates it to a new level. And at number 6, we have Grapha, Dragon Overlord of Darkworld. The recently released boss monster of the Dark World is based off the original boss monster, Grapha, Dragon Lord of Darkworld. But Fusion Grapha is actually quite different from its original counterpart. You see, the original Grapha is just a great extender that you can special summon from your graveyard by returning a Darkworld monster, and has an effect where if it's discarded, its mandatory effect will activate and destroy an opponent's card on the field. But Fusion Grapha doesn't have either of these effects, and instead has an effect where if your opponent activates any normal spell or trap card or monster effect, you can then change the effect that they activated to instead cause the control of Grapha to discard a card. And if Fusion Grapha leaves the field by an opponent's card, you get to special summon out the original Grapha from your graveyard or banish zone, and then force each player to discard a card. Now, while Fusion Grapha's effects are actually very different from normal Grapha, both of its effects are actually really on point for theming of Darkworld, since they both discard cards for effect, which is natively beneficial for Darkworld monsters, which all have effects that whenever they're discarded by a card effect, they get to do something. But there's a slight difference between the way these two effects discard cards. The second effect is an effect that you activate which causes both players to discard a card by your card effect, but its first effect is more reminiscent of Darkworld Brainwashing, where instead of just negating an opponent's card effect and then discarding a card, it changes your opponent's effect to force you to discard a card. This means that when you discard another Darkworld, it not only gains its effect when it's discarded normally, it also gains a bonus effect because it was discarded by an opponent. Bro now draws 2 cards instead of 1. Silva summons itself back and also hand loops your opponent for 2. And Snow lets you reborn a monster in your opponent's graveyard. This pseudo-negate has been a really integral piece to modern Darkworld strategies, because not only is it a great end board piece, it's a great way to play around hand traps because if your opponent does try to hand trap you with Fusion Grapha up, you get access to a bunch of busted Darkworld effects by altering their effect of the hand trap of your choice. In fact, this effect is so strong that it's even been played in non-Darkworld strategies like Tearlaments alongside King of the Swamp. Fusion Grapha might not share many attributes of the original Grapha, but its effects are very on-brand for Darkworld, and have elevated into a pretty great rogue strategy that's seen strong competitive play. Burning the bridge at number 5 is Red Eye's Dark Dragoon, a fusion evolution of Dark Paladin, which in turn is an evolution of the Dark Magician. And like Dark Paladin, Dragoon also comes with a negate that can also be activated by discarding a card. But instead of only being able to negate spell cards, Dragoon can negate any spell or trap card or monster effect while destroying the thing that activated it and then gain 1000 attack. And that's on top of its strong protection, because while Dragoon is on the field, neither player can target it with card effects or destroy it by card effects either, making it an almost towers-like monster. And that's not all, because Red Eye's Dark Dragoon doesn't just carry the Spear of the Dark Magician with it, it's also a Red Eyes card as well, and keeps the Red Eye Spirit alive with its burn effect because it can destroy an opponent's monster and burn them for the monster's original attack, as long as it was summoned with at least 1 normal monster as a material. And if it was summoned using 2 normal monsters, you actually could use the effect twice. This made Dragoon an excellent boss monster for both Red Eyes and Dark Magician strategies, since it's relatively easy to access with their associated fusion spells, and because these decks already played either Dark Magician and or Red Eyes, Dragoon fit really easy into these strategies. But because of the way Red Eye's fusion worked, it also managed to see a ton of play generically in a ton of different strategies. Red Eye's fusion can use fusion materials from your hand, field, or deck, but has a condition on it which makes it appear unusable in most strategies. Because if you activate Red Eye's fusion, you can't normal or special summon for the entire turn, which gets to Dragoon, but not much else. But for a while, you can instead use the effect of Predaplant Verte Anaconda to copy the effect of Red Eye's fusion and fuse from your deck. This meant you weren't technically activating Red Eye's fusion as a card, and weren't subjected to being locked in out of your summons for a turn, which allowed you to perform your full combo before summoning out Verte Anaconda to end on a strong board that also happened to be backed up by Dragoon. But as well as Verte, there are a number of other ways to deal with the restrictions of Red Eyes Fusion. Guru decks, for example, don't actually need to normal summon or special summon during their first turn. All they need to do is set Guru face down to the field so they can be later flipped up with Hidden City. This means that they can activate Red Eyes Fusion from their hand for free and end on a Dragoon to be also backed up by their Subterror Engine and Floodgates, making them an excellent pairing that even managed to top YCS Lion, an event featuring Tearlaments at full power. But as well as Red Eyes Fusion, there's also another fusion spell which can cheat out Dragoon and gets access to each of its insane effects: Branded Fusion. With the Branded Fusion, you can send Fallen of Albaz and either Dark Magician or the Light Hex Sealed Fusion to either go into Lobelion or Albion to use their effects to fuse into Dragoon. And because Dragoon is so strong in the current format, it's become a staple in branded extra decks, and even force branded pilots to play at least a copy of Dark Magician in the main deck just to use it. It's definitely not as generically splashable as it used to be, but for any deck that can use Dragoon, it's definitely a powerhouse of a boss monster to have in your arsenal. Swimming in number 4 is the double whammy of Tearlament's Kaleidoheart and Tearlament's Rukalos, the two main boss monsters of Tearlaments, who are fusion evolutions of Tearlament's Rhinoheart and Tearlament's Kitkalos respectively. A fusion summoned Rukalos is sent to the graveyard. You can just special summon her back for free, which pairs well with its first effect, which allows you to negate and destroy a card that would special summon a monster, and then send a card you control to the graveyard. And it does all of this while also protecting your other Aqua monsters from being destroyed by battle. On the other hand, whenever Tearlament's Kaleidoheart is sent to the graveyard, it also special summons itself, but then allows you to send any Tearlament's card from your deck to the graveyard. And then, once you special summon back the Kaleidoheart, or if another Aqua monster is sent to the graveyard while you control it, you get to use its effect to target a card your opponent controls and shuffle it into the deck. During Tearlament's Tier 0 status, these upgraded forms of the Tearlament monsters were integral endboard pieces that both heavily contributed to the deck's dominance. Kaleidoheart gave the deck another way to fusion summon on your opponent's turn by sending a Tearlament's monster from your deck to the graveyard with its revival effect, and was also a great form of interruption removal for any of your opponent's cards. Meanwhile, Rukalos gave the deck a great interruption that could stop haymakers like E-Telly, while also protecting the deck from common hand traps such as Nibiru, and the deck's biggest counters, the Bystials, since if your opponent attempted to stop a fusion summon with the effect of a Bystial, you could just chain Rukalos to negate and destroy that activated Bystial. However, with the recent hits on the ban list, both monsters have become a lot harder to access, and have lost a considerable amount of power, but that doesn't mean the cards are terrible. In fact, they're one of the big reasons why Tearlaments is still playable as a strong rogue strategy in the current format. With the ban of Kitkalos, Tearlaments lost its consistency, because it couldn't use its on-summon effect to search and lost its ability to mill 5 cards for free, and it meant the deck could no longer access Tearlament Rukalos. However, even though both of these are big losses for the deck, Tearlament's pilots in the modern era have adapted and can easily access both of these cards with the use of King of the Swamp. Because with King of the Swamp, you can substitute Tearlament Kitkalos or Tearlament's Rhinoheart when fusion summoning, which allows you a really easy path to both Kaleido and Rukalos without having to jump through hoops. And with Rukalos, you get a great endboard piece, but with Kaleido, you also get a consistency tool because its graveyard effect can send any Tearlament card, not just monsters, allowing you to send Tearlament Scream so that you can search for the deck's powerful trap card interruptions. It's honestly impressive how Tearlaments have managed to adapt despite the sheer number of hits the deck received. But thanks to its boss monsters and some creativity with King of the Swamp, it still manages to scratch the ceiling of competitive play. And saving the day at number 3 is Destiny Hero Destroyer Phoenix Enforcer, the evolved form of Elemental Hero Phoenix Enforcer and the dark counterpart of Elemental Hero Shining Phoenix Enforcer. Unlike the original Phoenix Enforcer, Destroyer Phoenix Enforcer can be destroyed by battle, but if it's destroyed by battle or card effect, you get to special summon out any Destiny Hero monster from your graveyard during the next standby phase, which includes itself. So while it may not have the same protection as its original counterpart, its effects makes it likely to stick around. And it's especially strong when paired with its quick effect, which lets you destroy one card you control and one card your opponent controls, so if you destroy your own DPE, you can then use its graveyard effect to bring it back to the next turn. And that's not all, because just like Shining Phoenix Enforcer, DPE also has an attack modifier. But instead of your monsters gaining attack, your opponent's monsters lose 200 attack and defense for every hero card in your graveyard. As a result, this fusion upgrade provided hero decks with an excellent form of interruption. That was so good because it was capable of interacting with both monsters and spell and trap cards, and traded really profitably because you were always guaranteed to get your DPE back during the next standby phase. And it was really accessible all thanks to Fusion Destiny, which was capable of summoning out DPE using materials from your deck, which also allowed hero decks to seed their graveyard and extend even further. However, because DPE and Fusion Destiny were so strong, it saw a ton of use outside of hero as a generically strong boss monster. And a huge reason for that was because of Predaplant Verte Anaconda, because you could turn any 2 monsters into a DPE just like with Dragoon. But there are a couple of big differences between Dragoon and DPE, which meant that DPE often saw far more competitive success. The first is the fusion spell. because unlike Red Eyes Fusion, the lock on Fusion Destiny only lasted for the rest of the turn after you activated and not the whole turn. So even without Vertate, you could perform your full combo and at the end activate Fusion Destiny for a free DPE to add to your end board, which incentivized running multiple copies of Fusion Destiny so that you were more likely to see it rather than just running a single Red Eyes Fusion as a brick. And the second reason is the materials you use to summon them out. You see, with Dragoon, you're forced to play 2 specific vanilla monsters if you want to actually get use of your Red Eyes Fusion. But with DPE, you had a wide array of hero effect monsters that you could use to summon it, with the most popular choices being Destiny Hero Dasher and Destiny Hero Celestial. These cards both had beneficial graveyard effects, with Dasher being a free summon if you draw a monster in your draw phase, and Celestial being a pot of green if you had no cards in hand, which meant that your DPE summon wasn't just Great Interruption, it was also follow-up. In fact, these graveyard effects are so strong that Destiny Hero Celestial is currently banned in Master Duel for just how good it was with Fusion Destiny. Recently, DPE saw a lot less play due to the Verte ban as well as the amount of graveyard hate that was available in the previous format. But with Fusion Destiny at 3 in the TCG, it's likely that DPE will one day make its resurgence again, even without Verte, just because of how strong its effects are. Constructed into the number 2 spot is El Shaddol Winda, the Shaddol counterpart of Winda, Priestess of Gusto. But Shaddol Winda's effect is nothing like her counterpart, because while regular Winda's effect is similar to something like Giant Rat or Mystic Tomato, Shaddol Winda's effects are a lot stronger. You can only fusion summon Winda, and it can be brought out with any Shaddol monster and a Dark monster's materials. While it's face up on the field, it cannot be destroyed by card effects, and each player can only special summon once per turn while it's face up on the field. Although, like the original Winda, Shaddol Winda also floats, because when it's sent to the graveyard, you get to add a Shaddol spell or trap card from your graveyard back to your hand. The Shaddol archetype in general is actually nearly entirely composed of monsters that are puppet-like forms of other monsters in the dual terminal lore, and as a result, every one of its fusion monsters is technically a fusion evolution. And by far, the most infamous 2 are El Shaddol Winda and El Shaddol Construct. And for a while, El Shaddol Construct was the face of the Shaddol archetype, since it was difficult to deal with and had an amazing on-summon effect to foolish any Shaddol card from your deck, which made it so strong that Construct was eventually put on the Forbidden Limited list, and as a result became one of the first fusion monsters in the game to ever be put on the ban list, alongside Thousand Eyes. But in the modern era, Construct is at 3 and is a lot less strong now compared to 2014. El Shaddol Winda, on the other hand, wasn't that strong back in the day, but as the years have gone on, its ability to floodgate your opponent out of the game has become stronger and stronger. Especially because Winda is fairly difficult to out, because with just a single special summon, you have to be able to deal with a 2200 attack beat stick that can't be destroyed by card effects. And as a result, Winda's floodgate is sought after. So much so that even decks that aren't Shadow focused are willing to play Shadow cards just to get access to it. Dogmatica Invoked is a great example, as the only Shadow card their deck plays in their main deck is Shadow Schism. But by using the Dogmatica cards to extra full of Shadow monsters from your extra deck, you can search Schism and have the Shadow monsters in your graveyard that you need in order to fusion summon out Winda on your opponent's turn. Meanwhile, a deck like Tearlament is willing to play more Shadow cards in the main deck, and you'll currently see lists running Shadow Beast and El Shaddol Hollow, because not only are they Shadow names to fuse into Winda with your Dark Tearlaments, they also have beneficial graveyard effects when they're milled. And as a result, Tearlaments have the option to summon out Winda during their own turn at the end of a combo, or on their opponent's turn if they get a lucky mill. But either way, you're stuck under Winda's Floodgate. Now, Winda isn't unoutable, and there are plenty of cards that can deal with it or its Floodgate fairly easily. But it's still a really strong way to stop your opponent from playing the game that's so good that decks are willing to play potential bricks like Shadow Beast or Schism just to gain access to it. But the next fusion evolution on this list has an even stronger Floodgate that ended up being completely banned from the game. And rolling at number 1 is Thunder Dragon Colossus, the strongest evolution on this list. Colossus is an evolved form of the original Thunder Dragon, whose effect lets you discard it to add up to 2 other copies of itself from your deck to your hand. Colossus, however, almost has the opposite effect, because instead of letting you add cards from your deck to your hand, Colossus instead restricts your opponent and prevents them from adding cards from their deck to their hand by card effects unless it's by drawing. And if it would be destroyed by battle or card effect, you can banish a Thunder monster from your graveyard instead. This made it an absolutely absurd boss monster, especially during toss format, because it meant that Colossus, and by extension Thunder Dragon decks, could restrict the searching power of decks like Skystrike and Orcust all by just existing on the field. And because of its protection effect, it was genuinely difficult to deal with if you didn't draw into the right cards, especially because you're not going to be able to search for the cards you need. And what's worse is that against Thunder Dragon, you were likely to have Colossus summoned out against you every single game because of how easy it was to bring out. You see, Colossus fusion summon requirements just requires that you use any Thunder monster with the original Thunder Dragon, but its alternative summon condition basically lets you bring it out for free, because you can instead tribute a non-fusion Thunder effect monster you control to summon out Colossus, as long as the effect of a Thunder monster has been activated in your hand that turn. Something Thunder Dragon decks could do easily with the effects of Thunder Dragon Matrix, Thunder Dragon Dark, and even the original Thunder Dragon. But it's not just limited to Thunder Dragons, because in formats like Master Duel and the OCG, you can actually play Colossus without a single Thunder Dragon in your deck by using Nemesis Corridor. And Corridor fulfills both conditions of Colossus by itself, activating itself in your hand to special summon, and being a Thunder monster you contribute to summon a Colossus and lock your opponent from searching. Out of every fusion evolution, there's no doubt that Colossus is one of the biggest glow-ups in this list, with the floodgate so strong that it was eventually banned in the TCG at the end of the TOS format. And if it ever came back, it'll likely allow for Thunder Dragons to see tiered contention once again. About a year ago, I made a video on the worst Blue Eyes cards. It's about time I made a video on which are the best cards of the archetype, one of the few archetypes that has never stopped getting new support ever since it first came out in one of the very first sets of the game. And at number 10, we have the Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon. This is the original boss monster of the Blue Eyes White Dragon archetype, and is basically a vanilla fusion monster that requires 3 copies of the Blue Eyes White Dragon as its fusion materials. Now, this card never really saw competitive play over the years, other than maybe being a target for Necron's Kaleidoscope. That was until 2019, when Fists of the Unrivaled Tenyi was released. This is a counter trap card that basically works as an Omni-Negate if you control a non-effect monster. It also has a floating effect where if it's destroyed by an opponent's card effect, you get to special summon any one non-effect monster from your extra deck. And since Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon is the highest attack non-effect extra deck monster, it's the prime choice to be played in the extra deck if you're using Fist of the Unrivaled Tenyi. And because of this one little interaction, Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon has seen more competitive play than its 2 better retrains. Neo Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon, who can attack 3 times and has a form of target protection, and Blue Eyes Alternative Ultimate Dragon, who has destruction immunity and has the potential to destroy 3 cards your opponent controls. Both of its retrains have the exact same stats and basically the same summoning conditions as the original, but have seen way less competitive play because of Fists of the Unrivaled Tenyi. And that's kind of the only reason Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon makes this list, which is why he's at the bottom spot at number 10. And at number 9, we have Successor Soul. This is a quick play spell card which has the effect where you contribute an effect monster you control to send 1 effect monster your opponent controls to the graveyard. Then special summon a level 7 or higher normal monster from your hand or deck. So think Gemini Spark, but bringing out a high attack monster from your deck instead of drawing a card. This card came out rather recently as a TCG exclusive in 2020, and is technically not a Blue Eyes White Dragon specific card, but it has Blue Eyes White Dragon in its artwork, and obviously works with Blue Eyes White Dragon. So, what's great about this card is the fact that it's a quick play spell card. That means you can use this card immediately on your turn in order to maybe send a Sage with the Eyes of Blue you just normal summon to the graveyard, or the White Zone of Ancients, in order to non-destruction remove one of your opponent's cards, and then bring out Blue Eyes directly from your deck. Being able to special summon a monster from the deck is one of the best places to special summon a monster from, as shown in my video on the top 10 best kinds of card effects. And you can do this during your opponent's turn too. So, say your opponent's targeting one of your monsters with a card effect. You can chain Successor Soul to that effect in order to use it as a cost to remove one of your opponent's cards and then bring out a monster from your deck. Normally, the card is card neutral in card advantage, but if you're going to lose that card anyway, it kind of turns into a +1. It's an excellent Blue Eyes card, but it's a rather recent card, so it doesn't really have any competitive play stats, which is why it's only the number 9 on this list, since I just think it's a really powerful card, but it doesn't really have any accomplishments to speak of like all the other cards on this list. And at number 8, we have the Dragon Spirit of White. This is a Blue Eyes monster with only 2,500 attack and 2,000 defense, so it has 500 less attack and defense than the Blue Eyes White Dragon. And that's because it was part of a series of cards which were trying to create weaker versions of Blue Eyes but with actual card effects. When this card is summoned, you get to banish one of your opponent's spell or trap cards, and has a quick effect where, if your opponent controls a monster, you contribute this card in order to special summon Blue Eyes White Dragon from your hand. And it even has a nice distinction where this card is treated as a normal monster while in your hand or graveyard. So it's basically a better Gemini monster, as Gemini monsters have the distinction where they're treated as normal monsters while on the field or in the graveyard, but can be normal summoned an additional time on the field in order to gain their effects. That's kinda slow, and Dragon Spirit of White just gains all the benefits of Gemini monsters while not having to be a Gemini monster. So you can still use cards like Silver's Cry in order to special summon it from the graveyard, or even Ancient Rules to special summon it from your hand. And it even has some niche protection, as its ability to special summon a Blue Eyes from the hand can be used in order to dodge card effects. Like if your opponent tries to negate its effect on summon, you can just use its quick effect in order to dodge and negate on the field in order to allow its banish to resolve. As I'm sure many Duel Links players are quite used to these kinds of interactions, as for some reason, Blue-Eyes White Dragon decks are almost at full power in Duel Links, and they definitely all use Dragon Spirit of White to clear back row, helped along by the next card on this list. And at number 7, we have the White Stone of Ancients. This is a level 1 tuner monster which has 2 effects in the graveyard. One of them happens during the turn this card is sent to the graveyard and in the end phase, where you can special summon any one Blue Eyes monster from your deck. In Duel Links, this is almost always used to go into Dragon Spirit of White in order to banish a spell or trap card. In the normal TCG, this effect is kind of slow and not really as powerful as it is in Duel Links. But it is still played because the other effect is also useful, where this card in your graveyard can banish itself in order to add a Blue Eyes monster from your graveyard to your hand. So it's an excellent recursion tool that basically allows you to go +1 at advantage. Basically, both of its effects allow you to go +1. So over the course of 2 turns, this one card can be a +2 in card advantage from both of its graveyard effects. Although, you obviously can't use both of its graveyard effects on the same turn, because one of them requires you to banish the card from the graveyard in order to use it, on a spell speed 1 effect, whereas the other one is end phase only. Also, its effect to special summon a monster from the deck is a soft once per turn, meaning if you have 3 copies of it in your graveyard, you get 3 Blue Eyes monsters from the deck. However, its effect to add a card from your graveyard to your hand is a hard once per turn. It's one of those weird cards in the game that has both a soft and a hard once per turn. And at number 6, we have the Ultimate Creature of Destruction. This is a trap card which basically makes one of your Blue Eyes monsters immune to card effects for a turn, except for its own effects. Also, it cannot be destroyed by battle, and if it attacks a monster, it can destroy that monster at the end of the damage step. So basically, it provides some of the best protection you can give a monster, making it immune to everything, and allowing it to crash into anything to destroy that card at the end of the damage step. However, it goes on to have another effect, where if this card is in your graveyard and you summon a Blue Eyes White Dragon, you can set this card on the field, but then banish it when it leaves the field. Now, most archetypes have some form of protection spell or trap card, and most of the time they never see play, because protection in the form of a spell or trap card is rarely useful unless you can kind of search that card out for free, like with Evil Swarm Ophion and Infestation Pandemic. However, the Ultimate Creature of Destruction has 2 little distinctions that allow it to see play. One of them is definitely its recursion ability. If this card is sent to the graveyard in any way, you'll basically be able to get it back to the field, which is a +1 in advantage, which is why cards like Lost Wind have seen play over the years. In addition to its ability to recover itself from the graveyard, it also offers ridiculous protection. There's almost no way to remove the monster from the field once it's affected by this card, and the card it's affected for the turn can just crash into anything to destroy that monster at the end of the damage step, which means the card basically doubles as removal and protection. So because the card's ability to bring itself back from the graveyard is excellent, it only really needed a decent effect for it to be usable in Blue Eyes decks, and the effect it gives you is kinda bonkers, even if it is just a fancy form of protection. If the effect was just a little bit more useful though, it would probably be at a higher spot on this list, but it's already good enough to be one of the few trap cards that actually sees play in Blue Eyes decks, if not the only one outside of maybe staples like Evenly Matched or Red Reboot. And at number 5, we have Blue Eyes Twin Burst Dragon. This is a fusion card for the Blue Eyes archetype, which requires 2 Blue Eyes White Dragon as its materials. Literally has the same stats as the normal Blue Eyes White Dragon, and has a wonderful distinction for a fusion monster, where it has an alternative summoning condition, where you can fusion summon this card from your extra deck by simply sending its materials you control to the graveyard, but can also be fusion summoned with a fusion spell card. You see, there's a lot of alternative summoning condition fusion monsters, which lock you out of being able to fusion summon them with spell cards. So, being able to use either or is just a nice bonus for this card's playability. It's also decent. The card can attack twice on monsters, it can't be destroyed by battle, and, more importantly, at the end of the damage step, it allows you to non-target banish whatever monster it just battled. And this is why the card sees play. It's basically excellent removal for Blue Eyes decks, to just have this thing crash into any problem boss monster your opponent might have, because there's very few cards which have protection from non-targeting banishing effects. And since it's as easy to bring out as basically a Link 2 monster, you don't have to play any clunky fusion spell cards to bring it out. But that is an option as well, which is only a good thing to have more options. And at number 4, we have the Melody of Awakening Dragon. Now, technically, this is another non-Blue Eyes card like Successor Soul, but it was obviously created for Blue Eyes White Dragon decks, considering the guitar of the card artwork is a Blue Eyes White Dragon theme. As what it does is allow you to discard one card to add up to 2 dragon monsters from your deck to your hand, with 3,000 or more attack and 2,500 or less defense. And this card has definitely seen the most amount of competitive play out of every other card on this list, but mainly because it's an excellent target for searching out other dragon monsters, like Chaos Dragon Legionnaire. It can also search out basically everything from the Blue Eyes archetype, like Blue Eyes Alternative White Dragon, or even Blue Eyes Chaos Max Dragon. It's basically just an excellent search card, which could probably take the number 1 spot on this list if we went purely on how many competitive decks the card has appeared in. But instead, I'm going to leave it out of the top 3 to talk about actual Blue Eye specific cards. And at number 3, we have the Sage with Eyes of Blue. The Blue Eyes archetype has a series of level 1 tuners because they combo very well with Blue Eyes main deck monsters to go into their level 9 synchro monsters. And the Sage with Eyes of Blue is definitely the best of the level 1 tuners. When it's normal summoned, you get to add any light level 1 tuner monster from your deck to your hand, and it has an effect in hand where you can send this card from your hand to the graveyard in order to send an effect monster you control to the graveyard to special summon a Blue Eyes monster from your deck. So basically, its hand effect is like Successor Soul, although without the ability to remove one of your opponent's cards from the field as well. But since it allows you to special summon Blue Eyes monsters from your deck instead of just the vanilla Blue Eyes White Dragon, this means you can use Sage with Eyes of Blue in order to bring out something like Dragon Spirit of White to pop one of your opponent's back row. So it's a +1 if used to normal summon, and it's an excellent combo tool if it's used in the hand. Plus, the fact that it's a level 1 tuner that can be used to go into the level 9 synchros. And at number 2, we have the Blue Eyes Alternative White Dragon. This is probably one of the best support cards the Blue Eyes White Dragon archetype has ever received. It basically has the same stats as the original Blue Eyes White Dragon. Its name becomes Blue Eyes White Dragon while in the field or graveyard. It can special summon itself from your hand if you have a Blue Eyes White Dragon in your hand to reveal, and can forego its attack to destroy one monster your opponent controls. So, because this is a strong boss monster that can special summon itself from the hand very easily, and has the ability to target destroy cards in place of its attack, it's really easy to use. It's an excellent combo piece tool, because if you use it for an extra deck play, you won't attack with the card anyway, and it incentivizes you to actually play the original Blue Eyes White Dragon, and makes the card a valuable target to have in your hand. With other legacy support archetypes like Dark Magician or Red Eyes Black Dragon, they usually play as little of their boss normal monsters as possible, because they don't really want them in their hand very much. Except for the Blue Eyes archetype, which almost always plays 3 copies of Blue Eyes White Dragon, and loves to have copies of Blue Eyes White Dragon in their hand. And Blue Eyes Alternative White Dragon is a big contributing factor in that. In fact, the other archetypes should take note of what Blue Eyes Alternative White Dragon has done well, and maybe just copy its effect if they want people to play 3 copies of Dark Magician or Red Eyes Black Dragon as well. But to be fair to Blue Eyes, it does also have really nice stats for a vanilla monster, so it definitely helps in being a lot more useful than the other lower attack values of Dark Magician or Red Eyes Black Dragon. And if anything, Blue Eyes decks kind of revolve around Blue Eyes Alternative White Dragon. It's the main playmaker. You always want it in your hand when you're using the Melody of Awakened Dragon to search it out. It's basically the best target to synchro away with level 1 tuners to go into a level 9 synchro monster, as it can destroy a monster before it's used as a synchro material with its effect that allows it to give its attack to destroy a monster. Plus, even if you don't forego its attack, it's a 3000 attack beatstick that can special summon itself from the hand pretty easily. It does, thankfully, have a hard once per turn on its special summon effect, so you can't swarm the field with 3 Blue Eyes Alternative White Dragons from your hand. But even at 1, being able to special summon a high attack level 8 monster that can destroy a card from your hand without losing advantage is pretty good. So good that I'm not 100% convinced it's better than number 1 spot. And at number 1, we have the Blue Eyes Spirit Dragon. This is a level 9 synchro monster for the Blue Eyes archetype, and as I've talked about a lot in this video, the Blue Eyes go into level 9 synchro monsters pretty easily. Its requirements we brought out are just any 1 tuner plus 1 or more non-tuner Blue Eyes monsters. So it's pretty restrictive to the Blue Eyes archetype. And this card is basically the reason Blue Eyes White Dragon won the World Championship Series in 2016, as it completely countered pendulum decks. While this card is on the field, neither player can special summon 2 or more monsters at the same time, which means pendulum summons only allow you to bring out 1 monster instead of your entire hand. It also has a great graveyard control effect, where if the effect of a card in the graveyard activates, you can just negate the effect once per turn. It can also tag out into another Dragon-type synchro monster from your extra deck, just in case this card is ever in danger of getting destroyed by something, which can allow you to bring out the other level 9 synchro monster from the archetype, Azure Eyes Silver Dragon, which, when brought out, grants all your dragon monsters currently on the field protection from being targeted or destroyed by card effects for a turn, and allows you to special summon a newer monster from the graveyard during your standby phase. And since it grants self-protection from destruction effects, it can avoid the negative effect of Blue Eye Spear Dragon, which destroys the card it brings out during the end phase. Now, while Blue Eye Spear Dragon was a big contributing factor to why Blue Eyes actually won a world championship, Blue Eyes Alternative White Dragon also helped out. Although Blue Eye Spear Dragon kind of single-handedly allowed Blue Eyes decks to counter the meta, which is why it has to take number 1 spot on this list, as this card was basically tailor-made to allow Blue Eyes decks to actually win when it came out in 2016. And since Blue Eyes decks play a lot of level 1 tuners, and graveyard effects have kind of never stopped being good to negate, it's still a staple good Blue Eyes card, even if its anti-pendulum effect isn't as useful as it used to be. In this list, we'll talk about the 10 least good Blue Eyes White Dragon support cards, because honestly, they don't have very many bad cards in their archetype. Most of the cards in this list will just be kind of mediocre, but that will technically make them the worst of the Blue Eyes cards. And at number 10, we have Rage with Eyes of Blue. Definitely one of the better cards on this list. Basically, this card was created to simulate that one move in the anime where the main character Kaiba summoned 3 Blue Eyes White Dragons in one turn. And what this card does is you can banish this card as well as many cards as possible from your hand, field, or graveyard face down. And if you did, you can special summon up to 3 copies of Blue Eyes White Dragon from your deck. And then it also locks you from summoning other monsters except Blue Eyes White Dragons for the turn, which means this has to be one of the first things you do during your turn. Now, banishing everything in your hand, field, and graveyard face down is a pretty steep cost to bring out 3 3k beat sticks, assuming all 3 of them were in your deck. But hey, if you have no other cards in the field or in your hand when you use this card, it's 1 card to bring out 3 strong monsters. It's not half bad, just not really a situation you should be expecting yourself to be in. There's no way to gain advantage off of this card's particular banish, as it's the bad one, which banishes the cards face down. It also locks you out of extra deck play, so you can't use those 3 blue eyes to bring out better monsters. And another little interesting caveat with this card, this is one of the few cards in the game whose effect can be negated with MST. As one of the conditions for this card's effect to go off is that you have to banish this card as well as all the other ones listed. So if your opponent chains an MST to this card to destroy it, you won't be able to banish it from your side of the field, and its effect will stop there, making this card one of the few cards in the game whose effect can be stopped with MST. That is not a continuous face-up card or a field spell card. And because this card exists, you can technically say that MST does negate at least 1 card in the game, even if it's not technically a negate, and more of a stopping the effect from happening, which is kind of the same thing anyway. And at number 9, we have Deep Eyes White Dragon. This card has an effect where when a Blue Eyes monster you control is destroyed by an opponent, and you have a Dragon-type monster in your graveyard, you can special summon this card from your hand. And if you do, you can do 600 points of burn damage to your opponent for each Dragon-type monster with different names in your graveyard. So it's kind of like a recovery tool if your Blue Eyes are getting destroyed. But here's the thing with its weird burn damage. Blue Eyes decks are a little bit like Harpy decks, in that some of their cards treat their names as Blue Eyes White Dragon. So having this card do more burn damage based on the different names seems kind of counterintuitive to the Blue Eyes White Dragon archetype. Its next effect is a little odd. When this card is summoned, you can target a Dragon-type monster in your graveyard, and this card's attack will become equal to that monster's attack. So, if using a Blue Eyes deck, there's a good chance you'll be able to give this card 3000 attack, which is pretty good. It's kind of a wonder why it doesn't have 3000 attack baseline though, considering any kind of negate will drop its attack down to 0, and make it real easy to beat over, since for some reason it has 0 attack and defense on a level 10 monster. Now, this card would be kind of mediocre, leaning on the bad side, if it wasn't for this last effect, where if this card is destroyed by a card effect on the field, you get to destroy all of your opponent's monsters. That's honestly a pretty decent effect, considering you can proc it yourself. Half the reason people play Starving Venom Fusion Dragon as a super poly target is because it blows up your opponent's cards on its destruction as well. Not to say Deep Eyes White Dragon is anywhere near on the same level of usefulness as Starving Venom Fusion Dragon, but I am saying its ability to destroy your opponent's monsters on its destruction is actually decent, even if it only works on card effects. So, if your opponent just destroys it by battle, no explosion occurs. And at number 8, we have Blue Eyes Chaos Dragon. This is another Blue Eyes ritual monster, which can use Chaos Form to ritual summon it, and is the second Blue Eyes ritual monster that can use Chaos Form to bring it out. So when it was announced, people were excited to hear what its effects were, because Blue Eyes Chaos Max Dragon was a pretty popular card with seemingly decent effects, even if it didn't see any competitive success. So what Blue Eyes Chaos Dragon does is it cannot be targeted or destroyed by your opponent's card effects, which is the same baseline effect as Blue Eyes Chaos Max Dragon. You know, really good protection. Unlike Max Dragon though, the next effect of this card requires it to specifically be ritual summoned using a Blue Eyes White Dragon, where, if it declares an attack, you can change the battle position of all of your opponent's monsters, and then change their attack and defense to 0 permanently. And also, this card will gain piercing damage, so if it attacks into one of those new 0 defense monsters, your opponent will take 3,000 points of damage. Now, all of that sounds decent, but here's the thing. Blue Eyes Chaos Max Dragon has the same summoning requirements, except it doesn't require specifically a Blue Eyes White Dragon to gain its effect, where it will always have piercing damage, and in fact, it does double piercing damage on top of having 1,000 more attack, making it a 4k attack double piercing battle damage machine. So Blue Eyes Chaos Dragon, who has the exact same summoning requirements, has more restrictions on a worse effect, especially since it doesn't work on Link monsters, was kind of a disappointment to say the least. It's still not really a bad card though. It's just not very good when compared to the other Blue Eyes support cards, and that's why it's kind of a low spot on this list, but still makes the list nonetheless. And at number 7, we have Blue Eyes Solid Dragon. This one is kind of the same case as Blue Eyes Chaos Dragon, where it's very obviously similar to another good Blue Eyes support card, only with a worse effect. If this card is normal or special summoned, you can permanently negate the effect of one monster your opponent controls. Now, okay, that's a decent effect if it had a way to special summon itself during your opponent's turn, but it doesn't do that. You'd have to bring it out in some other way in order to gain this effect during your opponent's turn, when it would be most useful to disrupt plays. But I guess if you're playing against an opponent who has a really nasty Marshmallow that you can't get over, then this card would be your go-to for negating that effect during your turn. Now, its other effect is a quick effect, where if your opponent activates a card or effect, you can shuffle this card from your field into your deck to special summon a Blue Eyes White Dragon from your deck. So if your opponent's trying to get rid of this card with a card effect, you can chain its effect to that in order to tag out with the Blue Eyes White Dragon, which is actually a pretty decent effect. Now, there is another card called Dragon Spirit of White, who came out earlier than Blue Eyes Solid Dragon and has similar effects. Dragon Spirit of White has the same stats, is treated as a normal monster while in the hand or graveyard, so it's easier to bring out with normal monster support, and when this card is summoned, you can banish one of your opponent's spell or trap cards, and its quick effect can be activated whenever your opponent just controls a monster, where you contribute this card to special summon a Blue Eyes White Dragon from your hand. So having the same stat line of 2,500 attack and 2,000 defense, having an effect on summon, and being able to tag out with the Blue Eyes, it's pretty obvious these two cards are supposed to be similar, except for the fact that Solid Dragon is not treated as a normal monster for some reason, and banishing a spell or trap card during your turn is much more useful than negating a monster effect during your turn. And there's also the problem that it can't bring itself out from your hand. So it just adds to the bricking problem that Blue Eyes decks already have. So while it's a fine card, it's just a worse version of Spirit of White. And at number 6, we have Malefic Blue Eyes White Dragon. This card is more of a Malefic card than it is a Blue Eyes card. That's probably why it's on this list. The Malefic monsters are all based off of other monsters, usually Iconic Dragons, and they just require you to banish a copy of the original dragon from your deck in order to special summon the Malefic version from your hand. And they also have the negative effects of not allowing your other cards to attack. Now, out of all of the Malefic cards, the two that saw the most amount of play were the two Malefics that banish cards from the extra deck, Malefic Stardust Dragon and Malefic Cyber Dragon. And that's because having to banish a card from your extra deck is much more convenient than having to banish a monster from your main deck that you have no intention of playing. Because if you do draw into that Blue Eyes White Dragon while playing Malefic Blue Eyes White Dragon, the original Blue Eyes is basically a garnet in your hand, and you want it to stay in the deck. Something you don't have to worry about at all with the Stardust and Cyber and Dragon Malefic monsters. Other than that, Malefic Blue Eyes is a perfectly reasonable 3k beat stick that you can special summon from your hand. It's just there's no reason to use it in a Blue Eyes deck, as you don't want your Blue Eyes cards banished, and it's not very popular in Malefic decks either. And at number 5, we have Burst Stream of Destruction. This is a normal spell card which destroys all of your opponent's monsters, with two little caveats. You must control a Blue Eyes White Dragon, and your Blue Eyes White Dragons cannot attack the turn you use this effect. So here's what's mediocre about this card, because destroying all of your opponent's monsters is not a bad effect. It's that you cannot attack the turn you use this card. Generally, if you want to clear out your opponent's field, it's because you also want to attack in the same turn in order to win. So if you just clear out their field and then have to wait with all of your 3k beat sticks out, your opponent's going to get another turn to just build their board back up, and get rid of the cards on your field and then attack. You also need to have a face-up Blue Eyes in order to use this effect, so it's not a very good comeback card, like Raigeki or Dark Hole can be, where the number one use those two cards have is using them to get rid of your opponent's board in order to set up your own, or to come back after your opponent destroyed all of your cards, or to get rid of all your opponent's monsters to attack directly. So really, the no attack for the Blue Eyes really limits the potential of this card, and requires you to have a Blue Eyes on the field limits the comeback potential this card can have as well, making it a pretty mediocre option that most Blue Eyes players don't bother using, especially since cards like Raigeki and Dark Hole exist and are far better generic cards than this Blue Eyes specific archetype card. And at number 4, we have Blue Eyes Toon Dragon. This card is more of a Toon support card than it is a Blue Eyes support card, but it is still a Blue Eyes White Dragon card nonetheless, because all Toon cards are based off of other monsters, kinda just like the Malefics. Basically, if they create an archetype based off of existing cards, there's a good chance they'll make a Blue Eyes White Dragon version of it. Now, out of all of the Toon monsters that exist, Blue Eyes Toon Dragon was one of the first ones to come out, which means it's also one of the worst ones because the first iteration of Toon monsters kinda sucked. And the best use Blue Eyes Toon Dragon ever had was in Exodia decks that never actually used the card, and instead used the fact that it was a level 8 Toon monster. So you could run 3 copies of Toon Table of Contents to search each other out, and then use the last one to search out Blue Eyes Toon Dragon, and then use trade-in on that Toon Dragon in order to keep drawing more cards. It wasn't used very much as an actual monster to do things, and more used as a draw engine, which, hey, makes it a lot more useful than a lot of the other cards in this list. But a card that's useful in a way where it's never actually used, I think deserves a higher spot on this list, but not the highest spot. And at number 3, we have Dragon's Fighting Spirit. This is a card that allows you to target a dragon-type monster you control that was special summoned this turn, and then it counts the number of monsters your opponent controls that were also special summoned this turn. Then it gives your dragon monster extra attacks equal to the amount of your opponent's monsters. Now, on surface level, this card seems kinda bad, because it only grants extra attacks if your opponent special summoned monsters during your turn. But there are ways to use this card to actually, win the game. If you use cards that let you summon cards on your opponent's side of the field, like Ojama Trio, Ojama Duo, or Nightmare Archifiends, those count as special summon monsters to your opponent's side of the field for this card's effect. And then, if you use this card on your face-up Blue Eyes Chaos Max Dragon, for example, who can do double piercing damage, that's enough for an OTK with all those extra attacks. The only problem with this, though, is it's kind of a convoluted combo to set up, as you'd have to build your entire deck around this card, and it's never a good idea to build your entire deck around an unsearchable quick play spell card. And there's also a whole bunch of other ways to OTK your opponent using Ojama Trial, and none of them are exactly meta levels of efficient. It's a fun little gimmick, sure, just not very competitive. As someone who specifically built their channel on gimmick decks, I do consider myself somewhat of an expert when it comes to gimmick decks, which is why I'm the first person who will tell you that just because something works sometimes in gimmick decks doesn't make it good. It does, however, make them very fun to play, and that's why I prefer using gimmick decks over meta decks. I just have to know there is a trade-off, where I'm definitely going to lose a lot more games. Also, I know this card doesn't specifically list Blue Eyes White Dragon in it, but it does literally have Blue Eyes White Dragon in its card artwork. It also works on basically all the Blue Eyes White Dragon cards, so I'm including it on this list. And at number 2, we have Dragon Master Knight. This card is a 5,000 attack beatstick, who can gain an additional 500 attack for every dragon-type monster you control, except this card, for a grand total of 7,500 attack if you have out 5 other dragons. Now, a 5k attack beatstick is pretty decent, just not when it's difficult to bring out and has no inherent protection. You see, Dragon Master Knight requires the Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon, plus Blackluster Soldier as its fusion materials. So as long as you just use a fusion substitute monster, you don't have to worry about using Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon. But that would mean you'd have to run this card in basically a Blackluster Soldier deck that also ran fusion substitute monsters, which kinda kills the consistency of the deck, as Blackluster Soldier decks don't normally run fusions or fusion substitute monsters. So the best case scenario, you get out a BLS and a fusion substitute monster in the graveyard, and then use Dragon's Mirror to bring out this card. In that scenario, having a 5k beatstick is actually pretty good, just as long as your opponent doesn't destroy it, and you use other better cards to clear out the field of problem cards first. Because modern Yu-Gi-Oh! Requires more than just beatsticks out in the field. They have to do other things as well to be considered good. But even then, a 5k beatstick is nothing to scoff at, especially if you get it out under the best case scenario conditions. Which is why it's just a mediocre card rather than a bad one. But it's still definitely not one of the better Blue Eyes cards, that's for sure. Even Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon is better than this card, and mainly because Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon doesn't have the little clause on it that says it must be fusion summoned, which unfortunately this card does have. Which actually makes it a little worse than a 4,500 attack beatstick that requires 3 specific materials and has no effect. Since you can cheat Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon out, but you can't cheat out Dragon Master Knight. And at number 1, we have Blue Eyes Shiny Dragon. This card is an excellent example of a monster with a good effect, but a summoning requirement that is too difficult for it to be worth it. Its effect is that if it's targeted by an effect of any card, you can just negate that effect. And negate without destruction, which is still good, just not as good if it also destroyed the card it was negating. It also gains 300 attack for each dragon monster in your graveyard. So, if you have the 3 Blue Eyes used for the Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon, plus that Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon in your graveyard, that's 1,200 extra attack right there, making it a 4,200 beatstick that can negate targeted effects. But here's the problem with this card. It requires you to tribute a Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon in order to bring out this card from your hand. Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon is a somewhat difficult to bring out fusion monster, and because this card requires you to tribute a fusion monster for its summon, you can't cheat the effect with a name-changing card, like you could if it required a main deck monster. Elemental Hero Prisma doesn't work on it, because that only copies the names of cards that are fusion materials of a fusion monster, and not a fusion monster themselves. Phantom of Chaos doesn't work, because it can only copy the names of effect monsters, and Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon is not an effect monster. And also Fusion Tag doesn't work, because it only allows you to copy the name of a fusion monster if it's being used specifically for a fusion summon, which Blue Eyes Shiny Dragon is not. And Shiny Dragon also needs to be in your hand in order to bring it out, which luckily is not that big of a deal in Blue Eyes decks, as they do actually have ways to search out this card pretty easily. The main problem is really just getting the Ultimate Dragon out on the field, for the sole purpose of tributing it for Shiny Dragon, which isn't really worth all the effort required in order to do that. There are ways to cheat Blue Eye's Ultimate Dragon out in the field without having to fusion summon it properly, but even those require more resources than are really worth putting into a shiny dragon. That being said, there is a newer Blue Eye support card which combos very well with Shiny Dragon called the Ultimate Creature of Destruction, which if used on Shiny Dragon basically makes it invincible for a turn, and gives it the ability to attack over anything. Although, even in that case, there are probably better targets for the Ultimate Creature of Destruction than Blue Eye's Shiny Dragon. Shiny Dragon is just a decent boss monster who is too difficult to be brought out and isn't really worth the effort to try to bring it out, when Blue Eye's decks can do so much more than dump all of the resources into bringing out one card that can be destroyed with non-targeting effects, or just destroyed by battle. It's really not that hard to take out a Blue Eye Shiny Dragon, and that's why Blue Eye Shiny Dragon is the worst of the Blue Eye support cards, but still only really a mediocre card when compared to actual bad cards like the Humble Sentry. The Dark Magician has had a lot of support created for him over the years, and some support which is obviously created for Dark Magician but doesn't specifically name him in the card. So this list will go over 10 of the not so good Dark Magician cards. And at number 10, we have Magician's Defense, arguably the best card on this list. This is a continuous trap card, which has an effect where, if you control a spellcaster type monster, any damage you take is cut in half, which, okay, kind of weak effect, sort of like the Sanctuary in the Sky type deal, which works on effect damage as well. And its second effect is a floating effect, where if this card is sent from the field to the graveyard, you can special summon a spellcaster type monster from your graveyard. Now, this floating effect is actually not half bad, and the way it floats is in one of the best possible ways, as it just needs to be sent there to the graveyard from the field, and doesn't need to be sent in a specific way. So, if you tribute this card in order to bring out something like Vision Hero Witch Raider, you can activate its effect in order to special summon a monster from your grave. It also just works if your opponent destroys it. It's pretty good because there's not a lot of spell and traps which float, which is why cards like Heavy Storm are banned, and why cards like Dark Hole rarely see that much play. There is just a significant more amount of monsters which float than there are spell and traps. So this card's kind of unique in that respect, but it's still not the best, and doesn't really see any play. And at number 9, we have Black Illusion. This is a normal trap card with the effect that, for the rest of the turn, all of your dark spellcaster type monsters with more than 2,000 attack basically become immune to everything from your opponent. And also their effects are negated. Now, just like Magician's Defense, this card doesn't really list Dark Magician specifically, but it's still very obviously a Dark Magician support card, as it has the staff wand thing in the picture, and its very specific thing that it protects is obviously meant for Dark Magician Girl and Dark Magician cards. Now, the reason this card is on this list is because that's all it does. It just protects your Dark Magician cards for one turn from your opponent, and doesn't really do anything else. In fact, it has a negative effect of negating their effects as well. Now, there is another Dark Magician card called Eternal Soul, which grants your Dark Magician cards with basically immunity from your opponent's effects, and also allows you to search out a card every turn, or special summon a Dark Magician from your graveyard. It's much better, even if it also has a negative effect when destroyed. And generally, protection-like effects are not really played, unless the protection is a byproduct of some other effect, whereas the protection is the full effect of this card, making it kinda mediocre, but still pretty good when compared to some of the other cards on this list. And at number 8, we have Miracle Restoring. With this card, you can remove 2 spell counters from your side of the field to special summon a Dark Magician from your graveyard. Or Buster Blader, it works on either or. Now, the intended synergy for this card is with Skilled Dark Magician, which was a pretty decent level 4 monster that gains a spell counter on it every time a spell card is activated. And when it reaches 3 spell counters, you can tribute the card to special summon a Dark Magician from your hand, deck, or graveyard. So Dark Magicians having spell counter support isn't too far-fetched, since a lot of the spell counter cards also have to do with spellcasters. That being said, do you know how many other spell counter cards are part of the Dark Magician archetype? The answer is the 2 I just listed, and that's it. Dark Magicians don't really care about spell counters outside of Skilled Dark Magician, who also doesn't really care about spell counters either, because Skilled Dark Magician is kind of slow and never played in modern Dark Magician decks. Although to be fair, Miracle Restoring is an old card, just like Skilled Dark Magician, and saw just as little play back then as it does now, as all it does is special summon Dark Magician from the grave, where Eternal Soul does that 10 times better. There's just a lot of other Dark Magician cards that do much better jobs of bringing out Dark Magician, where setting a trap card, waiting a turn, needing 2 spell counters on the field, all to bring out a level 7 monster who needs to be set up in the graveyard first, is just not very good. And at number 7, we have Sorcerer of Dark Magic. This card can only be special summoned from your hand by attributing 2 level 6 or higher spellcaster type monsters. So obviously a Dark Magician support card, and has an effect where it can negate the effects of activated trap cards for basically no cost, and has 3200 attack. So for the low cost of attributing 2 high-level spellcaster type monsters, you can bring out a Jinzo with 800 more attack. It's basically just a beefier Jinzo that's much harder to bring out. And hey, to be fair, Jinzo is a good card, and 3200 is a pretty decent stat line. But its summoning cost isn't really worth all of that, as it doesn't really do much more to impact the field. It just negates traps and is a beat stick, which would be fine if this was an extra deck monster, but the fact that it's a main deck monster with tough summoning requirements kinda puts it into the category of Neos Wise Man, cards with technically decent effects, completely ruined by tough summoning requirements. And at number 6, we have Magician's Valkyria. This is a level 4 monster with 1600 attack, which has an effect where your opponent can't attack your other spellcaster type monsters except for this card. So it's like a battle redirection ability, and the card looks very similar to Dark Magician Girl, making it Dark Magician support. At least for this list anyway. I don't really care if it's official Dark Magician support or not. Now, what's not so great about this effect is that this monster has no business trying to be the attack target of your opponent's monsters. It's kind of weak at 1600 attack, and its effect only works when it's face up, so no setting it face down in defense position. But if you do set it face down, it does have 1800 defense, putting it on par with something like setting an Ash Blossom. That being said, if you do manage to get 2 copies of this card out, it does lock your opponent from being able to attack you, as long as you don't summon any other non-spellcaster type monsters. So if you really want, you could try your best to turbo out 2 copies of these cards in order to protect your spellcasters from attacks. A similar feat can be accomplished with Marauding Captain, who is able to facilitate this combo by himself with a copy of himself. So Magician's Valkyria is like a slightly worse Marauding Captain, which doesn't make it absolutely terrible, just not super useful outside of, say, a lockdown Secret Village of the Spellcaster deck. And at number 5, we have Diffusion Wave Motion, a card which has caused a lot of troubles for fusion searchers, as it unfortunately has fusion in its name, despite not being a fusion card. Now, Diffusion Wave Motion is kind of like a Feather Shot for Dark Magician, whereas Feather Shot is a useless hero card because it only targets one really low attack vanilla monster. At least Diffusion Wave Motion works on any level 7 or higher spellcaster, and what this card does is allow your level 7 or higher spellcaster to attack all of your opponent's monsters. And if it destroys any of them by battle, it will negate their effects, which will prevent them from floating or activating any flip or graveyard effects, all at the cost of 1000 life points, requiring a high-level spellcaster type monster, and not allowing any of your other monsters to attack for that turn. That is to say, it's kind of hard to pull off, and its effect is honestly not that good, as all it does is allow that one monster to attack all of your opponent's monsters, and I guess prevent floating, which is alright. I guess calling it not very good is a little too extreme. It's just kind of mediocre. Generally, for a card to be good, it has to provide some kind of advantage, be easy to play, or win you the game on its own, and this card doesn't really do any of those things. It's just situationally useful. And at number 4, we have Dark Magician Knight. This is a monster card with the same exact attack and defense as Dark Magician, and has an effect that, when it's special summoned, you can destroy one card on the field. Now, being able to destroy any one card on the field is a pretty good effect. The only problem with this card is how you summon it. You see, this card must be special summoned with Knight's Title, which is a normal spell card whose only effect is to tribute a Dark Magician in order to special summon a Dark Magician Knight from your hand, deck, or graveyard. Which feels like a pretty easy to pull off effect in a Dark Magician deck, right? And it's that simplicity which will kind of trick you into thinking that this card is better than it really is. Then you have to think about this card's consistency. If you draw into Dark Magician Knight, it's a Garnet in hand. You do not want to ever draw this card, you want it to stay in the deck. When this card comes out and replaces Dark Magician, it's no longer counted as Dark Magician on the field, so it doesn't benefit from the plethora of Dark Magician support cards. And then there's Knight's Title. You have to search out this specific spell card, who luckily does have 2 Dark Magician cards. I can search it out for you. So getting the card isn't that bad, and even then, it just replaces the Dark Magician on the field with another card that only destroys one other card on the field. So it's like a worse version of a Monarch. As Caius the Shadow Monarch, its effect activates when it's tribute summoned, by attributing any monster you control, and then allows you to banish any card on the field, with only 100 less attack. Whereas Dark Magician Knight requires you to use a specific spell card that also requires you to tribute a specific monster, the Dark Magician, who himself is a level 7 normal monster, so it's pretty difficult to get out. Because bringing out Dark Magician Knight requires 2 cards, one of which is a Garnet in hand as you have to play it in your main deck. That kind of ruins the viability of this card, where it would be much better if Dark Magician Knight could just special summon itself from your hand by attributing a Dark Magician, but the fact that it requires a spell card is just enough of a hindrance to make this card bad. And at number 3, we have Dark Sage. This is one of the few cards in the game which can special summon itself from the deck, which is pretty neat, and also one of the few cards in the game that allows you to search any spell card when it's summoned. Being able to search out any spell card is an effect so rare that the only cards that can do it are generally hard to bring out, or have huge drawbacks for using that effect. Dark Sage falls into the former category of being hard to bring out, as in order to bring this card out from the deck, you need to have 2 specific monsters on the field, and then win a coin toss. Because you see, you need Dark Magician and Time Wizard on the field, and then you need Time Wizard to activate its effect and land on the head's result. And if you meet these 2 conditions of having both these cards on the field and activating Time Wizard's effect correctly, you can then tribute your Dark Magician in order to special summon Dark Sage straight from your hand or deck. Now, while this is a pretty neat interaction, what makes this card not very good is its 2-fold summoning conditions of requiring 2 specific monsters on the field and then winning a coin toss, which is absolutely terrible, especially since the Tails result will just destroy both of your monsters. But at the very least, you don't also need to have this card in your hand to special summon it, as it allows itself to be special summoned from the deck, which honestly makes it so much better that it's only the 3rd worst card on this list instead of the 1st. And at number 2, we have Magic Formula. This is an equipped spell card which can only be equipped to Dark Magician or Dark Magician Girl, and gives them 700 attack while it's equipped to them, and also, if this card is sent from the field to the graveyard, you gain 1,000 life points. So it's an equipped card which gives a hefty chunk of attack and even has a floating effect. So what's so bad about this card? Well, it's an incredibly specific equip card that can only be equipped to 2 hard to summon monsters and only gives them an attack boost, and not even a very good attack boost. Axe of Despair, for example, can be equipped to any monster and gives them a 1,000 attack boost, and existed around the same time this card came out. There's also Mage Power or United We Stand, 2 other equipped cards which can be equipped to any monster, and give them way more than 700 attack. Basically, an equipped card needs to be incredibly powerful to see play, and generally the only types of equipped cards that do see play are ones that either special summon a monster, or steal one of your opponent's monsters. So the card itself is fine, it's just incredibly underpowered. Although its floating effect has seen some niche uses in certain OTK decks that themselves are kind of gimmicky. But other than that, a floating effect on a card like this, but only gives you life points, and a pretty minor amount at that, isn't very useful. And at number 1, we have Dark Flare Knight. This is a Dark Magician fusion monster that requires Dark Magician and the Flame Swordsman as fusion materials. And if I'm remembering correctly, this was the first fusion monster to require another fusion monster as one of its fusion materials, as the Flame Swordsman is a crappy vanilla fusion monster. And if not the first, it's one of the earliest versions of this kind of fusion material type thing, which meant it was really hard to bring out in its first incarnation, but you could always substitute Flame Swordsman with a fusion substitute monster, so it wasn't impossible to bring out. There's also the fact that it wasn't very good either, as this card has 300 less attack than Dark Magician. Usually, fusion monsters have higher stats than the monsters used to bring them out, but Dark Flare Knight is strictly a worse card. In terms of stat lines, of course, it does also have an effect. The effect of this card is that you take no battle damage from battles involving this card. And that's because of its next effect. This card basically exists for its floating effect, where when this card is destroyed by battle, you can special summon a Mirage Knight from your deck. Now, before I talk about Mirage Knight, I should probably take a moment to talk about the fact that this is a fusion monster who floats into a main deck monster, and that main deck monster can only be summoned by the effect of Dark Flare Knight. Usually, the upside to fusion monsters is the fact that you don't have to play them in your main deck, and you can just bring them out whenever you fulfill the summoning conditions, while this card also requires you to play an unusable main deck monster. That is, if you want to use Dark Flare Knight's good effect, of course. And also, Dark Flare Knight only floats on battle destruction, so it's not even a good floating effect. Now, let's go over Mirage Knight. Mirage Knight is a 2800 attack monster who has an effect when attacking another monster to gain attack equal to the original attack of the monster it's battling. So basically, it has an honest effect for himself, which is pretty good. That means it can beat over pretty much anything. So if this card crashes into a monster who doesn't have its attack modified in any way, you're basically inflicting 2800 points of damage to your opponent, while also destroying one of your opponent's monsters by battle. Now, this would make this card really good, especially since its effect works during both players' turns, and works if this card both attacks into your opponent's monster, or is attacked by an opponent's monster. But here's the big downside of Mirage Knight. It banishes itself during the end phase of the turn in which it attacks, or is attacked. So, not only is this card hard to bring out, you have to float into it through a hard to summon fusion monster, but it also only exists for one turn, basically. Unless you choose not to attack with it, which is a shame because Mirage Knight actually has a really good battle effect. It's just everything else about the card that's bad. Now, with the release of the spell card, the Eye of Timaeus, going into Dark Flare Knight has been made way easier than it was in the past, as you can special summon it directly from the extra deck with just one copy of Dark Magician and the one copy of Eye of Timaeus. But even then, it's still a really clunky card and still not worth running it or Mirage Knight in your main deck.